Yo. What up? Okay. I couldn't find a timer for Path of Exile 2 release. So we're just gonna go at it pretty natty here. I've linked up a couple of videos we're gonna watch. That's probably gonna take us the best part of 6 hours or something, and then we'll see. Sleep wasn't the best last night, so the whole like stream until PoE 2 league release is probably not super likely, but we'll see how I feel. But yeah, for now we're gonna watch some of the videos. We're gonna read the patch notes, and we'll get ready. So first things first, they released this I think 8 hours ago or something, and it is a new sorcerer ascendancy, so that's exciting. Let's see what they got.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In the last of the Druids update, we're adding another ascendancy class for the sorceress that didn't quite make it into the livestream. The Disciple of Varashta. Varashta, a once great leader of the Maraketh, to this day has Jinn under her command within the Trial of the Sycamores. If you, sorceress, prove yourself worthy, Varashta may just release these Jinn into your service.
Okay.
The Disciple of Varashta is a build-your-own summoner ascendancy class that can summon up to 3 different Jinn. Ruzan, the Blazing Sword, a formidable fire Jinn.
Oh, that's kind of
Kalari,
cool though.
the Tainted Sands, an assassin Jinn. And Navira, the Last Mirage, a gifted water Jinn. These Jinn are bound to their barrier and will only emerge to do your bidding when commanded to do so.
Okay.
Each Jinn comes with 1 command skill right away, but you can spec into up to 3 more skills for each of them to suit your preferences. For example, you might want to be a pure minion build, with Ruzan and Kalari fully unlocked and dishing out destruction.
This
Or
is not
instead,
really for me.
you could be a more traditional caster that uses Navira for mana and energy shield recovery.
Okay. This is Rex 2.0.
Or
Given how shit I feel, I think it's more like Rex 0.3. Yo, Concho.
Kalari to make it easier for you to critically hit your enemies.
I feel like they're doing a lot of minion cock shit in PoE 2. Is it just me? Oh, that was kind of cool.
So, as you can see, commanding these powerful Jinn gives you a lot of firepower and utility. But, will you be worthy enough of Varashta to accept you as her chosen disciple?
Just me.
Thanks
okay.
for watching. And
You
see
don't
you all
know
at
shit.
launch.
I know that much. Okay, well, I mean, it's cool. It was. I was hoping for something else, but let's see the last of the druids. Let's wake up. This one's so cool. No penis though.
Well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Who the fuck hits somebody in the back of the head when they're asking you a question? Yeah, that's definitely gonna make them answer, not just die.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Boom. It looks really slow in this reveal, by the way. Oh, that didn't look slow. Maybe the wolf is gonna be fun. Ooh, tornado. The wyvern is so cool. I like the music.
I will find you, if...
Ah, that was fucking cool. 90 streak. Jesus. All right. And then we got the Fate of the Vaal. That's the new league. That one's also pretty good.
Of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn.
Oh. The wolf look kind of cool.
The temple has many functions, and with it,
This
a
also
chance
seems
to
pretty cool.
save the Vaal, a gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
Wasn't she supposed to be pretty?
Adores me.
Pretty.
Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
I mean, now we know how she got to be Fort Titty. Fort Titty at Ziri. Okay. So these were the like the little things. Now we got the big stream. I'm assuming we're gonna see the druid things, like the reveal trailers again, but we could just skip them, but I'm not sure. When does the PvE season go live? It should go live here in like at, was it at 8? I couldn't find a timer. Usually they put a timer up on their website. Maybe it's in game. We could check. Maybe it's in game. Maybe it's in game. They usually have a timer on their website that you can just like kind of clip into OBS, but they haven't done it this time. Oh, apparently I'm downloading an update. Why not D4 if it's not live? Well, I'm not super interested in D4, and generally speaking, people don't want to watch D4. That's why. And I have a bunch of stuff I haven't seen regarding PoE yet. Did the game launch? I don't think it did. D4 is sadly just an off-stream game. It's just not good enough. Let's see if the timer's in here. tonight then? I'm not playing D4 tonight. I'm playing PoE tonight. Oh yeah, here it is. 8 hours. I guess, can I... Do I have that still? What if we turn this on? Nah, that's a different type of timer. Yeah, so we'll deal with that later. What do you mean I'm tripping? Dude. Blizzard doesn't make good games anymore. You're coping. I don't know. Like, I'll play D4. I get tad. But it'll be not as much. Hi, and it'll be off stream.
I'm Jonathan Rogers. Am
I streaming tonight? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm planning on, because Nina's not at home. So I'm kind of thinking I'll stream until I collapse today, basically. I might do stream until 17 and then go get something to eat and then stream again when PoE 2 comes out. Or I might just go from now until I go to bed. One of the two. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't really decided yet if it's gonna be two separate or if we're gonna go. It also depends on how I feel. I'm still sick. I didn't really get any good sleep today. Well, that's a lie. I didn't sleep enough. I went to bed at like fucking 20:30 yesterday, and I slept for like 2 hours. Then I had to go pee, and then I went to bed again, and I slept until 1 a.m. and I was awake from 1 a.m. to like 5 a.m. So shit. And then I fell asleep, and then I snored like an absolute demon, apparently. Okay, so we've seen what he's about to show, I think.
Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now,
that was the Druid trailer. Or was that the Atiri trailer?
Form's Furious Slam.
Oh, here we are. Here we are. Okay, now, this is what we want to watch.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity.
His lost wife?
The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world.
I wonder if
One
it's going to be star
you will learn is
specific.
the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range.
It looks a little slow.
Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, Animal Talismans. When you equip an Animal Talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it.
So you get to stay bear forever if you want.
Swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time. And
I would like to do the tornado. I like tornadoes. But I think
the volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam.
I think it's more shit on the ground, like fishes and stuff, that's for bear.
While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage.
So fire is not the greatest damage type in PoE 2.
The easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam.
That's cool.
Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes.
I guarantee you there will be a build that just does that
more
all
rage
the
you have,
time.
the longer
Just
the rampage lasts.
maybe we make
And
that.
doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
Just boom, 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 boom through the fucking entire map. It causes rage, right? So you just need to
As you
solve your
consume
rage.
your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
Okay.
Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
Boom.
Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering
That is kind of
animal,
cool.
with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form.
It looks
For the
kind of
wolf
cool
form,
as
we
well.
want it to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing
He
to
looks a
move
little
more
awkward
quickly
when he
between
runs,
packs
though.
of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack.
The leap is cool.
This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them.
I like the
Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your
Jump
side,
out and,
allowing them to fight with you.
rake
Mark
the
and kill
ground.
as many
Really
enemies as you
cool
can
as
to
well.
build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your
Again,
wolves
this
will
minion
prioritize
shit.
that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash.
That's the
Cross
one.
Slash
That
jumps
one's pretty
backwards and
cool.
does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target
not-
explode and triggers their abilities.
It's great for bosses, but for clearing, it seems a little annoying. Like jumping backwards is not good
This allows you to
for,
pounce to mark an enemy
mapping.
and then summon a wolf even without killing it.
but it's really
Cross
cool for
Slash also has
bosses.
another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies.
Ah,
If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
they should have probably made it do a little bit
Just
more
like with
damn.
the Bear's Raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into.
Oh, that's cool.
So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time.
It's a nice little opener. Pounce
Wolf
in,
has
do the
many other
thing, and
ways
then go
to
ham.
all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could
Oh.
try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the druid, and I think it's a cool one.
Yeah,
the
it is.
Wyvern.
It's really
The
cool.
Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities. But
I
that
would
doesn't
like
mean you
to
can't
play
get into
Wyvern.
melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern
I just
is
don't really
range.
like the attacks they
Jump
show
forward
off.
into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage.
That's cool as well.
After the battle, though, it's
Again,
time
not
to
very
feed.
good for mapping.
Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack.
Yeah, it doesn't look that good though. I mean, it looks cool, but
Once your wings are charged, your wing blast will also do lightning explosions for even
that
more
one's
damage.
cool.
If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive.
Execute!
Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks.
The Wyvern has
Spit
rage there.
balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
I like that it burns
That's
the
not all you can
ground.
spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite.
That's cool.
If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The
I don't
more
like
power
that.
charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill.
That just seems like a
In order to
boss
help with
killer,
that,
and
let's
you
take a
won't
quick
have the
diversion back to some of
freaking.
your human abilities.
You won't
As a
have the
druid
power
of scope,
charges
you
there.
have the ability to harness the power of nature to create
That
entangling
is a
vines
cool-
to slow down your enemies.
No, not that one. The one
Another
that
of nature's
where they
punishments
bitch
is the
slap.
thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock.
Yeah.
Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage.
The wing blast is cool. That
Making
one.
things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well.
Ooh.
And you know what else likes water? Plants.
Here
Water
we
your
go.
plants to give them various extra abilities.
Where's the
Use
bitch
lightning storm
slapping
with Entangle to make
plants?
them last longer, and attach more vines to each
There
enemy,
they are.
slowing
Dum,
them
dum, dum.
further.
That's kind of cool.
Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
I could do that. That seems
Now
cool
then,
as well.
With our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage.
I don't. That one's not that cool. I mean, it looks cool. It
Now,
would be cool for
this
bosses,
last Wyvern
but
ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had
Yes.
to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after
that
all.
is fucking
So fly
dumb.
around and burn in it.
Also, look, you burn the freaking crops. It's so cool. I wonder if you can actually,
Now, there
if
are a
that
few
one's
other skills we
feasible
didn't
to
cover,
go.
but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell totems. Spell totems are meta gems that
I don't
let you
like
create a totem
totem
that will
stuff.
automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed.
You'll
But
probably
they're
want
also
bear
available
form. This
from quite a few
easier.
other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game,
Oh shit.
but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind
That's
it.
cool.
It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain.
Ooh.
An Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse,
That's
or
nice.
to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. Now,
Fuck, that tornado looks cool, man. I kind of want to do that.
Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
That looks cool as well.
Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the druid's animal form Warcries, or on the warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies.
Ooh.
You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
I like Lightning Spear. It's a cool ability.
Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The
I'm guessing they nerfed it again.
With a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The
I'm leaning
channels
towards the
nature's
Shaman.
Elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are.
Yeah.
And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
As always.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi,
I mean,
the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols.
but this is just
After
cool to
allocating
me.
Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman.
Like, you get extra shit
These
on your
new mods
stuff.
unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage,
That also
storms
sounds
of
cool.
all elements rain around you.
Yeah,
destroying all
look at
who face
that shit.
nature's fury.
Boom.
There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle.
This one seems cool as
The
well.
Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you
Yeah, I
decide
don't know
to
that
follow
much about
path
this
by
one.
using the skill yourself, it
Seems
will
a
do
little
significantly
tedious.
more damage.
Like, it
And
seems
with
like
converging
it
paths,
seems like
at a critical
something.
moment in battle when a
It seems like something you don't want to count on, right? Like, because it picks some random skill and then it does it. And if you're relying on that as a damage amp or whatever, then it's just gonna be what? It looked like it was like every third or so spellcast. It's like, okay, so every third spellcast you do is gonna clear. That sounds bad. This one, however, the one that's coming out is really cool, and I'm really tempted for this
monster is
reason
vulnerable to
specifically.
freeze, stun, or electrocution. The Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the
Look
enemy's
at that,
future
you get two
and then merge
fucking
it with
mobs.
the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
And you can just do double damage for a
One of
moment.
my favorites. When you first become an Oracle, you'll notice
this
about
thing.
130 new extra passives appear.
So many extra passes on the tree. Now, in PoE 1, I would have fucking loved this. In PoE 2, the tree is a little bit like, not that interesting. So I'm a little bit doubting how cool they'll be. Is this HP or is it stun threshold? It's the same icon, so it's probably stun threshold. There's some fire and something here. Is this minions? I think this is minions. And there's a crit wheel you get access to. There's some more lightning stuff. Oh, so you get all the way through this lightning and you get more lightning? Okay. And then there's a lightning with something here. I don't know what this is. Some shield stuff. I mean, this is in the shape of a heart. Are we gonna see life? I mean, this thing is intriguing. I'm almost tempted to make two druids.
The Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing
Yeah,
allows
there's
you to be
minion
able
things.
to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs.
Oh, that's right.
With the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well.
This one's
I won't
cool.
spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around.
I like that one.
This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
We saw that already. It is cool, but I don't think we need to see it again.
Alter the temple. And some
Fulfill my soul.
Alright. I'm excited. The only thing is there's no change to the end game, so I'm not really sure how long this patch will last me, because again, not super interested in the end game PoE2 right now.
In the fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it.
This is kind of cool, but
It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These
do you have to
devices
kill
are
them in
old
the circle?
and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal
That's
may
cool.
emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind.
Cool.
And on activating it, you can see a map of the temple.
This is kind of cool.
Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side.
So you build your own
But
temple,
how could anyone
basically.
get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to
they
place
lit
it
up
next
the
to a
ones that
garrison
give
of
you
troops
bonuses.
for him to
Cool.
command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power.
Okay.
After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple.
That's cool.
After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back,
Okay.
making the temple larger and larger and larger. So that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more.
That's a
Once
cool
Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal,
ballista.
he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point. Right before Edzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Edzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Edzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you.
Oh.
In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment.
That's kind of scary.
This has the capability to
like you get your thing, right? And you corrupt it and oh, it's good, fuck yeah. And then you have to go do that again. So now it's not you have a good item that you're then double corrupting and hoping for an insane item. Now you've got an insane item and you want to make it even more insane.
craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
50%?
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops,
little spider thingy,
and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Corrupted gem?
For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalizi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster.
Oh shit.
Or Sita Qualotl's thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires.
Okay.
Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
Yeah, that's cool.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple.
Nice.
If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead.
Oh, that's so good.
Allowing you to do the craft later, or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab.
Ugh.
Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out
Oh,
your
you can
new
see it
limb.
as well. Okay.
It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state.
Aw.
You might need to return to the Vaal surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Ah, I don't like that.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways.
Okay.
Using a Latle's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room,
Oh,
even
cool.
if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up.
Makes it easy to get level
And
3.
a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple,
Oh.
allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
Oh.
Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards.
Okay. So you get
There are rooms
6
with
and you can place
specific
3?
uniques,
Oh,
special
heist.
runes,
Okay.
and currency.
5
But also a
exalted
few
ores.
other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that
Oh, you
can
get
extract the
sockets.
socket balls
Oh,
back
cool.
out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon,
Yeah.
and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple,
I like
allowing you to
the
save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure.
I like
and
the
not
look of that monk
interrupt your
skill.
mapping
It's
too
been
often.
changed a little bit.
Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Exile while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Exile
Oh.
communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
Quadruple titties.
Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Exile's rule. This staff gives additional levels to
6% increased max life. Nice. Cast speed. Okay. Int 2 level of all corrupted spell skill gems. Jesus. Spells which cost life gain. Wow. Okay. That's cool. Oh, I think Nina's about to leave. You too. Bye. Oh. She's gonna be gone for the weekend. Okay. Oh, this is cool stuff. It seems a little lichy with the spells which cost life, but then again, you could make them cost not that much life and just get it for basically free. That's kind of cool. It's probably going to be expensive. I would like to use this one. Corrupted spells. Just 2 levels for free, basically. An extra fist damage. So you gotta be a physical damage dealer.
All of your corrupted gems, and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova.
So it's a projectile.
And they can chain from one to the other.
That's cool.
So, that's the fate of the Vaal League. But
that turns your single target spell into an
Rise
AoE.
of the Abyssal into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore.
Wait.
Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Cool.
You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Okay.
Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss.
Nice. Easy.
But there are more available for doing depths
Nice.
and killing certain bosses.
I never even
And
got
there
to
are
see these
a bunch
actually.
of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal.
Yeah.
Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths.
That sounds
You could specialize in the
dangerous.
interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
Okay.
This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content,
Yeah.
but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4
That's cool.
mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give.
Okay.
Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds
Okay.
too much micromanagement.
That makes sense.
But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get
Yeah.
one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though
This
you
looks way
shouldn't have
better.
to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another
That is
big
a
source
really
of
cool
problems in the
skill.
endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters.
Okay.
In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to
Really?
scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount.
People actually want that? So you'll have the less monsters, but now they're just going to be tougher? Well, I guess it's less AoE. It's a way to tone down the AoE. I mean, I guess it does go in line with their combo stuff, right? Like if there's less packs, then you have to do less combos to finish the map. And if they are tougher, then you have to do the combos. It's like, I just don't know that that's the right way to go. That doesn't seem good. I would much have preferred to see them keep the density, because density feels cool. It's like going into a map and just there's floods and floods of monsters. That feels good. And then just make more lightning spears. Like, I don't know. I'm not digging this, but maybe it'll be good.
So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life. in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
That sounds bad to me.
This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this.
Speed modifiers, okay, that's cool, I
Now,
guess.
we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it.
Yeah,
The
sad.
scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is...
I'm really looking forward to the change to the end game. It probably means that I'm gonna take this season pretty lightly, and I'm just gonna fuck around with the druid a little bit and not worry too much about getting blasting the end game, because I don't really enjoy the delve map or whatever it is, like the delving end game. It's okay, but I think the real game right now is just getting through the campaign and getting something that works, right? Like past that, it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see. Maybe I get a build that's really fun and I get really into it. But I am thinking this league is going to be a little bit more of a, we're just going to chill and we're just going to fuck around a bit and then move on. We still got Factorio. I did a little list of games that I haven't finished that I want to finish, and new games I haven't played that I want to play. I realized that I haven't played a single one of the Game of the Year nominees. I didn't actually see. Did Claire's Obscura Expedition 33 end up winning? It should have. Game of the Year 2025. It should have been Claire Obscure. No? Yeah, it was. Obviously. I haven't played that, so there's that as well. There's a bunch of games I would like to revisit. There's a bunch of games I'd like to actually play for the first time. They announced a new Divinity game as well. That's fucking exciting. It looks the trailer was wild. Looking forward to that. I haven't finished Divinity Original Sin 2 actually. I think I got 85% of the way, but didn't finish it completely. So there's that to revisit before. There's Black Myth Wukong I would like to play, and I haven't finished Elden Ring either. But there's a new Witcher on the horizon that I'm not super excited for, but I also haven't finished The Witcher 3. More D4? No, less D4, bro. A lot less D4. The fuck are you on about? There's a bunch of games. And Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is definitely something I want to play. All right, so they upped some performance. That's cool.
Game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should
also
see
buffed
frame rates of
Whirlwind,
at
whatever.
least 25% higher.
Ooh.
And a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers.
Okay.
As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens.
No, for fuck's sake. Why can't you just press the screen? Can I just... Oh, it's 10 seconds. Okay, cool. We'll do that.
Most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers.
So, more Mandragora. It's a talisman. Physical damage, intelligence, skill effectuation, presence are hindered. 1 druidic prowess for every... I don't know what that means. Drill neck. That looks familiar. Maximum life, increased attack speed, deflection rating. Attack projectiles return if they pierced at least 4 times. 52% increased damage with hits for each time they've pierced. Wow. So this is really cool, but it also seems very much like something you would need when you're getting surrounded by monsters, which is what's going away.
As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often.
Cool.
We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside that very often.
I want to see the first one again. When you freeze a target with supported skills, for each 1 rage you have, you and your allies present gain 1% damage to cold. Okay, that's cool. So you can stack up rage and then gain extra cold damage. Ooh. That seems very good.
A pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
I didn't see if they added anything anywhere other than the druid area.
Way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content.
Cool.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
Oh no, they want my money.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalguran packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points.
I think I like the Kalguran one.
Several exclusive microtransactions.
I've seen something of these.
The microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Okay.
First up, the Marble Statue character effect.
Okay.
Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you.
That's so
turning
whack.
your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around.
That's fucking lame.
The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well pull.
They're kind of cool.
Witness the power of its pull as you approach it.
I mean, that's neat.
Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set.
I don't really like that one.
The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient
it has
beings.
arms in its eyes?
This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
Okay. Oh, the item was actually there. That's cool.
The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues.
Okay.
It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device.
Oh, okay.
The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Yeah, that one's cool, I
Kalgurans
think.
had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up.
That's
as it
cool.
outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet.
I don't really care for those.
Captain Heartland himself.
I don't really care
A
for those.
Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous
That's
seas
pretty
of
good.
Rainforest. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn.
Oh,
and,
that's
of course,
fucking dope.
A peg leg.
A peg leg.
The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, 2-hand maces, and shields.
That's a good shield.
After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove
Oh, I like
a
that.
home of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself. Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout.
Okay.
Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 a.m. NZ time, we'll post the patch notes.
Oh,
With
it goes
release at
straight
the
as
end of
things.
next
Okay.
week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
You're welcome, Mark.
We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering lost Vaal secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, there we go.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching
Don't
on the
crack
design
your
of the
fucking
Druid
knuckles
and the
again.
Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though. Is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work
That makes sense.
we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself, because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to kind of understand. I think
Didn't they do that? I think I have this one here. Let's see that.
Hi, I'm Eben from Grinding Gear
Oh,
Games.
Eben. Hello. New one.
Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids, is just around the corner, and you might be wondering, what is the Druid
Look at
actually
that
capable
breath.
of at endgame? Well, today we've created a handful of builds that might help you out in the Fresh League, or inspire you to come up with something even crazier.
Okay. Oh, you get to the... Okay, cool.
This Shaman uses the Advancing Storm support
Wow.
and ground debuffs to make his tornadoes into whirlwinds of elemental destruction.
This is kind of what I want to do. What the fuck?
Tornado sucks up any elemental ground surface it encounters, empowering the tornado with those effects and extra damage. To create these surfaces, the ferocious wolf form can easily freeze enemies, which
The music is kind of awesome. I thought I forgot to turn off the Baldur's Gate music.
allows us to create chilled ground with this support.
Wait, come again.
This support
Supporter skills create children for 8 seconds when they freeze an enemy. Wait, okay.
can easily freeze enemies, which allows us to create chilled ground with this support. We've also got a curse setup that creates burning ground, and unique boots that drop shocked ground. We've also made use of some of the more powerful effects from the Shaman's Wisdom of the Magi node. The Idol of Maxarius increases our storm limit for maximum ruckus. If tornadoes aren't your thing, maybe this fire-breathing wyvern can bring the heat you're after. Normally, the wyvern's flame breath would be used as an ultimate type ability. But naturally, you might want to see how much further you can take it. Can we turn this into a clearing skill? Flame breath is a skill that burns rage. So if we get enough of it, we can keep aloft out of pure spite. To help us generate this rage, we are making use of the new buff gem, Eternal Rage. This generates 5 rage per second. We're also using the keystone Primal Hunger, that regenerates 1 rage per second per 4 rage we've spent recently, as well as giving us 100% more maximum rage.
Wow.
Rage. We can also grab all of the Ignite and Rage nodes conveniently in the Druid area of the tree. Now our Ignites burn much hotter as well. With all this together, we simply take to the sky and reenact Rain of Fire. Of course, we can't just fly around forever.
Why?
There will be some necessary downtime between flights. Fortunately, we've got a gullet full of oil and fresh hot magma to ignite it. After the announcement last week, the green thumbs amongst us got pretty excited at the idea of watering their plants. We've got you covered. This next build automates a whole garden using spell totems. At the root of this build is the Wild Surge Incantation Keystone, which makes all storm and plant spells deal more damage and cost less resources, at the cost of losing a lot of their duration. But because we're automating this, duration isn't a huge concern. This build makes use of the new unique Vaal's Protector to ensure that we've always got plenty of power charges to summon our totems.
Oh wow, okay.
After we generate our initial charges, our totems will be able to self-sustain their cost. So, if we put Entangle on a spell totem, it can build a garden for us. All we have to do is water it with a gentle little thunderstorm.
Okay, I kind of like that idea.
One of our support gems also appreciates this downpour. Accelerated growth triggers an explosion once it's been overgrown, blinding enemies it hits. For tougher rares and bosses, you'd probably want to throw in some Thrashing Vines to ensure a true plantastrophe, bodily botany, chlorophyll overkill. But maybe you're not into gardens and more into tearing them up with an army of dog friends. This Wolfpack build is a good place to start. In order to support an army of minions, you can take the Lord of the Wild's Keystone to allow you to use a scepter alongside your animal talisman.
Oh.
This will buff your minions and provide a respectable pack of 8 wolf friends. But we can get this number even higher. As we pounce around the map, our damage is enough to shred our foes and attract more wolves to the pack. But what's the point of this build if we're not howling? Lunar Assault helps us clear and freeze enemies and buff our wolves for even more damage. This build also makes use of Rage in a few ways. Notably, it uses Commanding Rage to make your Rage affect your wolves.
Oh.
Rage also extends the duration of Lunar Blessing, a skill that gives the entire pack more cold damage and creates destructive moonbeams each time we hit. Lastly, let's warm things back up with the Demon Bear. Here, we're using Fury of the King to transform into a burning monstrosity.
That's cool.
With this, we can open molten fissures everywhere we jump.
Oh.
Once opened, we've got a few options to make them erupt again and again.
That's cool. I like that. That's what I did on the Warrior last.
Blast the ground. And of course, we're still a bear, so we can rampage around, triggering the fissures over and over. To capitalize on this, we're going to want to extend our rampage as long as we can.
Yeah.
Once we are as angry as we can be, our rampage can last around 20 seconds.
This is one of the things I was thinking about doing.
Just like the Wyvern build from earlier, we're going to make use of the Primal Hunger Keystone and the Eternal Rage buff gem. That's how the build plays, but to me the best part of this build is the Oracle Ascendancy. Look at this passive tree, it's just as cooked as our bear.
What are those
We've done something very fun here, grabbing as many keystones as possible and using them to take some of the bigger nodes without the lead-ups.
Oh.
We've taken Resolute Technique, so we don't crit, which allows us to take Pain Attunement, so we don't see the upside or the downside. There's more going on, but we'll let you figure it out for yourself. As you can see, the Druid offers a lot of options. Whether you're tearing through maps with storms, scorching everything from the sky, unleashing botanical devastation, needing a loyal wolfpack, or rampaging across Rayclast as a spicy bear, there's a build here for every kind of primal playstyle. These are just a handful of ideas to get you started.
I'm a little bit
The last
sad.
of the Druids launches on 11 AM December 12th PST. We can't wait to see what you come up with.
I'm a little bit sad I watched this because he took 3 of the things I wanted to do and showed them. So it seems less unique now.
Particularly for this class, because of the
Fucking
shape-shifting stuff.
hipster.
It's so hard for us to... Normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands-on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape-shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
I would really like
the classes
to see a bear roll. Like, I don't want the bear to jump. I would like to see it roll. Like, just a fucking ball of fur. That would be fun.
Like the hardest class to design.
Maybe they'll make
a
microtransaction.
A bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one. Because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid,
I wonder if it's going to feel very samey. Like, because it is one class that has wolf, bear, and wyvern, right? So I wonder if it's going to be like, yeah, the wyvern has these 1 or 2 things it can do. The bear has these 1 or 2 things it can do, and the wolf has these 1 and 2 things they can do. Rather than whenever you have a class, you boot it up and it can do all of these things together. Now, I'm sure there will be some crossing over between the bear and the wyvern, the bear and the wolf, and all of the other ways you can cross it, right? Where you do this in wolf form and then you get a big benefit for your bear form or whatever, like whichever way. Like the rage and the extension of the big lunar wolf thingy. But I mean, rage you can do without the bear as well, so it's like that might be a bad example. I wonder if it's going to feel a little limit, because they for sure didn't give the bear as many skills as a class.
Way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD, and that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern.
One thing though is the animal forms, maybe except the wolf, they seem very big. I wonder if you're just gonna get smoked because your hitbox is so large.
Ago, you were like trying to. This is not working, right?
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time, the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf,
cool.
just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, yeah, there's even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage
So from
expenditure.
rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that
Didn't they
you
say
can
that
swap
in the
between
trailer?
forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing.
I was thinking whether or not you'd need to use 2 talismans to have 2 animal forms, and whether then you'd be locked out of, say, wyvern if you go bear and wolf, but it sounds like you're not. That's cool. So you can make a proper triple threat if you want.
Like, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we, like to try and get. So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforward, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also, you with this whole class, you have the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff, but I can see even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms,
the twisters, when they move through that whirling slash thing, they multiply. Does that say twisters only, or what's going to happen to the fucking tornado?
the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the I want to be all forms going between. There was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon. And now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form. And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on.
So if you go bear and you make one of those totems that make fissures, and you can go brr. But it is a spell. I mean, there's another one than a spell totem, right? There's one that can do slams, no? Or is it shockwave totem that explodes the fissures, doesn't it?
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support general. Like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Zig, you don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. Okay. There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended. Right. And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know. We'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intended.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
I feel like in order for you to do combo gameplay, you have to make them feel illegal. Like, that's one of the things that always, for World of Warcraft, is the best thing, is when you're doing something that feels like it's illegal. Right? It feels like I should not be able to do this. And you are. And usually, a lot of classes have that. And it's just that you need that. That is what the entire ARPG genre is about. Things that feel illegal that you can do.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? So
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And he
cracked his knuckle.
Just kind of like putting one on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my Quarterstaff Monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver. It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the end of the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd.
Oh, that's what I said.
That is actually, how it works and what allows, having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can
can you use the warrior skills then? Ooh.
Use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right?
That's not what I said then.
Okay.
Sad.
Now we have to make that possible.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But
I don't want that.
The thing is as well, with the weapon swapping, so you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny you mention that with the bear, because
it's so limiting, man. Like, I really don't think it's a good idea to have it as strict as it is right now. It's so limiting. There are so many things that will work very well together, and there's no reason you shouldn't be able to do it with the weapon type. And now you're just, you can weapon swap, but I mean, what if you want 3 things? That's just impossible. I don't like it. Don't like it.
Parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah. Like... It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the strength inside, but that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks druid, you buffed poison rangers.
Yeah.
That's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Right, good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly, right? That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly, right? So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like, it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so
some insects
eventually
that
we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
It would be cool with an insect form, honestly. Like, I like the dragon, and the dragon is definitely a little bit different than other, but it's not that different, right? Like dragon warriors are a thing, and or dragon knights, sorry. Dragon knights is a thing in fantasy. There's a decent amount of the whole dragons transforming into humans, transforming back into dragons in movies and anime and all of that. It's not that out there. A spider? Yeah, I mean, you could have a spider. Spider would be poison though, right? So that's leaning into the ranger again, and they wanted it to be a little bit more spellcastery, I guess. But the spider could be sort of rangy, but it would have to be web based then, right? A spider could be cool. If I were to put a spider on, I would probably replace the wolf with the spider, more speedy and stuff, like jump in, all of that, like an actual hunting spider rather than or what hunts, is it like one of the ones that jump on their prey rather than make a web? That one. I was more so thinking there are some species of insects that spits out basically acid or burning stuff as a defense mechanism. Oh, maybe. I mean, it would be weird. The dragon is a good choice. I think it would be cool with an insect. I think D4 has done really well with the centipede for the spirit bomb. That thing is fucking cool. You could also, with insects, you could make your range stuff, but again, it's kind of poisony, maybe bleedy. Instead of it being oh, I'm spitting a fireball, then you're sending forth a swarm of insects. And then the swarm of insects could just be kind of a projectile. But yeah, I mean, that would be kind of weird, maybe. I don't know. I hope they add more... I hope they add more animal forms. I would like to see an insect of some sort. That would be cool. More out there.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. It's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strengthened.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's it's got buffs to.
Ever played Druid? I've not played D2 at all. No. I don't know what's special about Druid in Diablo 2. I've played it a decent bit in D4. Not that it's... I mean, D4 does some things right, but not a lot. I think I'm a little bit sad that they made it so that the bear count as a mace, like I said they should, but then they didn't let it use mace skills. That I'm sad about. That would also be kind of a free way for them to have a bear tree. They could just, they'll have those I don't know, how many spells are there in a weapon? would you get, like 18-ish? So instead of having like just 6 bear things, you could have had the 6 bear things, and then you could have had the mace skills. Was also a spellcaster. You could summon wolves and bears, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit, because I don't think you're gonna get as, like, there's no way you're gonna get as many bear skills as you get other weapon skills. And I think the whole weapon restriction is really bad for the game. I would like to see it open up a little bit, not entirely, but there are definitely, I've talked about this to death, but there are definitely things for a mace that make sense for an axe, for a polearm, right? And vice versa. There are definitely things for a spear that makes sense with a bow, that make sense with a sword, or make sense with a what's it called, a polearm or whatever, right? Like quarterstaff, sorry, not polearm. There are definitely things that make sense across the weapon types, like for swords and daggers to be completely different. Right? That's not. There is definitely cross pollination there. So I just very much doubt that we're gonna get a wolf like skill tree or whatever. It's not a tree, right? But like as many wolf abilities as we get mace abilities. I think we're gonna get as many druid abilities as we're getting the other ones, as we're getting like a mace. So bear is gonna have like, well, not even a third like I did at the beginning, like only a fourth, right? Because there's the tornado, but maybe that's a spell that could go in the spell tree, and the spell tree is just massive. But there's the plants, and there's the rain and all of that. I think those are gonna be in the druid tree, kind of the druid section, right? Like the primal gem category or whatever, right? And I doubt that one's gonna be, it's probably bigger than the regular like maces, but I don't think it's gonna be as big as 4 of them. There's no way. I don't believe it. So I would have loved to see the bear be a mace, the wolf be a sword, or a axe, or a spear, whatever. And the wyvern, I mean, the wyvern is a spell boy, I guess, but yeah, I think definitely you should be able to use maybe not all the mace skills, but some of them. I don't see any reason, especially looking at D4, why the druid can't use, say, the Earth Shatter one, right? The bear, I mean, it slams the ground, up comes a fucking pillar of rock, right? There's no reason they shouldn't be able to do that. The bear does a big slam and out comes thunder. I don't see a reason it shouldn't be able to do that. And I think it would be a lot cooler. And I would have loved to see them have, okay, you have to be a bear to do these things, but as a bear you can also do all of these mace skills. And then also another thing, once swords and daggers and all of that comes in, there's going to be bleed and stuff. Like, there's no reason why the bear can't scratch you and make you bleed. So it should be able to use those as well. That's some of the things that I think, if you have, like, the weapon things, I would love to see them expand, where it's like, okay, well, an axe can also use this skill. Or a bear can also use this skill. So have different rules that apply to the different weapon types, where it's like, okay, well, I mean, why can't you slam with an axe? There is no reason. It's top-heavy, just like a mace. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to fucking slam the ground with it. But yeah, you can't cut with a mace. So some things should be for the axe only. And I think it's kind of bad. And yeah, I want to sunder while in bear form. Yes, exactly. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to, right? Like, it would be cool. And they're already saying that the bear is scaling as a mace. It's doing slams. The bear is doing slams. So why shouldn't it be able to do all the slams? It's already a fire bear, right? Like, the only thing, if I hadn't seen the reveal here, I would have been like, okay, maybe it can't do volcanic fissure because fire and bear doesn't really. But they're leading into the fire and bear thing. Like, there's the bear apocalypse that calls down a fucking meteor shower. Like, the bear is fire for some reason, so there's no reason it shouldn't be able to do volcanic fissure. The only slam that it probably can't do is the forge hammer, right? Because that doesn't make sense. But then I guess you could make it so that it can't throw it. It can just slam the ground. But I think opening up the rules where it's like, yeah, bear can use these, and then just have a tag that says it can't use the forge hammer. Maybe it's because it's a projectile skill, so the bear can't use projectiles mace skills, but it can use slam mace skills. It should be able to use strike as well, though. But yeah, I just think, I don't think it's good for the game that every single quarterstaff skill is locked to the quarterstaff and can't be used with maces, can't be used with spears. Like the twirling around thingy that they show off a lot, where you go and there's a wind around you, there is no reason you can't do that with a spear. There is a reason you can't do it with a mace. Maybe it's too heavy, but I don't see why you shouldn't be able to do that with a mace as well, or an axe. Like, that thing should basically be used with any two-handed weapon. But maybe I'm off, but at least with the spear, because both the quarterstaff and the spear both have wind things, so that would make sense to cross over. I think they're being a bit hard-headed, and I think they're being way too strict about it. I don't think you want to just create this niche of a mace thing to be that freaking narrow. I would love to see it branch out a little bit. There are definitely things that make sense for a mace to be able to do that an axe can do. Or like for axes and maces, there's definitely an argument for a lot of those things to be usable by both of the weapon types. Even better argument is daggers and swords, right? Like, yeah, there'll be things like you don't throw a sword, but you can throw a dagger, right? There'll be things, but you stab with a sword, you can stab with a dagger. And again, you stab with a sword, you stab with a dagger. Why don't you stab with a spear, right? And if you slash with a sword, why can't you slash with an axe? It doesn't make sense. If you're slamming with an axe, with a mace, why can't you slam with an axe? Why can't you slam with a quarterstaff? Now, the quarterstaff could be that it's not top heavy, right? You could make that argument, and that's fair. But if you're throwing a spear and you're imbuing it with some sort of projectile skill, why can't you imbue your arrow with that projectile skill? Like, there's just things that don't make sense. Now, I'm okay with there being some things that are like not overlapping, but there are certain things that just doesn't make sense. They don't overlap, and I hope they open up. Like, the bear should absolutely be able to use all slam skills from the mace category, 100%, in my opinion, at least. Like, and I also just imagine the possibilities that this opens up. Yeah, I get that there's weapon swapping, right? But let's say if we take the example with the quarterstaff and the quarterstaff and the spear. Now, if you do the whole like twirling around with the spear, all of a sudden you have all of the other ones, all of the spear abilities unlocked that you can use, all of the spear scaling unlocked that you can use, and that's a physical thing. So maybe you turn that into like a bleed tornado or something, right? Like, if you take, well, axes are not in the game yet, but what else do we have? What do we have of weapons? There's crossbows and there's crossbows and regular bows, right? Now, for some things it doesn't make sense for them to cross over. For other things, like, why not? Why wouldn't you be able to do the same thing? Why wouldn't you be able to do lightning arrow with a crossbow? And instead of it being just like pew, 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 then maybe you could pew, pew a little bit faster and stuff. Like, I don't know. I remember I was trying to do some weapon swapping things last. I was trying to do some weapon swapping stuff last season or last league. And it was astonishing how few things actually worked cross weapon that was supposed to work. Like, I was doing the rend armor or whatever it's called from the crossbows, the new one on armor piercing or whatever it is, right? Where you break their armor and you add a debuff that does 5% of your of the shot that you did, like the armor piercing shot, right? So you break their armor and then you'd consume the break armor with the armor piercing shot, and you'd add whatever the thing is called, rend armor or whatever it's called, where then each subsequent hit would do 5% of the armor piercing round damage, right? So what you want to do is break their armor, hit it with that, and then just hit it with a metric crapload of projectiles, right? Or hits specifically. Now I tried to combo that with the first thing I did was spears. So I tried to do the stick the spears in the ground and then jump on them to explode. And that is supposedly, if you have 3 spears, you jump on them, that's supposedly 48 hits in like a split second, right? But that didn't work. Like, that didn't hit. That didn't give the 5% of armor piercing. No, not the spear field. It's like the lightning one. You stick the spears in the ground and they like pulse out little hits. And then you jump on them and they go... And it was supposed to be 48 hits within like a second. So it was supposed to do like 48 times the 5% of my armor piercing hit. So I would just scale up my armor piercing damage crazy and then do that and it would just go poof, was the idea. But it didn't work. It only applied the damage once or something, or maybe twice, because one for the... all of the hits went into like basically counted as 1 or something. It seems like that, at least from the testing. Now you don't have target dummies, so it's a little bit hard because you have to do it in combat settings. But it seemed to not work, at least. And then I tried to do it with... I tried to do it with one more thing before the lightning arrow. I can't remember what it was. But I ended up trying to do it with lightning arrow as well, where you jump down those little lightning rods. It's basically the same skill, but different. And then you jump down the little lightning rods, and then you shoot the lightning arrow on it, and it changes between them, and it goes... brrr. I think it was the meta build last season to just do that. But I tried to pair it with the armor piercing round, the rend armor or whatever. And all of those little hits are individual hits. So I was like, yeah, they should absolutely fucking trigger the thing. But they didn't. So it ended up being that there's no reason to weapon swap because it doesn't work. So it only works with what it's intended to work with, which is fragmentation rounds. So that's super boring. And I think that is a product of them being so focused on a weapon type having an identity, and this is what we're doing. So that whenever you then have something that should work across weapon types, especially with the witch hunter ascendancy, right? Like, that is so focused on weapon swapping, that is basically the entire ascendancy. And then it just doesn't work. And I think if they were a little bit more open to having, well, mace skills, some of the mace skills being usable with an axe, some of the mace skills being usable, or all of the mace skills being usable as a bear, some of the spear skills being usable as a wolf, right? Like, those things, then we wouldn't have that issue where it's just like, yeah, should work, but it doesn't. But maybe they fix it, or maybe I'm just wrong and it did actually work, and I don't know. I feel like the damage increase from having... What is it? What's it going to be? It's going to be 240% of an armor. Like, whenever I hit them with armor piercing rounds, I could see the damage. Now, whenever I did the 48 hits, that should have been 240% of that armor piercing added on top of it. And that definitely, I feel like that definitely didn't happen. So yeah, I mean... That's saddened me a bit. That soured me a bit on last league, if I'm being honest. But yeah, let's see. This one's probably better, hopefully.
Freeze, shock, and energy regeneration, actually.
Where's the audio? Oh, my headset died because I didn't... I've been yapping for so long that my headset died? Hello? There we go. Limited also good. Oh, for sure. Like, you shouldn't be able to stab with a mace, right? You shouldn't be able to stab with an axe. You shouldn't be able to stab with a quarterstaff, right? you shouldn't be able to twirl a sword around like you do with a quarterstaff. Absolutely, there has to be some limits. I'm not saying just everything goes right, but I think less restrictions than what they have now. But I mean, between everything can use everything and what we have now, I'm definitely closer to what we have now than everything can do everything. But I do think that we're too far in the lockdown right now.
Yeah. Like as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine.
What?
Sorry
cool.
for
I
my
missed something
slight
here.
disingenuousness.
Cool.
You knew.
I was looking at it before. Almost like it's got a bit of a range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going.
Oh, it's the white
as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration. Actually, like as well, like energy recharge. I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cooler.
for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cooler.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. Okay. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, hard carapace maybe, or, I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds. Yeah. That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please.
D4 had a gold wrap. So you got armor based on the gold you found. The dragon could have that. That sounds ass.
Mandatory dragon gold find build.
Did I say D4? I meant D3.
Funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know what I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead. And it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added. But yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can get full armor if you want, but yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so
on
you could build more strength when you, depending on what.
Couldn't they just make the bear turn the energy shield into armor whenever you're in bear form? But that means it can't ever use CI. Probably don't want that.
animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the Wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's...
Yeah, I mean, and that's why the Wyvern itself does get the benefits to Energy Shield, and the Bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and, you know, obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying, I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with some, trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE one's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around.
I wonder what... So the inherent ones are attack speed, right? And attack damage? What if I add stuff to it, like the shaman thing, like the spell damage? Is that going to go away then? Is that considered an inherent bonus? Or is that something I add on to it? Because the Shaman Ascendancy is like every rage is 2% spell damage or something. Was it 2% more spell damage? Or was it every X rage? Was it every 2 raids was 1%? Maybe? I don't know. Every rage was more spell damage at least. Is that... But that can't be inherent, right? Because that's not what it does at the beginning. You add that is added on, so it's not inherent. But that just seems like if you're doing that, then you're always taking that keystone, because it's literally just double rage, double power
for twice as long. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class, is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. You know, it's like, what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree, and guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice cool. We finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passes.
So far.
Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's
really
the
is
best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
It's an existential crisis as a
But
node.
That fits PoE. Right?
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just
I wonder
like,
if you can see them.
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
Are they in
And so it's that,
PvP?
and I mean, even the shamans, like
sorry.
runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives. And every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool.
You're going to be able to see in PvP soon.
Look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more of
that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned or out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
It's a little bit laggy.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were people are a bit confused about like the talisman.
I'm not sure which Druid I'm going to go. I'm definitely going to play Druid because they're cool. I don't know if I want to go all of the hidden talent points, or if I want to go the Shaman. The Shaman seems cool, but the thing I think is cool is kind of spells then. And I'm not sure I want to do that. But at the same time, I could do like a bear form, generate rage with spell totems. That could be cool. And then I'm hoping the spell totems will scale off spell damage. They will, right? Surely.
Forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear, and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swap. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and
makes sense.
And do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I never have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak. You just put it in and it kind of works.
If I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like like I have on some other builds, I guess. Where it's a bit
But yeah,
more
mostly that's just
unclear.
because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both, now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion.
The four titties.
There's definitely more of a clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, we were like, normally, of course, we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end, we decided to go with two trailers and just show the content completely separately.
They're not connected. Like
not at all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
they're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That was total accident, by the way. It was just two totally unrelated.
Yeah, sure. I was praising the equality of it.
Right.
Yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous league mechanics into story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happen.
League
in
of the Buttocks.
I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
Yes, I mean,
on now.
There's a few things going on there. So, initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is you've got this situation where you walk out of town in literally the first area, and it's some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services.
Counting the minute for when they open the server. Yeah, you're hyped. What are you gonna play, Chaos? Are you gonna go Druid, or are you gonna do something not everybody is gonna do? You're gonna do that. Okay, so basically you're gonna do what everybody has been doing forever. Deadeye is cool, man. Projectiles are cool.
Know what I mean? It's actually very unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders right from the get go. There's actually a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league.
Deadeye with Tornado. Okay. I haven't gotten into the patch notes and all of that yet. This is actually my prep for the league. Tornadoes of Fizz? Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's Fizz until it sucks up a bunch of ground, right? But then the question is whether the ground is convert or whether the ground is add extra. I don't remember which one it is for the whirling slash. But yeah, Fizz. Wind is Fizz, right? All wind damage is Fizz inherently. It isn't a projectile though, right? Oh, is it only in PoE 1 that Deadeye has extra? It is, right? I'm still super disappointed about last league that the Deadeye didn't get the mark skill that they said it was gonna do, where your projectiles would chain to the mark target, where you could be like, yeah, I'm gonna just scale the crap out of my projectiles, and then whenever there's a rare, I'm just gonna mark it, and then my bullet hell is gonna go shoosh into one. And it just didn't end up being that. Sad.
So, if we'd have had it, so it's you're time traveling into the past, the moment you walk out the gate, it's okay, it's just not quite right. So, we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, there is the temple. We've got a kind of almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, it's kind of a bit simpler, to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot going on.
Okay.
And it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem.
iShot is cool.
I have very strong opinions on
is
this
that
one.
Is that the spear one or is it the bow one where you make it's the spear one I'm thinking of, I think, where you just have a fucking rail gun that just goes woof. That's the spear, right? That thing's fucking cool. But lightning spear is cooler, so
dark horror, gothic, secondary. 3 dimensions deep of life.
Yeah. Is Ice Shot? No, which one is Ice Shot? Is it just like? Is it just a freezy arrow? There's one where I was gonna do that last league, because it would give me a bunch of hits where you charge up passively as you're going, and then you press it and you unleash a barrage of. Is that the one? Because I was gonna do that. Just a small freezy arrow. Okay, so it's not that one either. I'm probably thinking about like hail of something. Is it hail of arrows or whatever? I was gonna do that with the. I had a few things I was trying last league. I was trying a witch hunter weapon swap with the new armor break mechanic, but that armor break mechanic refused to fucking work with any other things, with anything that wasn't fragmentation rounds. So it kind of just fell apart. And then I wanted to try and do the whole like I said with the chain one, because they had the Deadeye chain mark. Glacial Lance or Wind Serpent Fury. I was talking about Glacial Lance. That's the one where you just like fucking chuck a spear and it just goes woof. The Wind Serpent Fury, isn't that like the stabby stab where you like have the snakes come out, kinda? I think so, right? But I was trying to do another thing I wanted to do was that's the reason I made the Deadeye in the first place, was that they announced that the new skill, the one that applies a mark, right? Like what it would do is you'd get a mark, and every time you killed the enemy that had the mark would jump over to something else, or was it whenever you're in presence of them, it would mark an enemy? It would auto mark at least a lot of hopefully a lot of targets, and then it would cause your projectiles to chain to marked enemies. So I was thinking, okay, let me just scale up all of these projectiles, and my single target will literally be the mark that just goes, everything just chains into it, so it just becomes this like shotgun effect almost, but not really, right? And then whenever I then ascended the Deadeye, that thing was just not on there. Like, okay, you think you'll run the wolf to move, then attack with bow? Yeah, okay. The wolf has some ice things as well. Maybe those ice shots can synergize. You can pounce in, apply a mark, and then you can like wait. If you pounce in and apply the mark, and then you do the thing to get out again, then you consume the mark. So that doesn't make sense. But yeah, you got the. You can freeze mark for free. Okay. Yeah, there's like you can pounce onto them and mark them. But there's like something with the wolf does like these little thingies. I don't know which one it was, where it drops like little freeze ice shards on the ground. And there's a lot of ice skills that are synergized with those, so maybe you can do something there.
Or in some sort of demon realm now? I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those, where for like each act we're like, in like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we
most of the druid melee attack. Yeah, but that's because you got a whole spell tab to pick from, right? So you don't really have to add spells for the druid, right? Because you already have the entire spell class. So yeah, most of the animal forms, because there's 2 out of 3 that are melee, right? It's only the dragon that has like some range attacks.
Now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
the PoE1 style, betrayal basement. You just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, this makes sense. You know, I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Mesamites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
Yeah. So I'd say that like it does sort of
most likely a reroll in Stormweaver. Okay. You're not going to try the new Sorcerer Ascendancy? If you're going to reroll Sorcerer? Triple Tornado? The tornadoes are fucking cool. I am kind of thinking about doing Tornado. Right now, I'm kind of stuck between... it's either I'm going to... There's something with the bear where I'm either going to try to do permanent rampage or I'll do like spell totems with the shaman ascendancy in the bear stuff. I'm thinking about that. Or I'm going to go some sort of tornado where you can't bear the bear. Ha ha ha. You're saying it's unbearable.
I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really, didn't have like the depth of content and stuff.
You're gonna start Disciple of Varashta? I mean, it's cool. I just don't like minions. Like minions is not for me. I just don't like them. I'm gonna read what it does, and maybe there's something there where it's not like, it's not just but that is a very minion focused thing, and I just don't. Whenever you have minions, it just feels like I'm doing nothing, and like minions just trivializes everything, right? Because now you can have 100% damage uptime while you can dodge everything. It's like whenever you're doing a fight and you have your minions doing your damage, all you have to do is not get hit by bullshit. And it's just like, it takes a lot of the fun out of combat for me.
That you needed, and then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came.
Want to try also suicide minion? Jesus.
Got there in terms of
like
the
PoE 1 level kind of.
Yeah, and then this one here, I think like you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like post release and everything, and like the kind of
and do nothing. Yes,
content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good, and it did take a lot of effort. But
for mapping, doing nothing is okay. Like it's not. Well, I mean, PoE 2 is trying to make it so you have to combo on a fucking white pair, like a fucking 2 white mobs. You require a 5, 6, 7 button combo is what they're trying to do. And it's like, but for mapping, it's okay. I don't really care which way I obliterate this. I don't care at all which way you obliterate anything. You just have fun. For how I obliterate the screen, I don't really care whether it's one button or it's a minion or whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. But whenever you're doing boss fights, and to an extent also just the feel of running through the maps, if I feel like I'm just running and doing nothing, because I tried it in some of the Diablo games, D3 as well as D4, I've tried minions, and it's just like, you're just fucking there. And everything just gets ruined around you. And yeah, say what you want about D3 and D4, right? But it's the play style of it that I don't like. And I just don't see that being any different in PoE. It's just like, well, I mean, things are dead. For maps, it's okay. I can probably stomach it for maps. But whenever you have a boss, it's like, nah. There's just not enough going on.
I think it's worth it because you sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you.
Maybe with the Trillium Wolf. Yeah, I'm not doing that either.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, in terms of double corrupts and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. Yes, then everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. And one of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made look really awesome. But that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah,
in the evening,
I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. And just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all the little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make one each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
I don't have much to say about
like
the
iterative design where you're
Jonathan's coding
building a temple,
adventure.
You run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly.
Dude,
so with that design,
the whole roguelike it's getting thrown around way too much. Like, bro, just because it's a run doesn't mean it's a roguelike, brother. Like, come on. It's like, just because you start something and then you restart it later doesn't make it a roguelike, bro. What the fuck?
And then I'm curious, like, does it like fully
I get the thing, but it's like, come on.
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to
it
not
never
the
truly
start,
resets,
but kind of
right?
I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit.
The new league mechanic is just slap 3 rooms together to get a reward. Just find the one that dropped more divide.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple?
I mean, you could say that about everything, right?
Having it decay as much as possible.
Yeah. I mean,
like, it's just okay. Well, is it better to just bomb rush at Zeri, or is it better to go do the triple corrupt room? Is it better to go do whatever XYZ? There's gems in there. There's soul cores in there, right? Like, you could always say that about everything. It's just new league mechanic is just monsters in a circle. New league mechanic is just whatever. But it is still a decent little mini game, right? Like, you have to build your temple, right? And yeah, obviously you can just be like, okay, well, the best thing is to just go kill Azeri as fast as possible, because Azeri drops this new staff that sells like for a crap load, right? Like, Ethereal likely drop less than the temple itself. Yeah, but then if you, it's also one of those things where how much time does it take then, right? Because it's not just what will drop more, because I guarantee you if you do things in PoE 1 or PoE 2, there are absolutely things that will drop way more than the, like, say, the best strats, but it takes you 3, 4, 5 times the time to do it, right? It's not just what will drop the most, it's also what will, like, it's not just what will drop the most, right? It's also how much time do you have to spend getting the drop. So let's say the Atziri loot is really good, right? And you can get to Atziri in 5 minutes. Or you'll have to build out your temple and it'll take you an hour all of a sudden, right? To clear the temple. Yeah, maybe you got a lot, maybe you got like 7x the loot, right? But you also spent 12 times the time, right? So it's like there's obviously a balancing act there, right? Because if you are going to build out the temple, right, you get 6 rooms. Whenever you do it, like, some of them crumble, right? So yeah, you build up, oh, I got the corruption whatever to rank 2, and then you lock the thing, I guess, or like you upgrade it to rank 3 with the reward thing you can get. Boom, I got myself a double corrupt, right? And now the corruption room is gone, so I didn't get, well, if you locked it, you can get it again, right? But every time is going in, clearing up the monsters, doing the thing, go out, go again, and keep building more and more. And as far as I understood, maybe I'm wrong, but the entire temple is available to, the entire temple that you have built is available to you every time. So the more things you add, the longer it will take to clear the temple. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of it. It looked like you start one place and you just gotta do it all, right? So the more rooms, the more times you add rooms in, the longer it will also take to clear, right? So yeah, at the very end, the temple is going to be massive. There's going to be a lot in there. It's going to have a lot of bonuses. There's going to be a lot of really good rooms. But every step up until that has rewarded you less. And taking you, well, a little bit less time, but not, but maybe what's it called? It has taken you proportionally less time as well, like, so the reward proportionally stays the same, right? And maybe that is the best thing to do. If the game keeps the same temple, you can keep the double corrupt and treasure room. So the game doesn't keep the same temple, it keeps some of it. Whenever you do the temple, some rooms break. But you don't know which rooms. And what you can do is you can lock a room with a thing that drops in the temple. You can get like a special thing that then locks the room. And you guarantee that it doesn't break. So you can do that with the double corrupt. But you risk it breaking. And I think one of the things they do as well is you need, like, in order to get a rank 3 corrupt room, outside of those special things that you can use to lock the corrupt room, you can also get one to upgrade the room. You need to place 3 things to connect to the temple for it to be level 3. Now, I'm assuming that those things can also break. He just said that there isn't a way to reset the temple. It will never fully reset, but when you kill Atziri, he said when you kill the architect and when you kill Atziri, most of the temple will break. But not all of it. But most of it. I think he said 2/3, but it's not like he confirmed there was 2/3. But it sounds like the idea is that whenever you kill the architect, whenever you kill Atziri, 2/3 of your rooms are gonna break. And then whenever you do just a regular temple excursion or whatever, a couple of your rooms are gonna break. So
if you were to run like say 15 temple runs to get to Aziri, you could potentially get 15 double corrupts, is what I'm understanding. But maybe I'm wrong. Because they said that you could lock the room, guaranteeing you a second time at rewards, right? So guaranteeing, not letting you, right? So I think every time you go in, you can clear the entire thing. That's my understanding. And it might be wrong. It sounds a little busted, but it sounds like what they said, right? Because they were specifically showing that thing, and they said it would guarantee that the room didn't break. Meaning that the room could break if you didn't use it, and could meaning that it doesn't have to. And if you can get rewards twice by guaranteeing it, then you should be able to get rewards twice as well if it just doesn't break. The currency of the temple might be even better than running the temple. Well, you get the currency from running the temple. What do you mean? I don't think you can itemize your temple. Can you? I think maybe I'm wrong. But I haven't seen a way to itemize your temple. You can itemize all the rewards from your temple. But I don't think you can itemize the temple itself. Because in PoE 1, you gotta get a temple, right? Like you itemize the temple to go get the double corrupt, right? So somebody buys the temple with the rank 3 room, and then they go and they get the room, and they double corrupt in the temple. You don't have to take the item with you anymore. You can take the double corrupt out of the temple. So instead of itemizing the temple, you itemize the double corruption. And a lot of the other things are just currency drops as well. Like there are soul cores, they're currency, they're an item you can trade. There are runes, again, an item you can trade. And I'm not sure what those like meta power thingy are where you lock a room. I don't know if they're itemizable. I don't think so. Maybe not. Maybe they were green. It looked like a quest item when they dropped, but that could have been a loot filter. I don't know if you can itemize the actual temple that you have. They haven't shown anything or said anything, and it doesn't really seem like you'll need to, because you can, like I said, you can itemize everything in the temple. So that the only thing maybe would be you could buy at Siri fights. I think I will run it to do tier 1 corruption and for the currency item. The currency room, or what do you mean the currency item? I mean, I'll run it just because it's the leak mechanic and it seems cool. But I will say it's another one of those interfaces where you can't just go run slam smash, right? Like you have the end game map area where it's like, oh, let me pick where I'm going. Let me pick the map I'm gonna like. Let me pick the little area I'm putting my waystone in, right? This is a kind of another one of these where it's like, okay, let me just link up all the rooms. Where it's like, okay, time to game. Let me just sit in menus for 10 minutes until I can play the game. And then I've played the game for like, oh, that was fun. Let me sit in menus again for 10 minutes until I can play the game. I'm not super interested in that, but we'll see.
It's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated Exile enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that, then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill Exile, then it will it'll only pull you back I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then yeah, you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do.
One memo might be enough to run the temple. Didn't they say you needed 5 of those? Didn't they say you needed to activate 5 of those portal thingies to access the temple? So I think it's every 5 maps you get a temple, basically. That's what it sounded like, at least. Every 5 maps, you get access to a temple, and you can store up to 10 temple charges. That's what I seem to remember. So there are those little things in the maps and in the areas, in the things, and you kill monsters on it or around it, and it sucks up their energy. You got to do that 5 times, you get access to the temple once. And then you can store up temple usage. You're betting on Abyss? The good thing about PoE 2 is that you don't really have to bet on what content you're doing outside of the tablets. You can always just do everything. Because you can have the trees for everything. It's both nice and also a little bit like I really like that random content actually matters in PoE 2. It's like, yeah, because if you get a full, let's say you get a full ritual tree, you get a full breach tree, you get a full whatever tree, right? Like, but you really want to run Abyss, then whenever a breach shows up in your map, well, apart from the tablet, you still got all your Atlas tree applying to it, so there's probably still a decent reason to do it.
Like, so for example, at the start of the game, you
at least a better reason than PoE 1.
You can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more.
The items were expensive before. Now Abyss has a skill tree too. Yeah, and also there's not going to be Abyss in every single map by default anymore, right? Not the entire player base is running Abyss, so it's going to get a tree, and the overall supply of Abyss stuff is probably going to be a lot less.
Or runs so that you can like, map for a while, then, like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
if you want, or you can do 6 then a temple, then 6 then a temple.
So you can effectively store anywhere.
Oh, so it's 6 maps for a temple. Here, they just said it. We go again. Here we go.
Designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like, so for example, at the start of the game, you can only, you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs so that you can like, map for a while, then, like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
if you want, or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, yeah, like, so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where, you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing Architect and Atzeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that.
Yeah, the faster you clear maps, the more temples you get to do. Yes. Absolutely. Because it takes six maps for you to get into the temple once. I thought it was 5, but it's 6. So you gotta do the 6 portals or whatever, and then you get to enter the temple one time. And there's 1 portal per map. Ranger League again? Yeah, I mean, it's like you will never not have an ARPG be the faster you go, the better. There is zero ARPG ever where going faster doesn't mean more loot. That is just the way the genre works. You will never beat that. It will always be clear speed over everything. Always. It's the nature of the game. It is just simply the nature of an ARPG. Because the faster you go, the faster you kill monsters, the faster you kill bosses, the faster you go through things, the more things you'll kill an hour. And killing more things an hour will give you more loot an hour. It is just 100% always the way it's going to be. And you might say, oh, well, what if you scale difficulty up? Well, then it's just a matter of doing that faster, right? Like, it's always about doing it faster. The faster you can do, the harder content, the better. So yeah, obviously reward scale with what's it called? With difficulty. But ultimately, it's also just a matter of how fast can you clear that harder difficulty. Like how... I remember in D3, in order to get your maximum experience gains, it was like do pits in like less than 2 minutes. Not pits, they're called rifts in D3. Do rifts in less than 2 minutes. But obviously, you're gonna get better experience gains from doing a level 110 rift than you are doing a level 80 rift. But doing the 2-minute rifts are better than doing, say, 12-minute 110s, right? Like doing the tier 80 rift in 2 minutes is better than doing 110 in 12. So it's always going to be faster is better. There's no way. So if Ranger is just always the fastest, then Ranger is just always going to be the best. That's just that simple. The other ones have to catch up to speed of the Ranger. Now, there are many ways to do that, right? Like maybe if the Ranger dies every so often, then not eliminating those deaths is a way for you to, well, effectively go faster, right? Because you're not wasting stuff. So it's just, yeah. I mean, it's always going to be whatever clears fastest. That's always the case.
Clash of either farm temple or farm boss can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like we've now on PoE1 we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. We've
thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if you, again, it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot, who knows, hopefully. But I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE1?
No, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them.
Oh, you can ban it. That's right.
You can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards was the reason why we did our temple itemization in the first place. So just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Vaal orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you.
I am definitely.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like,
I am definitely doing that a lot when I play. I just hoard it, and I struggle through with whatever I have, and then I end up not really using it. But yeah, that definitely a good idea. That they're like, yeah, you can't take the early game things. You got to use them in the campaign. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, so it very much sounds like I was right that you can't itemize the temple. You can't sell the temple. But you can sell everything from in the temple, right? There's no reason to sell the temple like you do in PoE1 because you can sell everything in it. So just go run it, take the things out, sell those.
Stops you from just like keeping your results until end game.
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple we it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like we really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost.
Some stuff will for sure be expensive.
It seems like you can kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, double corruption is going to be expensive, right? I mean, how expensive it's going to be depends on how hard it is to get it, right? Like, and how much you want to use it. I'd assume that there's a decent profit in double corruption things, right? Because it's something that people do at the end game. All of the things that like require you to get room 3 is probably going to be moderately expensive because it doesn't sound like you're just going to get that. Even more basic drop. I mean, I don't know what would be more basic. I think it's kind of the same, right? Because in order to get all the, as far as I understand, in order to get the things, you gotta up it to level 3, but maybe not. Maybe the runes drop even at level 1 and you just get more of them at level 3. That could be a thing. There was one that gave your weapons a bunch of fire damage, is the one they showed off, right? Like flat fire. You also gotta remember, right, that for the basic drops, if they are really basic, everybody's going to be doing temple this season, right? Like it's the league mechanic. It is in every area, in every map. So it's not just people specking into ritual or whatever, Vaal temple, whatever it's called. Like the, what is it called? Is it incursion in PoE1? It's not just going to be people specking into it. It's going to be literally everyone. So if the drops are very basic, they're going to be very cheap, I think. Depending on how many you use, right? Because one of the things in PoE2 Abyss League was that, yeah, maybe the jawbone, maybe the bones were pretty common, but you also used a crap ton of them. Like every time somebody crafted, they used one, right? Now the things I've seen in the current temple, you don't use that many. Echoes were crazy expensive anyways. But that wasn't that common though, right? I don't know. If things are common, then everybody's gonna get a lot of them, and then they're not gonna be expensive. If something is a little bit more rare, then it'll still be. It's just supply and demand, right? Like, if something's really fucking common, but you use a crap load of them, right? Then the prices will be higher than if you don't really use many of them, right? And so if you have something that's really fucking rare, but you don't fucking use them, then the price is gonna come down. But if it's something that's really rare and you use a lot of them, price gonna go whoop, right? It's Orb of Chance for 20 exalts. So the exalt prices in PoE 2 is kind of stupid as well. But also the specific thing with Orb of Chance is that the price point of Orb of Chance is not. I mean, again, how many do you use, right? Like, you use a crap load of them, so price go up. But also, Orb of Chance is going to be Orb of Chance value is not necessarily as much tied to how much of it drops. It's tied to, well, how many headhunters can you create with it or whatever, right? Like, if it's like you got a pretty good chance to get a unique that sells for a couple of divines, right? Then Orb of Chance, despite it being super easy to farm, the price is just going to go up because it just has the value inherently in it, right? Yeah, supply and demand, but it's not just necessarily only that, because it could also tie to something else, right? Even at a really high drop chance of Orb of Chance, if there is something that you can relatively trivially, like, let's just say that you could pretty much guarantee that in 20 Orbs of Chance, you'd get an item that's worth a divine, right? Then that item base type plus an Orb of Chance is going to be roughly 1/20th of that unique price, right? Like, now whether the what's it called? Whether the unique price comes down, it absolutely does. And the Orb of Chance probably goes up as well, right? It also depends then, right? Like, let's say it's some really powerful unique. But all the meta builds, let's just for argument's sake say that it's like Mage Blood, right? But all of the meta builds are is it Champion? Or is it, I think it's Champion, right? And they want to use that fortification belt. So they just can't use Mage Blood. And it's like, okay, well, then let's say most of the player base is playing that, and then you got another build that also has a mandatory belt slot. So it's like there's just very few people that can actually use a Mage Blood. Then the price is just not going to be the same as if Mage Blood is that really like chase item, right? So there's more factors to pricing the Orb. Now, I know you can't chance, or can you chance Mage Blood? Maybe you can, I don't know. Maybe you can chance. You can chance it, can't you? It's too rare to be chancing, right? But the point is the Orb of Chance, because it directly does something else. If the chances of it doing that thing is pretty good, then there's a, well, I guess it's demand, right? Like, but it's a little bit different, because yeah, demand, you could say that demand goes up, but you will definitely have things like the cards, right, where it's like it's not just tied to the rarity of the card itself, it's also tied to whatever the card turns into, and the rarity of what the card turns into, and the demand of what the card turns into. But I mean, it could be like, essentially it's two sides to the same coin, right? It's absolutely two sides to the same coin. But also in PoE 2, the divine to exalt thing is kind of stupid, right? Doesn't it like pretty quickly become that a divine is 900 something exalts or something? It's kind of stupid.
Hold off as well, like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now, I'm gonna do that a little bit later.
Well, you always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh. What
It felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice. Perfect.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learned from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have
even
also dropping here from the in-world encounters.
Yeah.
So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world,
But that is just so fucking stupid. 4,000. Man. I much prefer PoE 1 where a divine is like 200 and something chaos more often than not. Or like it's like somewhere between 100 and 250 chaos. You don't know if they did anything for the life node issues compared to ES nodes? I think that is I have to say this. You're new here, right? That is one of my pet peeves about PoE discussion is whenever people compare life and ES, it's like it triggers the shit out of me. Like I get the comparison, but you gotta compare ES to armor. You can't compare it to life. It's not the same thing. Like they're not the same thing. Like ES is effective HP. The problem with PoE is not that you don't have enough life and you can get all this ES. No, the problem then is your armor doesn't do as much as ES does. Right? Like that's the problem. It's like it's not, because if you got like 30,000 fucking ES and you're like, oh, he has 30,000 HP, I only have 3,000. Yeah, but if he has 30,000 and he has no armor, how much armor do you have? Like how much DR do you gain from your armor? So how much effective HP do you then have? I can guarantee you it's not 3k. Now the problem is that it might not be 33,000, right? Now that's the problem. The problem is not the 3k life. The problem is not the 30k energy. Oh, maybe it is the 30k energy shield, but it's not the what's it called, the proportion between 3k AES and 3k life. You did survive a lot at 80% deflection and 6k armor. Yeah, I mean, but the problem is, let's say it might very well be that you don't have enough life. Like I'm not saying that you have enough life or anything, right? Like, and I also am not necessarily saying that I don't want life on the tree. Personally, I like the PoE 1 tree a lot better. You think you can't differentiate life and ES nodes? Well, I mean, I think the problem here is that it's not that you can't differentiate life and ES, it's that you can't, in your brain, in your mind, without looking at all the numbers, you can't just make out what 50 armor is going to do for you. Right? Like, how much life is 50 armor? Who the fuck knows? Right? Like shown as a gray part of a life. Yeah, I mean that's just a visual, right? It's just you're just seeing it. But the fact of the matter is, what ES does is it makes your life pool or your hit pool, like massive, right? What armor does is make the damage you take smaller, right? So the life gain you get from armor, you don't gain in terms of, oh, well, when I get hit for 500, well, that's fine because I have 50,000 or whatever, right? No, what you do is you have 5,000, and instead of getting hit for 500, you get hit for 5, right? So it's like same, but different. And the reason why people are like, oh, you have 30,000 ES is because that's very easy to understand. Like, super easy to understand that you just get more life. But like, whenever you have to look at, okay, well, how much effective HP do I actually have or gain from 50 armor? You don't fucking know. How much effective HP do I get from 200 evasion rating? But I know how much effective HP I get from 200 ES. I get fucking 200. You can have 500 HP and you wait. You need 200k armor to life rather. I'm testing the two. 1 ES is better value than armor. 1 ES equals HP. Well, yeah, 1 ES is 1 HP. True. But you're also not getting 1 armor for every 1 ES, right? Like, the armor values, if we just go look real quick. If we just go look to the Craft of Exile real quick. It's not 1-to-1 either, right? Like, you're getting, let me just drag it in. Oh, for fuck's sake. Where are we? Period 2. If we just look at the hybrids, right? Oh, that was the wrong one. Here. That was the wrong one again. Where are we? Strengthened there. Like, you get 3x armor, right? So 1 ES is 3 armor on the hybrid stuff. If we just look to the Paladin feels stronger than Spiritborn. Really? First season Spiritborn versus first season Paladin? Wow. Jesus Christ. I'm definitely going Paladin. So yeah, the highest end here is 183. And if we look at armor, strength there, it's 500, right? So it's you're literally getting 3x. And then the question is whether or not armor scales harder as well. I don't know what the flat values are, if they're 3x as well. You satisfied with armor as a visible thing, because then at least you make a decision according to your low armor. Like when you go low ES, back out. But you don't go low armor though. You always have your armor. The only way you go low armor is if you get armor break and you get a debuff from that. Right? You have a thing up top where you can see that. You don't understand the tech? Yeah, I mean, it is literally just because your brain can't compute what you're really getting on armor, right? Like, and I don't think anybody really can. Whereas ES is just, yeah, you got this big blue bar, right? Like, I get if I have 0 DR and I get like 200 ES, well, then I got 200 more life, right? Like 200 higher hit pool. It's so easy. But whenever you get like, what's 600 armor do, right? Like, and it's also 600 armor is not just 600 armor, right? Because 600 armor, if you get hit for 1, is a 90%. Well, 1's probably not 10. If you get hit for 10, then it's a 90% DR, right? But if you get hit for 100, then it's like 50% DR. So it's like, you can't even... That's the problem. 600 armor is a lot. So you idiot. Think of like 500 ES chest is like 4,000 armor, you'd say? Don't count on you. Well, then... I mean, I don't know. We can do it. I guess we can make the... we can do it in Craft of Exile, right? Like, we can just go here. And we can just make a massive... int thing here. I guess it doesn't. Wait, what is the difference here? Well, this one goes 220. Oh wait, we looked at the wrong things. And we go here, and we get increased energy shield. We get tier 1. 190 or 19, that's basically max. And we get tier 1 again. And we get what? What are we? Do we do a hybrid here, I guess? I mean, guess you want spirit, but we could do a hybrid. Bam. 738. If we then go do the same thing for the armor, the 641, was that the best one? I think it was. 640. Yeah, 640. 640. We get armor. Tier 1. We got a little bit of a lower. Let's reroll. Can I do it again? There we go. Big dig. Increased armor again. And then flat. 26. So those are the maxes, right? So it's like, what is it? 4x-ish? Little under? 3.5x? On your armor, on your things, right? So I think the like 3 to 4 times, right? So for every ES, you get like 3 to 4 armor. Just on your items, right? I'm not, now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that armor is as good as energy shield. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that whenever you're talking about the power of energy shield, you can't compare it to life. You have to compare it to armor and evasion rating, right? Energy shield is probably too strong, right? And it might. I do agree that I think the PoE 1 talent tree is better. I think the PoE 1 talent tree is better. I like the life. I like the life a lot on there. The thing I like about the PoE 1 talent tree is my build has a problem. I can fix it on the talent tree, right? Like if it's like, okay, well, I need to cap my resistances. I don't have enough on gear. If I don't want to go buy more gear, right? Like I can spec into like a couple of nodes of all resist or the specific resist I need. I don't really have that option in PoE. If I don't have a couple of life rolls on my gear, I can spec into more flat life if I need to, right? If I don't have very good armor rolls, I can spec into flat armor. But the problem is, in PoE 2, the entire tree is so weak until it's insanely strong because it just scales your items. The tree is multiplicative, right? So all the things you take on the tree in PoE does nothing if your character's naked. So you can't fix any issues on your gear with the tree because the tree multiplies your gear. So if there's nothing to multiply, then you're not doing anything. Int has 30 points joined all together for ES and CI. Okay. But one thing though, for energy shields, you have to budget in recharge. On life, by the way, you got more defense over you now. Block chance, deflection too. Kinda got a warrior with 80% deflect and 50% block chance. Well, so deflect and block, right? You can also do that on ES. Like that is, again, that's just different types of DR. Block is usually pretty insane. The thing is, with the one thing with deflection though is you will get less deflection if you go energy shield as well, because deflection is based on your evasion rating, right? So, and that's the same with armor, because that was what I was gonna get to. For energy shield, you don't just get big energy shield number, right? Like you do, but you don't just, right? You have to worry about getting your energy shield back as well, right? So you got to do either recharge rate. They're getting rid of all, like in PoE 1, there's like leech, and you can make your life regen into energy regen. You can like
recharge energy shield on blocks. Like there's a ton of different avenues to solve your energy shield recharge or regen or whatever, to make sure that every time you got hit by anything, you're at full energy shield. So you always have your shield, right? Now in PoE 2, they're way more restrictive with that. So you gotta actually, I think there's basically just Ghost Dance and recharge, right? So you gotta, there used to be the thing you could pick up, which was overpowered. I don't remember what it's called. Grim Feast, I think. But in order for you to do energy shield, you also have to do recharge or something, right? You think Pathfinder change made it way tanker than the class, big ass reflect in 10k years? That sounds pretty good. But like for energy shield, you have to solve getting energy shield back. Armor is always there, right? So for armor, you just got to get armor. Now what you can do with armor is you can apply it to elemental, right? You can get your armor to defend against elemental, which makes you really, really fucking strong against certain things. And evasion, you got the deflect thing, right? Where you can invest into deflect. And that whenever you then... Evasion rating basically means you're immortal if you're killing things fast enough, right? Because you will never get hit. It's only whenever there's things on your screen that gets to hit you a couple of times that you will die. Now, I'm not entirely sure exactly how it works, because it is entropy based, right? Like it's not, you have a 90% chance to, or it's 90, right? You have a 90% chance to evade. That's not exactly how it is. It's not like thing hits you and then it rolls the dice, and if it hits 10, you die. And if you hit 9, you take 0 damage, right? It's like, as far as I understand, it rolls a number. Let's say it rolls 7. And then the 7th hit you take, you'll take the damage. And I think it rolls it individually on every monster. So whenever the monster rolls 1, you'll get hit the first time. I'm not sure if that's exactly how it works, but that's my understanding. It could also be, and that sounds simpler, that you have a number and the X hits you, but I'm not sure. Yo, when time starts a new season download, bro, you can write. When time starts a new season download, bro, can you write? You bet. Oh, when the pre-download is in, I'll try to figure it out. I'm not sure when it... I downloaded something earlier today. I'm not sure if it was the pre-download or what it was. I opened it earlier, and it had an update, but I haven't opened it for a while. But yeah, I don't know when they do it. I don't know if it is. I opened it like a couple of hours ago, and it downloaded a patch. Whether that's the new patch or an old patch, I don't know. I haven't played PoE 2 in a good couple of weeks, so I haven't opened PoE 2 for 2 months probably. There's a gem for that. It's easy. There's a gem for recharge. ES work and it's easy to understand. Yes, that is true. ES is powerful and super easy to understand. Absolutely. And I'm not saying it's not overpowered either. The only thing I'm saying is that energy shield is equal to armor, is equal to evasion rating when you want to compare them. Energy shield is not equal to life. That's all I'm saying. I'm not the balance to and from whatever, right? But you do have to sort the recharge. You need to study in math to understand armor, and you also need the the formula as well, right? Because it's like if I have 200,000 armor, if I get hit for 1,000, I'm gonna take what? 10 damage. 100 damage? 100 damage, right? I'm going to take 100 damage. But if I get hit for 10,000, I'm not going to take 1,000. I'm going to take like 5,000. Because it's like super... Well, I mean, I'm pulling numbers out of my ass just to illustrate a point, but it's probably not exactly correct that it's 2k armor that gives you that. The point just is, the harder you get hit, the less your armor does. You can't still tank. No, you can't. I don't know if you can do that on ES either. But if you can, now there's two reasons as to why maybe you can on ES and you can't on armor. If you don't have elemental armor to elemental, right? Then they could be doing elemental damage. Now ES obviously applies to everything, right? Whereas armor doesn't apply to everything. ES applies to ground effects. It applies to what's it called? Degens and stuff. Armor does not. Armor only applies to hit and only applies to physical until you add it to elemental. Now, you need a lot, but you can. Okay, fair. But then that is probably ES being overtuned, right? But I mean, you can do it on evasion rating. You can tank things on evasion rating, right? Because you just take 0 damage. So that may mean more means armor is the odd one out, right? Didn't they make it so that evasion rating can dodge basically everything now? I don't know that you need. See, one of the things is that. Is it the red things you can't on evasion? Evasion is kind of. And it's kind of weird that evasion is never really talked about. Conceptually, evasion rating is kind of broken, but it hasn't been that strong. And it's because you just. In PoE 2, it's kind of. PoE 2 is kind of hardcore. In terms of, yeah, you die, you lose shit. So evasion rating is just way worse because with evasion rating, you will die sometimes. And then it's just a question of what the fuck did you lose, right? So I think that's why evasion rating is not that good. I don't think anybody plays evasion rating really on hardcore in PoE 1, which is basically why you can't really play it in PoE 2, because it's just fucking awkward. You can't really do it. Because eventually you'll get hit and then you'll lose your map, right? You'll lose all your rewards. You'll lose everything. So it kind of turns it into, yeah, it has to be evasion rate, or it has to be energy shield, or it has to be armor. And if energy shield affects every damage taken, basically, right? I thought it was pretty cool when bleed went through it rather than do double damage to it. In PoE 1, I think it's cool that chaos damage goes through it rather than reduce it, right? Like, or not reduce it, rather than actually tank it. In PoE 2, they just do double damage to it, which, I mean, it's a downside, but I don't think it's as cool. I like when it goes through. So if you're not running CI, you actually have to worry about it. The best defense now, maybe Sorcerer Ward. I'm actually not entirely sure what that is. It tanks everything. Okay. I think the defenses in PoE 2 are way less interesting than they are in PoE 1, and I think it's just a matter of getting more shit in. If I'm being honest, they just need more shit. But I will say I would like the life nodes back on the tree because I think it's just nice. And it's one of those things where if I want to make a more defensive focused character, I can spec into more life things. If I want to make a more offensive character, well, I can take the life nodes out, right? Like, I think that's kind of a cool thing. I get what they're going for, though. I think another problem I have with the talent tree is all the downsides that are tied to a lot of the nodes, especially in the. It's always like you lose attack speed or movement speed. It's like, bro, if I'm going to lose something, then attack speed and movement speed are literally the worst fucking options because they make me feel shit. Like, if I have to pick, say I pick, what's it called? I gain a bunch of damage, but maybe I lose some HP. Maybe I lose some what's it called? Projectile speed. Maybe projectile speed is not a good example, but maybe I lose something, right? Like, but attack speed, you feel. Movement speed, you feel. You're a man, you don't feel. Okay, bro. You lost 15% attack speed.
in the notes. Yeah, and it's just like it feels awful because now your character is just slow and sluggish. Also has a higher movement speed reduction just because. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where that's probably a relic, right? Like it's a thematic relic kinda because you're wearing armor. It's heavy. You have to move slower. It makes sense. Now, in order, like the trade-off for that needs to be that you're tankier, though, right? You can't have energy shield be the tankiest and also faster. You can't have that. That's just not okay. There's a node that removes all armor pen. Yeah, true. Yeah. It's a pretty good node as well. Yeah, to take, but it's one of those things where it doesn't do anything other than make it feel better to play the game, right? It's kind of it's a 100% a QOL thing, right? It doesn't make your character stronger. It makes it easier to play. But you're slow anyways. Yeah. I actually don't think you're that slow. I just think that the distance you have to traverse is much larger. In terms of speed, I think you're actually moving okay. It's just you have to move further. So, I mean, if you want to comparatively, you're slower, right? I think it is just PoE 1 maps are smaller. I think you move as fast or faster in PoE 2. Like in PoE 2, you can move while casting and shit as well. And also the movement skills, right? There's not that many movement skills in PoE 2 that you can just spam. And I don't necessarily know if that makes you go faster or if it makes you feel you go faster. Right? I will say, though, that, I mean, there is an issue between energy shield, armor, and evasion rating. It's just the fact that energy shield hit takes all damage. It reduces, well, it doesn't reduce, but it protects your life from all damage, whereas armor only protects against physical hits. Like, the difference there is staggering. Now, it comes with the fact that you have to solve recharge, and they are definitely going in the direction where recharge has to be harder to solve. Now, the problem I see with that is if they make recharge actually hard to solve, they're going to completely balance energy shield out of the game, because then all of a sudden you're going to have to spec 2 times the nodes into your defense, or it's just not going to be potent enough. I think the way energy shield works in PoE 1 is kind of cool, where it's like, yeah, I get a bunch of it, I get a lot of it, and it's probably better than anything else, right? I can leech it to get it back up. I can block to get it back up. I have all of these ways where I can not rely on recharge, and I can actually do it in another way. And I think that's really cool, and I think that's the way it should be. That it's like, yeah, it works like this. You have big shields, and it after 4 seconds of not in combat, it recharges, right? Now, I would like to be able to be like, okay, well, it's not after 4 seconds since it gets hit, right? Like it just after 1 second it starts recharging or whatever, right? Like whichever way, right? Or I can spec into leech, or I can spec it, or I can spec into the block thing, right? I have different ways of restoring it. But in order to have that and have these things, armor needs to be better than just what's it called? Than just comparative to the increase in hit pool you get from energy shield. If you are to have this shield that protects against everything, and you can have it permanent, then armor needs to either protect against everything, or it needs to be way better at protecting against the thing that it protects against, right? Because the whole idea is, okay, so armor is really good at getting surrounded, right? It's really good at getting surrounded,
and you take all of these thousands of hits and they just do nothing to you, and you're just fine. You just go, all these little tiny hits that chip away, they do nothing for you. Whereas energy shields, if you're surrounded and you just get constantly hit, it's just going to go down and you're just going to die, right? Because it's not going to go back up. Now, if you are to mitigate that weakness for energy shield, if you can mitigate that weakness for energy shield with the block, with the leech, whatever, then you have to be able to either mitigate the defend, like the downside on the armor, which is what the elemental thing is doing. And I think that's really good. It means that there are certain mods where you can just go absolutely batshit crazy, like the ones where they gain extra as an element, right? Like, not only are you gonna reduce the damage with your armor first, so that the extra damage it does is gonna be lower, but you're then gonna apply your armor for a second time, making that thing just basically non-existent. It's so good. You made this? Oh, crap. I don't know what that is. What am I looking at? Ish. This looks a lot like what I was trying to do, actually, on my warrior. I just did volcanic fissure as well as this a clip you made. You build in hardcore. It's Amazon with no body armor. Oh shit. Okay. I did a Titan, I think, right? Like whatever warrior ascendancy. And then I did fissures with the slams and stuff, and then big armor. The fuck. But yeah, let's continue with this because we got more things to watch.
Give you that extra drop,
and my headset just fucking died because I've been yapping for so long. The fuck? Can I get it back? There we go. Okay, let's see what they have to say.
Have taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff.
Oh, I will say there's one thing as well about the whole like armor, energy shield, evasion ratings discussion. I don't like that strength gives you life and int gives you mana and energy shield. Does strength give you armor as well? It's like, I think strength gives you life, armor, and physical damage, right? And energy shield gives you mana and energy shields. And is it energy shield recharge as well? Or is it spell damage? I can't remember. And then you got evasion rating. And it's kind of weird. Like, evasion rating doesn't give you... It's like, if strength is going to give you freaking life, and then, okay, and intelligence gives you mana or whatever. I mean, just fucking go all in and make Dex give you attack speed. It'll be the best fucking attribute of them all. But at least... Or attack and cast speed. Or at least it'll be useful for everybody, right? Like, absolutely would be the best attribute. But you don't have any more resources to give, right? Like, either strength and int aren't going to give life and mana, or you got to make Dex give you spirit. And that also would probably make it the best fucking attribute, right? Like, if you're going to give life and you're going to give mana, you either have to say, well, okay, then Dex is going to give something else that's usable for everybody, kind of, or it's going to give spirit. And it's like, does strength give you only melee damage as well, actually? It's kind of weird. If they are going to go into these where the attributes actually give you I wish they'd just lean more into it. Like, just make it so that I actually want two of them or whatever, right? Like, if you're a caster, for whatever reason, you don't want... I mean, you could want strength for the life, right? But maybe I want dex for the cast speed or something. Like, it's just like... Attributes in PoE 2... Well, in PoE 1 as well. It just feels like something I take to solve my gear.
For what a league is allowed to do and should do. And we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to...
Yeah, they are just a requirement, but they do give you shit. Right? Like... And I think they give you more shit in PoE 2 than they do in... Kind of curious to see if I can... If I can see it. Yeah, so 5 strength is 11 life. I can't really see where it is. It's in game, like you hover over your portrait, right? You still added the gear? Sure. It's just, as far as I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, strength is melee damage, life, and armor. Energy shield, intelligence is mana, energy shield, and energy shield recharge. That's as far as I remember. It could be spell damage, but I think it isn't. And then dex is like evasion rating and accuracy. Is it one more thing? I don't know if it's one more thing. And it's just like, huh? And I think they say it basically every time as well. It's like, yeah, dex doesn't give enough or whatever.
Yeah, like you're getting a lesser jewels or being Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with the Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful. What the fuck? Decision, nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE 1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here.
You still add your gear more, yeah, but and you should, because like I said earlier, in PoE, in PoE 2, your gear is multiplied by your talent tree. So the better your gear is, the better your talent tree is.
Is that because double corrupt existed in PoE 1, you never Vaal orb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right. So yeah, you have to Vaal orbs land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item.
Yeah,
so like it's a heft.
Because you can break it. Well, I mean, you do corrupt items, right? Like the point is not that you don't corrupt items. The point is that you don't single corrupt it, because why would you single corrupt it when you can double corrupt it, right? Like, you absolutely corrupt your gear in Path of Exile 1. It's just you don't do it with the Vaal orb. You do it with the double Vaal orb or whatever in the temple, right? It's like you can get some really powerful corrupts, and it's like, why would I get one if I could get two? If I'm going to take the chance to brick it, I might as well get double the return, right? Or double the chance of actually getting one return, right? But now you have to actually do it twice, which is cool. I like it. I think it's better. It is also a little bit bigger of a... Like, let's say you're... one of the things that people double corrupt a lot is Mage Blood, right? Like, PoE 1, let's say you have a Mage Blood, and you corrupt it, and you get the thing, right? Like, fuck yeah. You get, like, let's say you're a Lightning build, and you get, like, Wrath has increased, whatever, right? Or maybe you're... the big ticket, I think, is % strength, right? You get your Mage Blood, and you get corrupt % strength on there. It's like, oh... Now you have to corrupt it again in order to gain, say, % intelligence. Now, the % strength Mage Blood is worth significantly more than just a Mage Blood, right? Like, it is ridiculously more expensive to get that one. But in PoE 1, why would you not just throw the 2 on right away? Right? Like, That's why you don't Vaal Orb it, because if you're gonna take the chance of getting rid of your Mage Blood, then you might as well do the double one. The Corrupt Combat roll you can break, exactly, but that's a risk you take, right? You can either create a God tier item, you can brick it, or you can just have a corrupted Mage Blood with 2 things that you don't really use, right? Like there's 3 outcomes, right? God tier, well, I guess there's 4 for the double corrupt, right? Like you can either create something really fucking good and really valuable, you can create something that's just basically the same, but now it doesn't have the potential to be really valuable, or you can brick it, right? And the thing is, in PoE 2, now you have to take this really valuable, really good item in comparison to the baseline, right? Because, yeah, obviously, when we're using Mage Blood as the example, you have a really, really powerful, really valuable item, right? But now you corrupt it once, and then you make it even better. And it's not just the Mage Blood you're risking anymore. Now it's this even better version you're risking. So there's bigger stakes to it, it feels like. I think it's cool.
Risk now in some cases.
Yeah, I like it. That's the Vaal spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many, many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Exactly what he's saying.
Good streamer moments. So.
A big
so you actually have to though. Like it has to be corrupted.
Yep. So you corrupt first, and then you can apply the double corrupt.
Okay, cool. It keeps a usefulness of the Vaal Orbs there as well. To kind of
I didn't want the Vaal Orbs to just. I mean, you'd still use them on like Waystones or whatever, but. You know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE 1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So
it's 2 life for 1 strength, 2 mana for 1 int, and 8 accuracy for dex. Yeah. I mean, that's fine, right? But if you look at this, it's just very clearly life is the best, right? Unless you're CI. No damage, no nothing. Oh, so it's the damage in PoE 1? You get energy shield, don't you? Do you not get % energy shield from int in PoE 2? It's kind of difficult because there's differences between PoE 1 and PoE 2. It's kind of hard to remember which ones are which. It's like it's so same and yet not exactly. I'm just going to open up PoE 1 and see. No damage, no nothing. Really, nothing else. Okay, well that makes it even clearer then, right? You look at the skills, unless we're not talking about CI. You look at the attributes. Strength is the best. It's useful for everyone. Int is okay. It's useful for most, maybe, right? At least some of them. Like, mana is okay. And accuracy is only useful for attack builds. So spell guys don't want dex at all, right? Like dex does 0 for spellcasters. And I think it does 0 for minions as well, because they have 100% chance to hit, right? If you pick the one where you can't miss, then again dex does 0. So it's just a bad stat. And also, accuracy is one of those things that you just want to solve and be done with. And usually, taking dex into account is not really, like, it goes up and down. Oh, here it is. Okay, so in PoE 1, it's 2 intelligence for 1 mana. It's 2 strength for 1 life. And it's 1 dex for 2 accuracy. However, intelligence gives you % energy shield. Strength gives you melee physical. And dex give you evasion. So no armor. And that's also kind of weird, right? So intelligence and dexterity both give you their defenses associated with it. But strength gives life. So there's nothing giving you armor. However, strength gives you physical damage. And dex give you accuracy. But intelligence gives you mana, which isn't damage at all. So it's like, it's kind of weird in PoE 1 as well.
And I thought it was the same things in PoE 2, but I thought they added armor onto it. I think if you want complete parity between them, it should almost be that strength gives armor, or evasion or dex give evasion, and int gives energy shield. But that also just means if you want to make an int stacker, you gotta go energy shield. If you want to make a dex stacker, you gotta go evasion rating, right? And maybe you want to make a dex stacker that does armor or whatever. But the question is whether or not it's better to have you gain something for the stat, or just make it more open-ended. I almost think it would make sense for PoE 2 in terms of like power level, that you make strength give life like it does, you make energy, so you make int give energy shield, and you make dex give attack and cast speed. Like, if you look at it, attack and cast speed is probably the best, but it's insane. It's really good, at least. And so you got your hybrid energy shield and evasion rating. You're not sad that you're putting some points into dex for your requirements because you're getting attack speed. And for the int, you're not sad because you're getting some energy shield, right? It could be flat energy shield, like at this, but then you're blurring the line between life and energy shield even more, I guess. And then you're also adding an avenue of scaling to energy shield that you don't have to the other ones. But it would also give you a bit more baseline hit pool. That might help for everyone. Because if you are an evasion or a strength and you've got to get some intelligence for support gems or for gear or for whatever, then getting that extra little hit, I don't know, man. I think it's weird. It's also fine with the life and mana, but then what are you giving dex? If you give it attack and cast speed, it's just way too good. And mana is just way too ass. Unless you're specifically Archmage, right? It could also just be the strength gives you physical damage, or sorry, melee damage. Int gives you spell damage, and dex give you cast and attack speed. That would be equal. But then you gotta get life somewhere. But that also means that if you're then a caster and you gotta get strength, it feels shit. One thing break another. Yeah, I understand the issue they have with it. Like, it's one of those things they say all the time, what the fuck are we going to make Dex give, right?
You know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know.
I think you should do it for PoE 1. I like the idea,
and I think it is an overall improvement, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE 1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them. Yes. So this is limited to specifically Atziri. No, what
not Atziri, Vaal uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite
essentially
so
Foulborn
like,
uniques.
okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques.
Foulborn uniques are fucking cool.
And we ended up going with Vaal uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons. Then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's still sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, you can create some.
You can use it on non-Vaal. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Vaal items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood. And so it's like the way it works on Vaal uniques is different to just random uniques where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here and, you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Vaal. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Vaal unique in order to use this. No, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Vaal uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader. And it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, and so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. Cool. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other,
now, yeah.
So, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques,
Well, they add a tag for Vaal in the trade. What do you mean? A tag for Corrupted? That's already there. Or do you mean specifically for Vaal uniques? I think you just have to know which one's a Vaal unique, or maybe it's... I don't understand what tag you want. You want to just search for all Vaal uniques? Is that the tag you want? Because you can already search for Corrupted, right? And the Vaal ones, I mean, the uniques have specific names. You don't want to look all item in the game. Well, I mean, what do you want to find? Because it's uniques, right? Like, so you'll search for the specific unique you want, right? You don't need a Vaal tag for it. So you want to just be able to sift through all of the different Vaal uniques. I don't think you're going to have a tag for that in game, but I think you'll be able to find it pretty easily on like the wiki or whatever. I mean, they might. They might. It sounds like a very niche thing, though. Like, why would you ever want to filter for Vaal unique? Other than, like, explore options for corrupting, which isn't that better done on the wiki anyways? Like, I understand what you're asking for. It's just, I'll be honest, I don't really see the usefulness of it. Like, is there any world where you'd ever go into the game and just search up Vaal unique and just see what's there? Like, wouldn't you just do that in the wiki whenever you're planning stuff? You hate leaving the game to find stuff. That makes sense. I completely agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. But at the same time, if I'm doing theory crafting for PoE,
Like, actually being in game is hardly the place to be. You want to be in POB, right? Because you can't change things on the fly in the game. It's not like you can just, because it costs you something to change your talents, right? So you already kind of have to be outside of the game in order to do the theory crafting. Right? You can't sit on your character in your hideout and be like, oh, I wonder what happens if I take these points out and put them in here. But you can, but it's going to cost you a crap ton of gold, right? And then you make the change, and it's like, what if I do this then? You make another change. It's like, this seems worse than before, and you change it all back, right? Like, no fucking way, right? So if you're doing this kind of theory crafting anyways, I feel like you're already out of the game. Because why else would you want to see a catalog of all the uniques, right? If this is not what you're doing. Because you don't need the Vaal tag to find the unique you want to do if you've decided which one you're going to use, right? You just search for the name. But maybe they'll add a tag. It seems very easy to do.
The most powerful ones, and we'll work
They have to have a tag anyways.
Getting to the more common, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got the general buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level, and I was like, well, we have this system in the league, so yeah.
But to find the unique you want, you know which unique you want, right? Like, if you so what I'm saying is, if you search for all the Vaal uniques, right? Like, you search for all of the Vaal uniques, and you gotta like, then you're like looking for what to put on your character, right? You're not looking for a unique that you want to use. You're looking for, is there a unique I want to use, right? And that is theory crafting. Where again, what I'm saying is, if you are doing that, if you're in the exercise of theory crafting, if you're in the exercise of figuring out what your character is going to do with its budget, right? Like, what am I going to do with these points? What am I going to do for this gear? What am I going to do? You want to be in POB anyways, path of building, right? Because then you can create the gear and see what happens when you put it on, as opposed to you have to commit to it in the game, right? You can read the gear, right? But you can't. You have to buy it and equip it in order to see what happens. And the same with the talent points. You have to take them out and put them in somewhere else in order to see what happens. I guess unless you're really good at napkin math, but so that's what I'm saying. I think the tag is I think it'll be super easy for them to put the tag in, because they have to have some tag to work with these things, and then it's just a matter of making it searchable. I just don't see the real use of it, because what you're doing is theory crafting, and when you're theory crafting, it's way easier and way better to already be in path of building. Because for the unique you need, you just search the name, right? You just search for the helmet, the surround helmet, whatever it's called, right? Or you search for the Edziri staff, whatever it's called, right? You don't need which options do I have if I want to have a Vaal unique equipped for whatever reason? They already did it, kind of. Yeah, I mean, that more options is more better. The tag absolutely just would be better. I just think that it's a massive fringe case that you are hardly ever going to use, and the only reason you'd use it is for theory crafting and exploration, which I think is better done outside of the game anyways. Now, that might be a problem in and of itself, but it is the world that we live in. Buying it is the last thing? Yeah, but the first thing you do is figuring out which one you want, right? And the way you do that is POB, right? You don't do that just reading it. I mean, I guess you could do it by just reading it, but
most uniques come with a downside, or they come with some stats that aren't that good, or they come with something where it's like a little bit hard to determine its value, or they come with something that you have to then spec into, right? Like something that you have to utilize in some fashion, right? Like very rarely are you going to get a unique that is just as good as a rare and just has something else. I'm sure someone will do all the Vaal unique page. I think it's already there. But I haven't checked. But absolutely someone will do it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Someone will do it. Now the question is whether or not we know which ones are the Vaal uniques already, or we don't. And it's going to be like, ooh, this one works.
I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some.
My underwear's all the way up on my crotch.
If we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vaal unique.
There we go.
So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things. You just get these really, really. I assume you're going to get some that have
they're based
these,
on lore.
You
Yeah.
replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two, because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Vaal.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding?
Plus the Trial Master a Vaal guy as well? Cool.
I mean, we'll be always adding more Vaal uniques.
Right.
So yes,
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, you know, upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Vaal skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Vaal skill gem
You
is.
don't think we can know what Vaal uniques are unique
type
of
style
Vaal?
ability in some sense, you know. So it's like we're kind of doing that in our
Maybe
normal
not.
gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory.
You could probably read it based on the flavor text, right? If it is tied, if the flavor text is tied to the Vaal, then it's a Vaal unique. If it isn't, then it's probably not, right? No, but I should have known, because it's just I could have known, I guess, because he's very tied to the corruption mechanic. And I knew that. I think they'll add a way for you to see whether the unique can be used in the thing, but whether you can actually filter by it in the trade search, that's the different thing, right? Like, I think they're gonna absolutely add something that you can see that it can be done somehow. But whether you can search for it is different, right? Does that make sense?
On the skills
glory
is kind of
like,
souls.
yeah.
That's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now, that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's a like a post-release feature, you know, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
like post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, you know, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, you know, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so it's just, but right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium.
I think I got to stand for a
you
bit.
saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the
so I mean,
Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, you know? So that was the first thing to solve. And it really then started coming into, okay, well, you know, like how, like people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying. And we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the, you know, having to go somewhere else and get it, you know, like it just made it not, like not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we were kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about, you know, like which league do you want to run for different, you know, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, you know, from this point on, just like Waystones, they will get regular, they'll have the regular crafting with just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think
pretty
that
good, I guess.
having to do that every map is too frequent.
I don't like
doing it on the tablets means that you know, it's just way less
I
frequent.
don't like Waystone crafting to begin with.
Do these things. Which you know,
I mean, it has
a
to be
lot.
there. It's just boring.
And then, of course, the question was, well, yeah, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, you know, like how can we get back the, you know, like the power you had. So yeah, that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have an immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like, the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something.
I love that they're going this way. This is what I said they should.
So,
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of
please make Citadel spawn earlier?
Well, just been pretty successful.
Well,
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want them to do away with that overlay map. I think it's so cool, and I love the idea of the exploration and all of that. It's just too tedious, man. Like, every time I gotta run a map, I have to interact with where I'm going. Like, you gotta sit down and plan your fucking pathing. Now, if they are going to stick to it, which I hope they do because they're smarter than I am, so I hope they stick to it because they find a really good way of sticking to it, right? Because I love the map. It's so cool, but I hate doing it every map. At least we need a pathing tool, right? Where it's like, I can click whatever fucking node I want and say, I want to go here. And it'll make me a fucking path there. And then if I'm like, okay, let me edit this path, and I can take, I don't want this. Or maybe it does like the Google map thing where it's like, oh, you want to go here? Pick one of these 3 routes. And I can click the fucking line I want, and then I can go 10 maps in a row where I just plug the freaking Waystone into my map device, so I don't have to open it up, find the place I want to go, click that thing, make sure that it connects to the thing I think it connects to, so I can connect to the thing that I want to connect to, right? Like, at least make me pick something that's like 10 fucking nodes in advance, and then suggest me paths, or let me just click I want to go there. 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 You not do that because you can ruin tower map? What do you mean? I still think that they need to make it so that I don't have to go and click the node I want to go to every time. At least let me have the pathing, right? Like, let me click 10 in advance, forward or whatever. Whichever way, either they do the Google one where they suggest, or I can just say, I want to go here, then I want to go there, 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 right? So I can just pop them into my map device and go. Now, if you're talking about the that function will likely take the shortest route. Yeah, but that's fine, right? If I'm allowed to then change it, obviously it shouldn't be like you only have one option, right? Like, either I need to click all the nodes I want to go to in one go and set my own route, or it should be easy for you to, maybe I'll click it and then it'll make you a line and you can drag the line to like whichever ones you want and it'll make a new one, right? Like, obviously you have to be able to change it. Obviously you have to be able to modify it, but I want to be able to plug like just back-to-back maps and not have to worry about the map, the whole overworld map, at least. Most of the time she took a longer route just to not run a map near a tower. Well, the whole tower thing's gone, though. The whole tower juicing is gone. Like, no more of that. You don't do that anymore. The towers are just visual now. It's just they let you see further. They don't do anything anymore other than that. So there's no reason to take a longer route if there's a tower in the way. Zero reason. Like, that thing's gone. It was gone last season as well. Now you use the tablets directly into the map. And then random stuff will appear as well. It's really good. They changed it last season. Mid-season even, actually.
I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because, you know, that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're a bit of trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
we obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even.
You quit mid-season. Yeah, so
it's not similar.
Yeah.
So no more looking for an overlay of towers. No more of that. No more. The towers are now just a regular map. I think they can have bosses as well. I mean, they're still their own thing, but every map has a boss now. By the way, if you quit mid-season, every map has a boss. We're back to that. And you clear the way you complete the map is kill the boss. You still got boss tablets. You still got boss icon, or not icons. You still have boss tablets. And that just means that the boss is more powerful and more rewarding. So you can still do that. The tablets, you have the same tablets, but you plug them directly into your map when you run it. And they just have 10 charges instead of like apply to X amount of things. So you just plug them in. I think you have your own little slot where you can plug it in. And you just do that. And that's the way it works now, rather than the towers. So yeah, every map has a boss, and every map you can use the tablet on, and you don't have to deal with the towers.
It's like, you know, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like,
I feel to remember that if you do a 6 mod waystone, you can use 3 tablets, and if you use like a 4, you can use 2. And if you use like a white one, you can't use any. But I don't want a gold key for that one. Do you need a build that can do boss? Yes. Even more so because they're lowering the density now, right? Last season, what they did was they lowered the density by 40% at tier 1 maps, and then it would scale up to what it was at tier 16 or tier 15, whichever is the top. It's tier 15, right? And then it would scale up to normal. But now what they did is that 40% reduction stays. So there's 40% less monsters in your map. But instead of it scaling up the number of monsters, it will scale up the damage they do. So you'll have 40% less monsters, but the monsters that are there will drop 40% more, and they'll have 40% more life. So you don't get surrounded. So yeah, you will be way more. The good builds will be more single target focused. Let me rephrase that. The good builds will need less AoE this season and more single target ish than last. I'm not saying you'll be a single target. I'm just saying that the massive AoE needs to be less massive, and you need a little bit more oomph rather than just mass AoE.
Makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the in-game.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
so I do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in-game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case.
You might not run Herald.
There's also different parts of the in-game that kind of are like independent of the, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So,
But, yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented, so that will get a full drastic change. And then,
nice.
the, something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal.
I said exactly this.
Maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So
makes sense.
There's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like,
I need to fucking pee.
We kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do. So we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040, but then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing, so what can we do? Well, obviously we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone. Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah. kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn, it was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's the guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Oh, there it is.
That's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031,
I can pee.
This was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the you know, like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we like what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in-game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But you know, overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into so the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to be wanting clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative.
That sounds so fucking cool.
I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler.
They say you need a target, but most build full screen with one skill. I mean, that's what they're saying, though, right? Weaker monsters make more charge. But they hate charge. Oh, charge. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Wait, charge. I mean, you're talking about power charges, endurance charges, and all that, right? Or what are you talking about? And when they say target, I don't think they mean literally you targeting them. They mean hitting them, right? Like, it's like if you fire off a narrow projectile that pierces, right? Like, you're gonna have to fire a lot of narrow projectiles that pierce, right? Whereas if you fire off a freaking lightning spear that goes boof, then you can cover the entire screen, right? And in that sense, you have a much, like, the lightning spear targets a lot of mobs. Like if you have a big slam and you scale it up to hit the entire screen, right? You're gonna have to do less slams than if you hit like 20% of the screen, right? So if there's less mobs, then you need to hit less things, and mass AoE becomes less needed because there'll be further between them. I fear a lot that it's gonna be the maps feel empty as fuck. That's what I fear. I feel like it's gonna be like you go onto the screen, bam, one mob dead, or one pack dead, and then another pack comes in, bam, that's dead, and then you walk a bit. Oh, there's a mob, bam, bam. Like that sounds ass. I like the whole like, right? Like I love that there's just monsters everywhere, and you clear a screen and you go, and then the next fucking 1,000 mobs come to get you. Exactly, the map just being like void of everything. That's my fear. Exactly, that is my fear. It's just like fucking walking simulator already, kinda, and then oh, there's nothing over here. Oh, here's one mob, right? Like, I do fear that a little bit. I would love to, but that he said that, right? He already said that he wants to bring it back with the Atlas tree, so that right now it's gonna be what it is, because apparently they were told there was a better change with the less monsters, and they think it's gonna be better for this league. But next league, what he says is he wants it to be, yeah, you can just turn that effectiveness into pack size. So if you want the weak swarming ones, if you want to play Lightning Spear, you can tailor your Atlas into Lightning Spear being great. Or if you want to play like smaller AoE, you can keep the way it is. You just quit it. Yeah, exactly. I'm honestly, because they didn't do any endgame changes, I am fully expecting this league to kind of just be, for me, we do the campaign maybe once or twice, depending on what builds and what spells I'm interested in, and then we'll probably just fade out and do other things. There's a lot of PoE coming out right now, right? Like it's every 2 months you get a new PoE league, whether it's PoE 1 or PoE 2, right? Alternating. So I think being done with the league sooner rather than later is a positive in the long run. You'll play 2 weeks at most if you don't like it. Yeah, I'm thinking something of the sort. Maybe I'll play a little bit longer, but I'll play. I think it'll be more. I don't want to. Right now, I'm doing a Factorio run. We've been playing Factorio all up till yesterday, and I'm not ready to abandon that. So I think while the PoE 2 league is going, I think I will still take a day or two a week to play Factorio, and then you're forced to run map to do endgame change. Yeah, I mean, but the endgame is basically not changing, right? Like all they're doing is the pack size thingy, and that sounds not too great for me. So I'm thinking, I'm not gonna stress it. If I enjoy it, I enjoy it. If I'm taking in, I'm taking in. It is what it is. But the PoE 2 endgame is kind of, it's just not really there, and it's not. It doesn't interest me all that much. I have done it a bit, but it's like whenever you hit that map, it's fun for the first little bit, but it quickly just becomes, oh, where am I going now? Oh, where was that thing? Like, where is that guy? Where do I have to go? What are we doing? Like, and then you log in, it's like, what the fuck was my idea yesterday? Where am I going? What am I supposed to do? Like, what was it that I wanted? Where's the next talent point? Like, where's that fucking corruption zone? The citadels? Wait, I have one over here. Where's the other ones? Oh, I found another. It's the same one. Where's the other two? It's like, ugh. It just, I'm not too into it, but it isn't done, right? So I'm just gonna enjoy what I enjoy and not stress about the rest. I'm not gonna, because usually I'm like, yeah, I
I want to do all the end game things. I want to blast the Arbiter's asshole to pieces, right? Like, that's usually what I go into a league with. Like, I want to kill all the Ubers. I'm taking a little bit more of a step back here and just being like, yeah, I'm just gonna do roughly what I think is gonna be fun. And then whenever we've done that, and we'll call it a day. And then we'll wait for the big end game change, and then we'll go ham. Because in just 2 months, PoE 1's going to get a new league, right? And if you go hard every league, it's like, I don't like you're forced to do Arbiter to get back. True. I agree. I agree. They need to make a quest Arbiter in order for that to be a thing, I think. Bro, I need a fucking haircut, man. Holy shit. Stop. Oh. Band-Aid fix? Yeah. I mean, it's okay, right? Like, they had to do something. I think it's better that they're doing some Band-Aid fixes than just saying, yeah, well, we're doing a endgame rework in the next patch, so deal with it. I think the Band-Aid fixes are better than that.
And I don't want to take that away. Like, I want people to be able to do that. But that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However,
if you can do Arbiter, your league is done.
Base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical, feels a bit more, intentional. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? Yes, there's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is.
Here's
I don't
the thing.
want it to be.
I always loved that, right? Like, yeah, you're going through the campaign, and it feels like I'm not really doing anything, and then you open into maps, and there's just monsters everywhere. I fucking love it. That is so good, but that's going away. You get it, but you don't say you like it. You don't like the Band-Aids? I mean, it makes sense, right? But a Band-Aid's a Band-Aid, right? A Band-Aid doesn't fix the issue, it just covers it up, so it doesn't get worse, right? It's one of those things where, would you have preferred them to not do anything? Like, a Band-Aid is at least better than them doing nothing, right? And the alternative is doing nothing. I get you can say, no, I want them to fix it, right? Like, I get that, but just keep the old tablet. You wanted to keep the tower system. Because it's not the power you lose in the tablet, it's the power you lose in the distilling, right? Wait, oh, you've misunderstood something. And I've made it worse. So the tablets are just as powerful as they were last season. Just as powerful. Well, not when you played, because you quit before they changed it, right? The tablets are not losing any power. The tablets are staying the same. So if you logged in and played last week, the tablet will be just as powerful as it was last week. However, what is going away is a delirium fog in your map, like distilling your delirium onto your maps. And all of the bonuses you got from running delirium maps. That's going away. As well as all the bonuses you got from the abyss crafting onto your maps. Now, both of those things are end game stuff, right? So you weren't doing that at the start. So by the time that you would start doing that is probably by the time you would start thinking about Arbiter, or maybe even having done him already. So the tablets are just as powerful, but they can get more powerful, and the power they get is not making up for anything they have lost. They're making up for something you have lost from other systems that you probably wouldn't engage with until you can make the tablet more powerful. Does that make sense? So it's not the tablets are getting worse. They're not. You're being allowed to make them rare, but that is to make up for you losing
delirium fog in all your maps, like delirium instilling maps and abyss crafting. I hope that makes sense.
There's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent.
I think that sounds cool.
We're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And
instilling was way cheaper than doing Arbiter, though. Well, you only have to do Arbiter once. Right? You don't have to, like, you had to instill every single map. You only have to do Arbiter once. Right? I mean, maybe you did instill earlier. I didn't. So I don't know. I didn't really pay attention. I didn't distill until like Waystone 15 anyways. I haven't played the end game all that much. Like, I didn't use the instilling until, like, Waystone 15. And I feel like by then I'd already killed Arbiter. And I was playing SSF. I could be wrong. But I don't think it was that far off for me, at least. And I was playing SSF. Well, I mean, maybe. SSF is also a little bit different, right? Because if I'm not really doing Delirium, then I'm not getting a lot of instilling resources. So there's that, right? I mean, maybe you will get a little bit less loot. Maybe you're right. In trade, you can just buy a stack of iron. Yeah, true. But I mean, is it worth it until tier 15? Like, is it not just a waste of currency until tier 15? I feel like it is, right? Because the trade prices of a stack of iron is also based on the outcome of instilling it, right? And that will be based on it being tier 15. Or, yeah, right? I think so. Maybe I'm wrong. And I mean, if you were instilling, like, I don't know, tier 6s and stuff, then yeah, you are absolutely going to lose. Then you are absolutely going to lose out. For sure. Absolutely. 100%. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad, because it's like, it's a level of bullshit you don't have to go through. You need to be way stronger than tier 15 to do Arbiter. Well, you need to be way stronger than tier 15 to do tier 15 triple instilling as well, right? And also, it's Arbiter tier 0. Right? That thing's free. Right? No? Isn't it? I think it is. And you have as many tries as you want, don't you? Like, we're talking literally baby Arbiter, right? I think I've only done him like a couple of times, and the first time I did him, I absolutely fucking creamed him on SSF. It was like, but it was when Freeze Monk was a thing. Like, he just got absolutely obliterated. Completely destroyed. So I don't really have a good... He could have been buffed as well. I don't remember if I did it in Season 2 as well, or if I quit before that. But I did it in Season 1 at least. What did I do in Season 2? What was my Season 2 build? I don't fucking remember. I think I did it off stream, actually. I don't know. Maybe. it's one of those things where for me it makes no difference. It just makes it less cunty, so I'm happy about it. But maybe for you guys, if you're instilling early, then absolutely you're gonna lose out on some. Then the question is whether or not that's, I don't know. I mean, it depends how worth it was, right? Like, obviously the ire has a price. I don't know. But you're not losing. I just want to reiterate, you're not losing power on the tablets or anything. It's just that you can't instill your maps anymore, and you can't do abyss crafting. Those are the two things that are going away, and the way they're making up for it is one way. Actually, the tablets are going to be more powerful. Now that I think about it, because the tablets get buffed, the modifiers on the tablets are getting buffed. So up until the point where you would be doing instilling and abyss crafting, you're actually getting more out of your tablets. And then after that point, you're getting less. Until you do Arbiter, then it should be the same.
That's the
so
the
whichever way that
tree, and the
works for you
and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's,
but yeah,
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can. But maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with, I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial.
You just run rarity anyways
for juicing.
Yeah, rarity is, it does seem a little bit strong, right? It's a little bit annoying that it's so powerful. I think I don't agree with the ones that are like just remove item rarity from the game. I think it's super cool. It needs to not feel mandatory. I loved quantity in PoE 1 as well before they removed it. I think it's so cool. Like, it's one of those things where it's such a cool thing to have in your game, was like, yeah, you know what? My build is really fucking strong right now. I can sacrifice, say, a suffix, like 3 suffixes or whatever, and maybe a prefix or whatever somewhere. And I can get some rarity, I can get some quantity, whatever, right? I can sacrifice my boot slot to get these boots with quantity on. I think that is so fucking cool that you have this extra option at the end game, right? Where it's like, yeah, now my build is fucking like blasting. I can just destroy everything, and I'm popping off. I'm doing the farm super efficiently. And I'm actually too good. So let me just swap this out, make my character a little bit weaker, and get more loot. I think it's so good. If you don't need rarity, you need to game the auto explode screen with one button and do 4 seconds. I don't know if it's that powerful, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think having the option to put it on your gear is cool. I feel like it needs to be a really end game investment that just, I want it to be one of those things that you put on when your character is outperforming the content that you're doing, and you put it on to then make the content you're doing a little bit better. Not I need to put this into my build because otherwise I'm getting nothing. They'll just add an ass modifier and keep, well, that is literally why they haven't removed it yet. They need some sort of ass modifier to fill the spot. Like, rarity is meant to be a wasted affix until you have a use for it, right? And I think it's cool. Like, I don't know. I think it's really good. It's like, the problem is that it's mandatory, basically. If it was just a cherry on top at the end that you could do, that would be really good, in my opinion. And that's how I saw it. Oh, Jesus. In PoE 1, before they changed it. Now, I get that it devolved into just quantity rolling, right? Like, but I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's a neat, unique thing that Path of Exile does, and I like it. It's just I don't want to have to do it, right? I want it to be a cherry on top, not a, well, if you don't do it, you just get 20% less currency or whatever, right? Like,
where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like there's definitely been like it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where
give me a second.
Guys at with
I'm seeing something.
Noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything. Still, it's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark,
just seeing real quick,
it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as like relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this.
Oh Jesus,
yeah,
okay.
I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping.
So with there being loot and rarity, right? If it has 5 times the life and it drops 5 times the items, is it then 5 times the number of items as well as 5 times the rarity on items? Or is it just you have one number and it's 5x that? And what then when you make the pack size? Because then you have 5 monsters and they'll all drop 1x. The pinnacles, you drop a stack of 20 divines. Well, I mean, they drop, effectively they do, some of them, right? Depending on the price of the uniques they drop. In PoE 1, sorry. I want to say most of the bosses has some sort of unique that is worth chasing, right? Why would that be a ban evader? I mean, I guess it might be a... whatever. I mean, it might be a... No, we'll leave it. Sorry, that was just 4 white mobs are better. Well, I mean, so no. What are you talking? Oh, for the pinnacles, or okay. I mean, that's a problem with the. I mean, I know in the first season, the breach boss Sesht dropped the hand of thought and motion, and that thing was absolutely insanely powerful back then. So that thing was definitely valuable, and it drops off just regular Zesht. So there is that one. Now the question is if it dropped too often for it to be valuable, but in PoE 1, you got a bunch of uniques on the I think they all have like 5 or 6 unique drops or whatever, and there'll be most of them that are shit. Then there'll be one maybe that's like mid-tier-ish, and then there'll usually be 1 or 2. One that's like good, like a valuable drop, and then one that's just insane value. And the insane value is usually from the Uber, but I mean the bosses do have difficulty 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So I mean, yeah, if you're doing difficulty 0, you're not really getting anything. But once you up the level of the boss, they're gonna drop more and more, right? Until you get to the end game version, like the actual pinnacle, it's gonna drop the best shit. So yeah, like a baby arbiter isn't gonna drop anything, but but maybe they changed that, right? So now it's just tier 1 and 2, right? There's not 4 anymore, is there? I feel like they changed that. But yeah, you're gonna want to kill the hardest one for the stuff, right? But maybe it's not enough. I don't know. Like I said, I have been skimping on the end game the last couple of
moving forwards. Then it's there's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, you know, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like, it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that, like, you know, everything.
I kind of like the leagues that gives you like a variety of league rewards. Like whenever you do Blight and there's like a Blight pustule from Abyss, it's like, ooh. Or there's a Blight pustule from, I don't know, whatever else, right? Like, I don't know if it can actually be from Kalguran, whatever, like the mining thing. I think that's kind of cool. But obviously, if all of them do it, it's a problem. But it's kind of nice you can have like a couple of catch-all sort of mechanics, like that the reward from that league is that you get basically everything. That is like, oh, they have delve things, right? Like, Abyss is a way you can maybe... Abyss. Blight is a way that you can maybe not do as many delves because you can get delve fossil pustules or whatever. It's kind of nice, right? Like, it's like, okay, maybe I don't like this content, so I can do this other one and still get the same things. I think that's kind of cool.
Feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
You know, like, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, you know, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because
I mean, I get it, right? Because you had the icons, and it's like, oh, I know where the rares are. I think it's better without it. It turned into fucking look at the minimap and go kill places, right? Like, it was just, you're just playing looking at your minimap, just like, I'm gonna go here now, I'm gonna go there now because there's a rare there, there's a rare there, there's a rare there. It kind of devolved and it wasn't as fun. Now, whenever I first got into the game and it was gone, it was kind of like, ugh. I thought, ugh. But also because the maps are so big and all of that, so I get it as rage-inducing, but is wasting time better? Well, I mean, you're playing a game, right? Like, I don't like it to be just a fucking... Like, what's the point if you just... At what point do we get into just... Well, I just pluck the waystone and I don't have to go in there and just... It just becomes it just spits out all the currency that would have dropped in there, right? Like, I get it, but it's also like, One of the things I think that they should do is whenever you've seen, because it's one of the things in PoE 1 that's annoying. Once you've seen a league mechanic, let it stay on your minimap, right? Like, you mark it. It's there. You have seen it. And I think the same could be said for rares, where it's like, if you've seen it, then maybe the last place you saw it is marked, right? But opening up the minimap from the beginning, and this is where they're at, it's like, it's too much, man. Like, I want to be immersed in the game. I don't want to just be a fucking... Yeah, I don't want to just be like a fucking... Just handed everything. It's like, just... I don't know. There's a line there. Walking in void map, well, that's a separate issue, right? Now we're talking band-aids, right? Like, if the issue is that the maps are too big and there's not enough in there and your movement speed is low, then making you see the rares is a band-aid, right? It just means that you can avoid the problem a little bit more, but it doesn't fix the problem, right? Because the problem is the map's too big. The problem is there's too little shit. But also, you don't have to kill all the rares anymore, right? You want to, but you don't have to. It's not how you complete the map anymore. Now you kill the boss. So what you do is you try to find the boss, right? I don't think they are. Because again, you wanna, what's it called? You wanna find the boss. You don't want to find all the rares anymore. And that was the problem that was before, right? Is that one rare, if it was hidden in like the ass corner of the map, you'd have to go all the way back, right? So they made it so you couldn't miss it. But now you don't have to kill that boss in the ass corner of the map, or rare, sorry. You just gotta kill the boss and you've completed the map. So I get it, but it's definitely better that they're not showing, in my opinion. Definitely better. It's more, it's less like just play by the minimap.
Honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons.
You can, yeah.
The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, you know, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things... appear on the minimap.
You know, the funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
Well, that's kind of cool, right? Then you kind of get what you want, right? And it doesn't devolve into just minimap, staring at the minimap, right? It becomes a thing where you play the game, and then whenever you're ready to finish up the map, you open the minimap and see what's there. That's way better, right? That's way better. It's not you go in and then you just like open up the minimap and you just go here, here, here. No, you go in and then you like find the boss and clear, right? Like you clear most of it. By the time you get all checkpoints, you're doing another map. Well, I mean, then you wouldn't be going around to kill all the rares anyways, would you? Right? Like, if you don't get all the checkpoints, you wouldn't have gotten all the rares. Right? So you'd be skipping rares anyways. So it effectively doesn't matter for you then, right? If you were clearing all the rares before, you would have gotten all the checkpoints. Before you did on the road? Well, I mean, you'd have to do the entire map anyways, right? I get what you're saying, but if you're doing it on the road now, you're also getting all the checkpoints. There is very few maps where you don't get all the checkpoints. You did know where they were? Well, yeah, but like you kind of know where they are now as well. They're in the fog, right? And if you unclear all the fog to get all the checkpoints, then you'll likely have done all the things, right? And then maybe there's that one rare that hid in the fucking ass corner of the map, right? That you would have gotten before that you now have to go back to, but you don't have to go back to it because you just got to kill the boss. I get what you're saying, and it's an efficiency thing for you, but it's just, it is just worse, right? Like, I get what you want. You want to just get in the map and do it as fast as possible, get out and do the next, right? I get that.
and it's like you want to kill all the rares and you just want to go ping pong, know where to go, like plug out a route and just go and blast through. I get that. But it just takes away from the game. It takes away from playing the game. It becomes less of a game and more of just it gets closer to spreadsheet, right? It gets closer to sort of solved. It gets closer to, well, I don't need to play the map. I just spit out the currency whenever I put the thing in, and I don't have to go into the map, right? It gets closer to that. It's one. If I'm exaggerating, obviously, but at what point? What's the point of having the fog, right? Why don't you just go in and you can see the entire map, right? It just shows you all the mobs and the rares on the map, so you can see. Oh, here's high density. I'm gonna go there, right? Like any exploration is gone. Most of the time, you did not watch the screen, anyways. Yes. See, that's a problem, right? But yeah, now if you're playing the exact same way as you did before, where it's basically rather than going rare, you just kind of clear the entire area-ish, roughly, you'll get the same effect. And I mean, if you are one of those that's just like, I just want to go next map quick, right? One of those where it's like, I'm spec'd into, say, Abyss. So I do Abyss, I do map, I finish map, I go next, right? Then it's a lot faster for you now, because you just have to do the Abyss and kill the boss. You don't have to kill the 16 rares or whatever. Abyss, boss, done, next, right? You can just do that then. But if you want to go around killing rares, you were going to have to go around the entire map anyways. I think this is better. I think it's much better. It's one of those things where you play the game in a better way, and then you still have the little, oh, I missed this guy over here, let me go get it. And then you can take the checkpoint to get there.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
so
that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end. Yeah. How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen. Yeah. But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon. Yeah.
Nice.
So strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time,
right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah. So it's kind of meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least. I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right. Yeah, it's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So now, we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful, because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed.
It's a middle ground for you?
We'll see how it goes.
I mean, I get it, but I mean, I think it's definitely better for playing the game. I hated the minimap shit. As I used it, right? Obviously, because it's more efficient. But it's just like, oh, let me just go here then, right? And then it's like, at that point, why doesn't it show me the strong boxes? Why doesn't it show me the rituals? Why doesn't it show me the breach? Like, why can't I just be like, okay, well, ping pong pong pong, right? Like, and when it does all of that, it's like, it's just not fun. And I think the rares alone was just not cool. Your secondary build might be a boss-only build. I mean, bosses are cool. They are.
But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so yeah, it's
a good case study, because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the, like, I'm only looking at the minimap now.
Sprint at light speed for one shot next map. Yeah.
Situation, but what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because like, oh, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this. Like that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Good. Yeah. You just said rare monsters and I just had this random like,
good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic
fucking
of
hot in here.
balance and character power. And this
I'm also wearing a shirt, and I don't usually wear a hoodie.
Something that's mentioned a lot is
I'm usually
that the ratio
fucking
of
shorts
player
and
power
t-shirts
that comes from
year
gear
round.
versus what comes from
But I'm sick.
ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1.
Ooh,
and
passive tree.
so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be a bit more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one or the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together.
I don't like that
it's
as
sort
much.
of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics.
You already
and
have an idea?
evaluating a lot
Blast.
of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like a.
You should probably make like some sort of auto bomber then, right? Like so that you can kill the mobs on the way, right? So like something that just goes so the mobs die on the way, so you get loot while you're doing it, rather than having to like fight it. And then once you get to the boss, it goes quick. That would be cool, right?
What do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how to, which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was
Running
conscious
through attack?
decisions, but not conscious decisions
That makes
to
sense.
like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said,
You can do some cool shit with there's a shield charge that does slams. It does like 3 slams and then a big slam. And I think you can spam that. And you can put it so that it does fissures at the end as well for a little bit more AoE. That's probably a decent enough thing if you can get like big AoE on it and just go boom boom bam and then go through the map. It's pretty quick as well.
yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that
I feel like a lot of people path into the monk starting area because it's so powerful. I do it as well. It might be because there's movement speed in there. But it's also just like you gain 5%. That sounds weird to me. The starter areas are weaker. Maybe it's just PoE 1 thing where I'm just like so used to it being good that I seek in there and I just assume it's good. That is definitely going to change how I do it. That's got to change how I look at the tree, at least. Like, the monk starting area in PoE 2 is really good. There's, like, gain 5% of all damage as lightning. Gain 5% of all damage as cold. Right? Like, those are pretty good nodes. It's literally just 10% damage if you take both of them. Extra, right? Like, it's 10% more damage. And even then, it's... Like, it is just... Your shit does 10% extra damage, right? Like it's just if you do all the time, unless you have like, because you got increased, right, and then you got more, and then you got extra. So it's the last step. Yeah, it's really good. And then there's a bunch of movement speed and attack speed in there. And I think the evasion energy shield rating nodes are pretty good as well. And isn't the crit node in there pretty decent as well? It's like, I feel like the monk starting area is kind of goated. Maybe I'm wrong. I definitely go there if I'm close. Evasion, ES, and speed? Yeah. It's so good.
That was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like, we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but
yeah, okay.
Just a little bit with, well, more the ease of it, the ease of getting it, but that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that
no.
More of an in-game problem.
Don't fuck my Homo Regals.
I would say,
or Homo Regals, my Homo Exalts.
I'm personally pretty happy,
Homo
honestly,
Regals as well.
with how it is. You know,
just that like ratio of
that a warrior would need 10 drawback.
I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right?
Yeah.
Like
I did look into the warrior, the drawback thing, and it's actually not. I get it. It's not just the warrior that has the drawbacks. The warrior has drawback nodes, right? But I think it has the same amount of drawback nodes as the other places do. It's just that the warrior is movement speed and attack speed more than the other ones. But the one that I feel like I didn't really see any, but I might have searched for the wrong shit. I was looking into it a little bit and I can't really remember. I think I did movement speed and I think I did attack speed. I can't remember if I did cast speed. But I don't think that I found really any... maybe I just searched for reduced, actually. And I think it was really telling that basically the spell side, like the top, didn't really have any. But like in terms of the monk has some, and ES has 60% ES for less recharge. Yeah, but I think that was like basically the only one, right? Like it's something like that. They have like all of them have something, but they have significantly less than the other. I think the entire bottom tree has a decent amount of them. I know I ran into some of them when I did the Witch Doctor. It's all, why do I always say Witch Doctor? I haven't played that much D3. The Witch Hunter. But yeah, the warrior isn't. I don't think the warrior is that bad in terms of just the pure drawback nodes amount of them. It's just, I feel like the quality of the nodes around it are just not as good. So you're kind of pigeonholed into them, to the drawback nodes. So it feels worse. Now, I will say, I don't think these drawbacks has any place on nodes ever, except for keystones. Like, why does everything come with a drawback? It's like, it doesn't, it's fucking ass. Just give it less of the other shit. It's like they came up with a new support system, right? Where it's like, ooh, you can now level your supports up like like 1 to 3 or whatever, 1 to 5, 1 to 3, right? And then it's like, okay, so you got attack speed, and it's like 25% more attack speed or whatever, and then it's 35% more attack speed or whatever. It's 25, 30, and then 20, 35, I think. But the last one is then like, it's just your attacks are 25% faster. Your attacks are 30% faster. Your attacks are 35% faster and do 50% less damage. It's like, where did that come from? Out of fucking nowhere. I know why they're doing it. It's because they want it to be used for like support, like combo skills. Ooh. Like they want it to be like, oh, maybe you want to put down this whirlwind that doesn't do fucking anything, right? It does fucking nothing, but you need it to make all the tornadoes go brrr, right? So you'd want the 35% attack speed because it's 5% less time of doing fucking nothing. It's like, why is that there? It's so annoying. It's so bad. It's like, so basically,
You just gave me 2 levels of support gems. Oh, so I got 1 level up for my shit. And it's this thing for a lot of them where it's like, if it goes to level 3, then it gets some random downside for no fucking reason. Some of them change, and it's cool, and like, that's okay, but it's like, why didn't you just make a different fucking support gem? Like, fuck. And then you go to the passive tree, and it's like, yeah, okay, I can get this 60% increased mace damage, but I have to pay 5% attack speed? Like, just give me 40% then. Like, what the downsides are for keystones and uniques, man. Like, downsides is something that you play around. It's something that's like interesting. It's something where it's like, oh, you gotta like either the downside is really big and really like intricate or whatever, you have to design your entire character around it. Like, that's for keystones and that's for uniques. Downsides other than that is just fucking boring. It's like, what's the point? Like, oh, you get 5% reduced attack speed. Why? So I just gotta find 5% attack speed somewhere fucking else? Like, it's just, it doesn't do anything. It's just ass. Like, it's no point. It's just, it's boring. Having less attack, yeah, attack speed is shit. Like, attack speed, it's one of those things where attack speed reduction and movement speed reduction are the worst reductions because you feel them, right? Like, attack speed is not just you like you do less damage, right? Because attack speed is kind of just a damage multiplier, right? Because it's just you have an attack that does X amount of damage and you're going to shoot it X% faster, right? That's all it is. It's just more damage because you go faster. The problem is you fucking feel that. You feel how long it takes for your swing because it's really important for your gameplay. Like, how long do I need to stand still to do this attack? How long do I need to stand still to get this cast out? How many casts am I going to get out before it does the fucking slam or whatever? It changes it. Also, there's a wind up to a lot of shit, and attack speed makes that wind up less. So it's like, can I have this hit in before I have to move or whatever? So you feel it. So it's so bad. I really hate what they're doing with the downsides. They're so unnecessary and boring. You can make a build to take advantage of the downside, but you can't make a better character with less attack speed. No, it's one of those things where some of the downsides is like, okay, well, take Resolute Technique from PoE 1, right? You never miss, but you never crit. It's like, okay, I don't have to do accuracy. I never miss. That means I can take all the mods with evasion rating. It means I can take all the mods that reduce my accuracy. It means I can take all the mods where the monsters take reduced damage from crits. And all of that, right? It's like, okay, that's the upside. The downside is, well, I have to scale my damage outside of crit. A crit is like the biggest damage scaler. Now I can't crit, so I have to do something else. But there's an upside, and then there's something to deal with that is impactful, that makes a difference. Like we saw one today was like rage, right? You get double the rage, and you generate rage passively, but you don't get any inherent benefits from rage. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to do that if I take advantage of rage to do something other than amp my damage, right? Or you have one where it's like, it was something did more damage and something else but had less duration. It's like, okay, now I'm going to be more of like a machine gun type build, like more spammy. And I'm going to make a way to like get the benefits in a shorter window of time, right? Like, it does something where it's just like, yeah, you move 5% slower, you have 3% less life, you have 5% reduced attack speed. It's like, it's just boring. It's just there to be like, oh, well, this node is a little bit over budgeted. It's like, I hate it. I think it's so boring. I think it's so, it does nothing good. All it does is make a node that I feel bad for taking.
Ultimately, that's what it comes down to, is like, if I'm wearing all white gear, like, how powerful is my character?
Right.
from just the tree, and that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
You know, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, you know, just life on the tree.
Level 3 attack speed can have a reason. I would much rather that they made another support gem. Much rather. Because now one of the things is, whenever you reach a new point, like, right, where's your power? You need some power, right? Where are you going to get power from? In PoE 1, your gems level up. It's a steady source of power gain that keeps you rolling, right? Like, even if you're not getting any gear upgrades, even if you're not getting anything, right? You're steadily accumulating experience. Both you're getting like a passive point, you're also getting your gem levels up, right? Like, yeah, maybe I didn't get a new weapon for 5 levels, but my skill gem is now 2 levels higher, so it does more damage, right? And these support gems were supposed to be the same thing. Okay, well, I mean, I know you didn't get a gear upgrade, but here's an upgrade to your support gem. Now it just caps off at level 2. So it's like, whenever you have level 2, well then I guess I'm not getting any more fucking power from that thing. Like, having level 3 would be a bit better. In PoE 1 it's obviously better because you have from 1 to fucking 20, and then after that you have 20 quality. So it's like you can always just get a little bit more here, get a little bit more there. Like, the leveling up of all the... Like, if you have your character and you level up every single gem of yours 1 level, that's just pretty significant power increase. And you don't have that in PoE 2 because they're fucking static and they cap too early. So it's like... They'd work the same? Sure. But then maybe you just make one where it's like, instead of it being 25 to 30 to 35 and then with the 50% reduced, then maybe you do it be like, okay, it's 30, 40, 50. And then the reduced is like 25, 50, 75, right? So it's like, it's the same thing and it scales up and all you're getting is the attack speed. But your thing does less damage as well. And it's like, is it then better? Or but it could also just keep the reduced. They do it a lot with the PoE 1 gems, so it's like, it both scales the upside and scales down the downside. That's a thing you could do. So it's like, okay, maybe it starts at 25% movement speed with 75% reduced damage, and then it goes to like 35 with 50, and then it goes to like whatever, right? Like something. They could do that. It's just, it's kind of weird to just have the gem be like, yeah, I guess you're not getting another gem level. It's also, what is it with the, is it elemental damage with attacks, right? Where it's just like, I think it's that one. Where it's like, it does X% more damage, elemental damage with the attacks, then a little bit more elemental damage with attacks. And then the next one is, it does this amount of elemental damage per ailment you have inflicted on the target. So it's like, if you have 1 ailment, it's worse. If you have 2, I think it's the same. And if you have 3, it's significantly better. So it's like, your next upgrade is now, well, I need to fucking get both chill, shock, and ignite. It's like, why? Just make a different one that scales it based on having ailments on there. And then get me another level so that I can scale. But it's just like, you don't get to get that power progression. It's like, you hit a wall and it's like, well, now my character is basically not getting any more powerful from playing. Now it's just like, okay, if the gear doesn't drop, then I don't get power. Yeah, you can get a talent point here and there, right? Like, so there is a little bit of it. But in PoE 1, at least until everything you have is gem level 20, everything you do is power progression. But it just feels like PoE 2 is like, oh yeah, it's good. Getting more powerful. I'm getting all my... Putting in my... What's it called? Putting in my support gems. I get another one. Ooh, I get another fucking... I get a 4 link instead of a 3 link. I get a 5 link instead of a 4 link. 6 link. There we go. Which is probably a little rare, but let's say 5 link then, right? Like I get 5 things. And well, now I have the highest level of all my things. I know there's another level, but level 3 of my support gems is a DPS downgrade from level 2, so can't use those. Now what? I'll just hope the gear drops, asshole. Okay. Like, it's just, I think it's so neat to have those 20 levels on the gems. It's so good.
Tree, for example, right?
I miss
that's
it.
sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, we the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
Obviously
just one
that's
of the
not
things.
entirely base
Entirely,
in Theory 1,
no,
but you
but
you have base life.
Yeah,
technically kind of is,
I get what you
as
mean.
in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at?
Progression
on the
itself in the
life thing,
case is a
just,
problem?
like, since you brought it up,
Yeah,
I guess.
I think so.
Still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more.
I understand they want item. Oh wait, they're asking about life. We need to hear this. I understand having items be more powerful and why you'd want to do that. That's okay. It's just, it's a little bit too much. Just item, right? Because my passive tree doesn't do shit without my items. Right? Like, it's just nothing unless you have items, right? Because it multiplies your items. And my gems don't really do shit without items either. Flat spike. Yeah, true, I guess. Like, for the gem power, it's very spiky. That is true. The only thing that scales just a little bit more linearly is just the gem level alone, right? But you don't have it scaling with the support gems. It's like, ooh, right? And and then it just fucking craters. It's just like, here's the wall, and now you need a weapon to get over it. And it's just annoying because, like, what if I don't get the weapon, right? Like, I can't guarantee the weapon. It's just, I just have to hope. It's better with the omens and stuff, but if you're playing SSF, having access to the omens to make a good weapon mid-fucking campaign and not just locking out, right? Like, that's kind of... Now, it's probably easy enough to go through the campaign, but then, like, let's take mid-tier maps, kind of. Because that's usually where I get the issue. It's like, okay, I'm now in map tier 6, and this is about what my character can do. Now, if I push to map tier 7... I can probably do it, but I'll die a bunch and then I'll lose the map. So it's like, don't really want to do that because it's a waste of resources, because that's the way they designed PoE 2. But then also it's like, okay, well, I guess I just gotta farm tier 6 until I get that fucking weapon drop, until I get that fucking armor drop, until I get whatever drop. And it's like, I can't just stay tier 6 for a little bit until, say, I got like a couple of gem levels or whatever, and then move on. No, I'm just stuck there. It's like, oh, but in PoE 1, it's like, at least I could be there for like, okay, well, my gems are level 16, and then when all of them go level 17, well, I can go tier 17 pretty quick. Or tier 17. Tier 7 real quickly, right? As soon as you get to map, you do a 4+5 two-handed, and you use it forever. Yeah, that's another thing that's kind of boring, right? Like, I just think it's... I think it's too much just item. Like, the game is good, don't get me wrong, and the reason I'm so nitpicky is because the game is good, right? Like, the better the game, the smaller the gripes, but I just tend to be as passionate about the small gripes as with the big ones, right? It's like, if the game was shit, then we'd have a whole other problem to debate, right? But when the game is pretty good, we can do these smaller things. And it's just like, the items... I like that the items are powerful, but I would very much like that the other things felt powerful as well, right? Like, it's like, I feel like 90% of my power comes from gear, and then we got 5 and 5 from gems in the tree. It's kind of like, and it's wrong, right? Probably, but it feels that way. It feels like, okay, well, next upgrade is a +6 weapon. How do I find it? Yeah, I mean, true. It's just, I wish that the passive tree was a little bit more powerful standalone, and I wish that the gems were a little bit more powerful standalone. Or maybe just the interaction between the gems and the passive tree together. Biggest upgrade in most builds is Diala's Desire. What does that do?
Than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff.
I'm gonna go get some more drink.
I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, you know, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, you know, we you know, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you because you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more of that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So yeah, we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do.
Yeah.
So. The life on the tree, I get what they're saying, right? Like, every character has to spec X amount of points into life. Is it then really optional, right? But that is one of the things that sets CI a bit apart, right? Because CI is really good, also because you can reallocate all the points you have into life, right? I guess if you put life nodes on the tree, are you gonna make ES comparatively stronger or weaker? Right, because that's a take, right? Because if life is there, then armor and evasion rating characters kind of have to pick it. But ES don't really, because the energy shield functions so similarly to life. That whether you increase your life by 100 or you increase your energy shield by 100, you're actually not changing the amount of effective HP you get in. Whereas with armor and evasion rating, no, but with armor, life is multiplicative scaling with armor for your effective HP. Whereas for energy shield it's flat. Now for evasion rating, it's about reaching a point where you don't get one shot once you get hit. And life obviously helps with that. Like being able to... But energy shield would help just as much with that. So it's kind of the same again. So it's basically just armor, where life is multiplicative with armor for its... effective HP. So maybe not having life on the tree is actually better because generally speaking, the ones that want life has access to a bunch of strength. And that's where you get life. I'm not sure I like it though. It requires them to be like, okay, well, and we're going to make sure that evasion rating don't just get clapped when they get hit. So they just have the baseline there. I'll say not having life on there makes armor harder to scale, though. Even if it was the case, can't you just run the new Ascendancy for Ranger? I haven't seen what that is. We'll look into the patch notes here after the... Is there an hour left? Holy shit.
So, like, you know, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful. And we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, ignite support on the around the mercenary, you know, for example, this time, like, as in 040. We're doing that. And then there's... some changes to like more prod speedy stuff because like we were like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know
I'll change
League
ideas on
needs
that
a
soon.
bit more love
Okay.
in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more.
I mean, the whole life thing, whether it's on the tree or not, the more I think about it, the more I find myself kind of leaning towards them being correct on it. It is just armor where I'm like, dude, if I'm rocking an armor build, I would really like to take some HP. Because it is literally multiplicative, right? But it doesn't do that much for evasion. Like you can get what life does for evasion, you can get other places, right? You can get exactly that, but I guess you can get exactly that from energy shield on armor as well. So I guess the argument is a bit bad, but for evasion rating, you could just get DR, right? But given that armor, unless the DR is multiplicative, or I guess additive, you want, or unless the DR you're getting is additive with the armor, or even better goes before, then I guess you could get it as well without the life. You get the same effect. I don't know. Armor just needs life, man. Armor needs a hit pool. It's just the way it functions.
Not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway.
Everybody need life? Well, yes and no. Not really, right? Like, not really. Like, energy shield effectively doesn't need life, right? Because the energy shield is just a pure buffer on top, right? Evasion rating doesn't need life to be good, right? It doesn't. You can absolutely make do without life. You can just have DR sources, right? Like, assume you have like a deflection, right? The 40% deflection, right? If you have 1,000 HP, that 40% deflection means that you can get hit for what? Fucking, well, how does the math work out? It's not just 1,400, right? It'll reduce whatever you get hit by 40%, right? So you'd have to get hit for like your entire life pool and whatever 14% over that. Is it just is it 1,400? I'm not sure exactly how. I feel like I have to turn something around because I don't feel like you take 1,400, you take away 40%. Are you going to end up at 1,000? I don't feel like that's the case, but maybe it is. That sounds wrong to me. Yeah, you don't. So there like it's not exactly like that. But like you can with evasion rating, you don't need the life, right? You just need to not get one shot once you get hit. You can do that through energy shield. You can do that through, well, I guess you could do it through energy shield and armor as well. And the problem with doing it through energy shield is that you get less of the stat you're trying to get. Now, with armor, that's a problem. With evasion rating, it's less of a problem because with evasion rating, you just have to hit 90%, right? Anything past 90% doesn't matter. Whereas for armor, anything past anything is always better, right? Like, you're always going to get more because of how it works with big hits. Like, unless you are literally at the point where every single hit in the game, you have a 90% DR, then more armor is not going to do anything. But you're never going to reach that point. I don't even think you're going to reach that point for mapping, where it's just things in the map can't hit you for more than 10%. So armor is you're always going to need more, right? But evasion, you're not always going to need more. You just need 90%. because it doesn't suffer from diminishing returns in that sense. It's just well, it does, but not in the same way, right? Like, it's not based on the hit you take. It's based on the monster's accuracy, but the monster's accuracy doesn't just keep scaling based on whatever. Like, the monster's accuracy at like tier 15 is set to something, right? Like, and then obviously there's map mods and shit, but you just need 90%. And even at like 80%, you're still mostly having the same. Now, don't get me wrong, it is a big difference, but it's not like you get hit more often, right? Like, it's not that the effect of when you don't get hit lowers or anything. So in that sense, you don't really need the life on the evasion, and you can kind of invest into the energy shield to replace, right? Whereas for armor, you just want more life because it's just a multiplier on your armor. So it's the same case for ES, I guess. That it would just be a multiplier on your armor, right? You could do it with energy shield, but that means you get less armor. The question is, if you do it with evasion rating, if you then also get enough less evasion rating for it to make a massive difference, you probably do. I guess you could. So the deflection one is just 40% DR, right? That is just life you don't need, basically, in order to survive the one hits, right? Like, that is just more effective hit pool, so that'll do the job. If you do the same thing for armor, I guess that would do the job as well. Assuming it, especially if it goes before the armor. I guess it would. Man, I'm too sick for having these fucking big thoughts. Big thoughts, small brain, and the brain is loaded with disease. Not great. And lack of sleep. Holy shit. Not smart enough, even at peak performance, and now we're running on 20%. Whew! Not great. I think everybody needs life, sure, but small brain C-bonk, exactly. I mean, you can make the argument that everybody needs life for sure, and it is not entirely wrong, but I just think energy shield benefits the least from life, evasion rating middle, and armor like massively the most, right? That's my take. You'll try to patch the game? Oh, let me know if it's up. And it's just like, for that reason only, I feel like you want life, at least in the warrior area, but I guess you get that from strength. So it's like, the more I go by it, the more I kind of agree with them. And I don't like that, because I kind of want life on the tree. But the warrior, you already get it from strength, right? And the armor side is more prone for strength. So it's like, you're kind of already getting it, right? You're kind of already getting it. I don't really like that idea. Maybe you just need more from strength. Maybe you need more baseline. Because I feel like you can easily solve evasion's problems with other things than life. But for some reason, and it might just be thematic, right? Like, it might just be a warrior, big life pool, big armor, right? And like, because if I think about it from a theme, right? You get a druid and you get a warrior. I want their life pools to be big. And I want their armor to be bulky. Right? Like, I want the bear to have a lot of life and take a little damage. And same for the warrior. Whereas you get a ranger, I want it to be little, very tiny life pool, very nimble, which is what evasion does, right? And you take a mage, and it's like, again, very little life. Very, like, not very nimble either. So it protects itself with a magical barrier, right? Like, that makes sense. But it's just like, the warrior and the bear is not really fulfilling that. The warrior and the bear is not really fulfilling that fantasy, because it's just like, I have as much life, a little bit more than the other ones, and my armor is there, I guess. Need to count the game will have Templar and Duelist till later. We just run ES Duelist. Well, the Duelist is kind of a middle ground, right? I mean, right now with the balancing, you just run ES everything, right? But I don't think that's not... The problem is that's not necessarily a life thing, right? That's just an ES too strong thing. Now, you absolutely could make armor stronger by getting more life. You could, absolutely. And comparatively, your ES will also get stronger, but not as much stronger. But it will get stronger. And evasion rating will also get stronger. Probably a little bit stronger than ES, but not as strong as life, right? Like I said, armor. Even ES can barely tank some hits right now. Well, you're probably not supposed to take those hits then, right? And if you are, then it's just a matter of lowering those hits, right?
Why? Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about, like, why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life?
Oh!
There's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life. And
yeah, but you can't compare them to life, you idiot.
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP. Right?
I am vindicated.
I mean,
Mark agrees with me.
They just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I guess going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's, honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So,
okay,
but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention. Yes.
I really hate that he keeps fucking comparing it. Like he just said, they're just effective HP. You can't fucking...
That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Like ES very much should be, you get hit, you're really good at taking massive hits, right? Infrequent large hits. ES should be king, right? And then you got armor, which is like very frequent small hits. Armor is king. And then evasion, I don't really know, because evasion is kind of hard to quantify, right? Like it's I guess it's really good at like a middle ground, whereas like the problem with really large hits is that it'll just one-shot you. But you're probably not going to get hit by it, right? It's like, if you got 90% evasion rating, well, the one big hit is just going to kill you, whereas ES would have tanked it, and it would have killed armor. But for evasion rating, it'll kill you if it hits you, but it's probably not going to hit you. So, it's like, it's better at everything, but riskier, right? Like, because how is it going to perform against a lot of small hits? Well, just as well, depending on whether or not, because I think it's based on the mob, right? I think it's the mob that rolls like the number, and then it has to hit you that amount of times to actually hit you. And then obviously if you stand there and let them wail on you, you're gonna fucking die. Whereas the warrior is just gonna stand there and let them wail on you and be fine. Whereas evasion rating will eventually die, but you kill them before that, and it's fine. Energy shield will also eventually die because you're not gonna get the recharge. So it's like they're good at different things. Evasion rating is good at being really quick, fast, high damage output, and not getting hit too much. Whereas energy shield is these big infrequent hits, and then a bit of time before it can do it again. And armor is really good at just fucking getting hit all the time and just wading through a fucking field of monsters, right? They add armor based on lost ES. Yeah, but that's... That's thematic, though. I mean, that makes sense, right? Because using that thing is like shoring up. You keep what Energy Shield is good at, and you're shoring up your character to like skew more towards what Energy Shield is bad at, right? So if you got like a hybrid build, you got a bunch of Energy Shield, you got a bunch of armor, right? You're gonna take that big hit. Energy Shield's gonna go, ooh, nice. And then armor is going to increase, it doesn't matter. But if you're around, there's a bunch of mobs and they keep hitting you, Energy Shield is just going to go slowly down, right? And you're just going to have less and less and less of your hit pool left. But the armor is going to go up. So all of these small hits is then going to do less and less and less and less to you, reaching a point where, yeah, you're fine, right? So that's one of the things where you keep the power of the Energy Shield, but whenever you need the power of the armor, you've buffed it up. I think that's really good. More likely be you got a lot of armor, of ES, you get armor and things die. Well, yeah, but like, that thing alone takes the weakness of Energy Shield, which is being surrounded and getting hit a bunch of times, and then mitigating that through you gaining armor, right? That's what it does. Because Energy Shield, you take the situation of a bunch of, like, you have 100 monsters hitting you for small numbers. Warrior's just gonna stand there and laugh, right? They're gonna do nothing. All the damage they're gonna do is gonna get regened by their hit pool, just like, they're just immortal in that situation. They're just going to stand there and laugh while being immortal, right? Whereas ES is just going to whittle away. You're going to be fine to begin with, and then after a little bit of time, you will die, right? Evasion rating is going to be like just laughing until it then comes to the point where they hit you, and maybe they sync up a little bit, and then you get a lot of damage in very short time, and you're dead, right? Yeah, exactly, but that's the difference between the two, right? Armor's really good at Armor should be really good at mapping, right? Because it should be a lot of small hits that just chip away at you. And Energy Shield should be really good at bossing because they do massive things and not so many small hits, right? Like, if we're just making complete generalizations and stereotypes, right? Then that should be the way it is. And the problem right now is if you skew the recharge or the way you get Energy Shield back too heavy on it being too easy, like, let's say you don't have to be out of combat for 4 seconds. Let's say it takes not any time at all to recharge it, like, back, right? Like, not out of combat, but not get hit for 4 seconds. Let's say you shorten that down to like a second.
need to not get hit for a second. And then instead of it being like it filling up like it fills up like then all of a sudden you have a problem where even those little small hits aren't really that dangerous because right now you can I didn't mean in combat, I mean after hits. Like you can in combat, but if you get hit, it stops, right? It starts again. So you can't, like, if there's 100 mobs around you hitting you, then you're never gonna regen or recharge, right? Never. Unless you have something that modifies that. Yes, I meant after getting hit, right? I think it's 4 seconds after getting hit, baseline, right? I think that's what it is. Maybe they increased it to 8, or something, but it's something like that. So you're supposed to take this big hit and then not take any hits for a while. So it's like 4 seconds, then it starts recharging, and then X amount of seconds for it to actually recharge, right? Like that's what it's supposed to be. Now, the more of these things they make, like in PoE 1, where it's like, yeah, you can have block, right? And every time you block, you fill up your energy shield. That is insanely strong, because whenever you block, you don't take damage, right? So that alone, like, helps your energy shield. But I don't know if it counts as you're getting hit, but I think it helps, right? But if it then every time you block, it just goes 3%, 3%, or 5%, or whatever it is. More. There we go. Full, and then you get hit again. Okay, fine. We block again. Build up. And the same with Leech, where it's like, yeah, you're not supposed to be able to fucking get your energy shield back when these 1,000 mobs are hitting you. But because I'm leeching, it's just going like, it never drops, right? Now, you can't do that for armor, because armor is just fucking armor. It just reduces the damage you take. You need HP regen in order to do similar things. And that's where you blur the lines, where it's like, okay, now energy shield is literally just as good as armor in defending against what armor should be the best at. There should be a gem that forces energy shield recharge. I think they just need to embrace the ways they've made energy shield powerful, right? I think they should embrace that you can make energy shield better armor, right? Because if we have the 100 mobs hitting you, and that's what armor's really good at, where you basically take 0 damage because they don't do enough damage to actually get through your HP regen. If you can do the same thing with energy shields, where it's like, yeah, you have these 30,000 or whatever, and all of these little mobs are hitting you. Maybe they're hitting you for 200, right? Whereas against the warrior, they'd be hitting you for 20. But then you just heal the 200 up, and then effectively you're just as immortal as the warrior is. Whether you heal it up through leech, whether you heal it up through recharging after, like, that doesn't get interrupted by hits, whether you heal it up from block or whatever. Just embrace that and be like, okay, that's fine. You pair energy shield with leech, you pair energy shield with block, and it just becomes better armor because now it also protects against the big hits. Then you just have to do the same thing for armor, right? That's the difference, and that's what's not happening. If you can make energy shield better armor, or just as good armor, right? Like if you can add things to your energy shield that makes it work as well as armor against what armor is supposed to be king at, then you need to be able to do to armor to make it king or just as good as energy shield is against the things energy shield is supposed to be good at. Because otherwise you're never going to have balance. If you have too big functionality difference between energy shield and armor, then there you go. And that's not going to be solved by just adding more life to the tree. Because adding more life to the tree is going to make energy shield just as good or just as much better as well, right? Like, but armor obviously is benefiting more, but you're still not going to be able to take the big hits, right? Like, an energy shield is just going to be whatever life you increase or whatever. Now, if it is points on the tree, then energy shield just doesn't take them, and it's a buff to armor. But it also costs you points, so you're going to lose something. You're going to lose damage. You're going to lose something defensive, right? So in that sense, you're still worse off, even if you add life to the tree. Like, you're either going to increase... You're either also going to make energy shield better, or you're going to just make it so that armor loses a bunch of offensive things, right?
So I think they need to add things that makes armor really good at dealing with the big things. Maybe like something where, I mean, you have chance to defend with much more of your armor, but I don't think that's going to fix it. Maybe they have to just remove the functionality from energy shield, because I don't know if there's a way to make armor do the same thing. Maybe you can add like a maybe you can add the same thing, like where block or whatever else interacts with they tried with armor to element. Well, that is really fucking good as well, right? Let's not gloss over how fucking strong that is. Like, the armor to elemental resistance is absolutely fucking insane. The problem is, energy shield just already does that, right? Like, energy shield is already applied to your what's it called, to your elemental damage taken. I think, honestly, just a little thing, just a change of moving the formula around, right? So that your resistances apply before the armor. That would make that stat fucking cooked, right? Like, absolute busted. And you're just immortal to fucking elemental damage, basically. That would probably take you similar levels, right? But I mean, the problem is, on one side you got armor, on the other side you got energy shield. Now, armor applies to physical hits. Energy shield applies to physical hits. You got degen on the ground, armor's gonna do fuck all. You got degen on the ground, energy shield's gonna eat it. You got chaos damage, armor's gonna do fuck all. You got chaos damage, energy shield in PoE 2 is going to take double damage, but it is gonna eat it. You got elemental damage on one side. Well, armor doesn't do anything to elemental damage unless you get the armor to elemental resistance, which is cool. It's really good. I really like it. I think it's very good. But you have to invest into another thing to get it to do anything. And energy shield is still just eats it, right? That's the problem. It's like you get a big hit on armor and your armor is less effective. Energy shield is just gonna fucking eat it. You got small hits on armor. Armor is king. But energy shield still takes them. It's like it just eats everything. And armor has a bunch of things where it does nothing. Or it gets crushed, right? That's the problem. CI exists? Yeah, but that's unfair. Because you can pick CI on every, like, I get your argument, right? Like, you take 0 damage from chaos. Absolutely get that. But that's a keystone, right? Like, now you muddy the water if you start adding too many things. That's why I said because if we say CI is there, right? Then, well, now it's energy shield with CI. Then it also has to be armor with elemental resistance. Now it has to be armor with 200% against crit or whatever it is, right? Like, there's a bunch of things that you can add to armor to make it more powerful, right? Then we have to keep all of those. Like, I don't think we need to muddy the water in the base comparison. The only reason I brought up the resistances is because it was a direct comparison that kind of needed to be set, right? Like, we can talk about the CI for the chaos damage, but the point here is armor doesn't do anything to chaos anyways, right? You're going to take full chaos damage with your armor. So you don't need to add CI to the discussion because energy shield is already better. And I think the thing I'm trying to hammer home is energy shield defends you against everything. And armor defends you against physical hits. And that's it. It's like, what are you going to do? It used to be, I think when PoE first came out, or PoE 2 first came out, energy shield bleeding would go through it, right? Like, it just damaged your life pool just no matter how much energy shield you had. I think that's really cool. I think it should do that. And I think Chaos should do the same. If you want extra, you have to California to Canada. I think chaos damage should hit your life pool directly without the energy shield. I think bleeding was a cool way as well to hit through it, so that those are weaknesses for the energy shield. I think it needs weaknesses because it doesn't have any right now, and that's a problem because armor has them. Otherwise, they need to make armor apply to everything as well. I don't know. That's my take. There's absolutely no argument that the energy shield isn't the strongest right now. Zero argument. Now, I will say for mapping, sorry, not mapping, for what's it called? The fuck's the campaign? For the campaign, I feel like armor is better than energy shield. I'm just gonna say it. Like warrior, or at least warrior, it feels so much more tanky than anything else. It's so fucking free. I did the no death challenge last season, and I died on the lich. Did I die on the monk as well, or did I not get very far? I did like two or three characters in total, I think. Maybe 4. And the warrior, I was never in danger. All the other ones, I was frequently fucking shitting my pants because I almost died. Armor is absolutely, or warrior at least, is fucking stupid in the campaign. So, like, I'm told that it's different at the end game, and I can absolutely see the reasons why. Functionality wise, I think energy shield is way stronger than armor, but it has nothing to do with life. I mean, life makes the problem worse, but it's just whenever it's like, oh, you can have 30k energy shield but only 3k life. It's like, it's not the same thing. They are different things. You're comparing apples to oranges.
Yes. And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know. And I mean,
should probably get starting.
Sometimes if it's like
I should get starting on food.
Like, I
so
mean,
I'm gonna go.
Sanguine is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just.
I'm gonna have leftover pizza, and I think I have the energy to keep streaming. So we're gonna try to go until the release, but I'm gonna eat in the meantime. So I'm just gonna go put the pizza in the oven while we finish this, and I'll be right back.
Right up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away.
Mm-hmm.
I just. You know, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it, you know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule, but I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff, and all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff,
Hail tear.
You can just
So it's really hard to math effective life. Yes, very. I agree with that. You got to do path of building for it, and even that is flawed because path of building takes things like block and evasion rating, absolutely cooks your effective health. Like, I would much prefer that instead of them doing like effective health on the block and the evasion rating, I would much prefer they have this is how much you can take from a hit. So let's call that effective health, and then you will take this often, right? But I guess that's kind of hard to get in. It also makes it harder to compare things. But even if, like I just say, if you're comparing life to energy shield, you're comparing apple to oranges. But even within the defenses, even if they're supposed to all be apples, there are basically also apples to oranges in the defensive category itself. So it's like, must be a nightmare to balance a game while adding a new class and not just balancing. Yeah, true. It's gonna be worse when they're adding like when like as it gets further, it's gonna be worse and worse, right? Because now you're adding swords, now you're adding daggers, now you're adding this ascendancy, now you're adding this, and then you finally get there, and it's like, ugh, there's so many things. But that's what makes PoE cool, though. He was talking about how cool unique territory is like energy shield leech, or I guess one of the other ones would be the block one. I really think it's sad if that's the only way it's gonna go. It's like, because you're just gonna have these 1 or 2 or 3 uniques that are just gonna be mandatory for any energy shield class, and that's kind of sad. I really like in PoE 1 how it feels like you can just shore up any weaknesses, and it's like in PoE 1 they've managed to actually have armor be good enough, right? Like, most of the hardcore players play armor, don't they? I guess it's split between energy shield and armor, but like, you can absolutely have armor be good enough, because they've done it in PoE 1. Now maybe energy shield is still the best in PoE 1, but it's not to the point where people are saying they can't run armor. At least is PoE 1 not a 10-year game? It's like 15, isn't it? 12? It's more than 10 years old, yeah. And it's one of those things where, yeah, you could say that, okay, well, they had this long to balance it, right? But it's the same guys that are making PoE 2, right? So it should be balanceable, right? Like, they should know how to do it, kind of. They should have lessons learned. Somehow, armor is good enough in PoE 1. And somehow it isn't in PoE 2. I don't think it's just the life pools. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. I think one of the things with life pools that is cool in PoE 1 is that you can actually make life scaling builds. Like, you can get like 15,000 HP and scale your damage off that. That thing I miss. That's cool. And that's one of the reasons I want life on the tree again. I would also very much like what was it? I miss the masteries. Thing is, life pools don't matter with armor. Well, I mean, the life pool absolutely does matter for armor, right? Like, it's multiplicative scaling with your defense, right? But whether you have 3,000 HP or you got 10,000 HP, it doesn't really matter in the context of 2 different games, right? It doesn't matter. You could easily be more tanky with a basic build in PoE 2 and 3,000 HP than you are with a basic build in PoE 1 with 10,000 life. Now, you're not, but you could be, right? Like, because it's 2 different games. And tankiness obviously depends on both how much HP and damage reduction you have, but also how much damage is actually coming in, right? Like, if you have PoE 2 where you have 3k life and whatever, 100k armor, and the mobs do 10 damage, well, then you are significantly more tanky than in PoE 1 if you have 10,000 HP with 250,000 armor,
but the monsters do 200,000 damage, right? Like, so it's like you can't really the life pool being smaller in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1 doesn't mean anything for your tankiness, but I would like to see the life builds in PoE 2. I think it's cool. Like stack mana, get damage. Stack energy shield, get damage. Stack life, get damage. Stack strength, get damage. Stack int, get damage. The only thing about, I think it's cool to have them, but it gets a little bit like you stack one thing and you get damage. I get why they want to go away from those, but I mean, if you have one, why not have the others, right? Like, if you can stack mana and get damage, why can't you stack life and get damage? If you can stack freaking whatever and get damage, why can't you? Like, they've already opened the fucking Pandora's box in PoE 1. And it's gonna get there, right? Like, but it's like, in order for life stacking builds to be a thing, I mean, I guess you could still have them be a thing even with just strength. If you just make the stacking, like, if you just make the uniques more aggressive in terms of scaling damage, I guess that is a thing that could be still a thing. I would like to see it though. Just because I think the 15k HP blood magic wrath pit things are cool in PoE 1.
Sharp, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people.
Holy shit, it's hot in here.
I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite. You know, I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if
balance has to be very hard. You have to have an overview of the entire game.
Who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that.
Probably need to sit down in a second.
Much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more.
Balance sounds like a nightmare. It sounds fun as well though. The thing I think is cool about balance in an ARPG is, if things slip through, that's okay. There's always going to be something that slips through, right? So, as much as you want to get it balanced, right, you can be a bit fast and loose with it. The problem becomes, if everything is shit, then it feels bad. If everything that's powerful seems sort of gimmicky, then it feels bad. But I do think people have a tendency to just complain for the sake of complaining with some things. And I know that sounds a little hollow coming from me, because I absolutely do it, but in a different way. It's just like, if Energy Shield is the best, and by far the best or whatever, right? That doesn't fucking matter if armor and evasion rating are more than good enough to play, right? Like, it doesn't fucking matter if you can tank a shaper slam or whatever, that is like a 4 or 5 second teleprompter, like from fucking beaming at you from space. I'm gonna do it here, right? Like, because you're not supposed to get fucking hit by that, so you can just move out of it. If you can then tank everything else in the game, right? Like, then it doesn't fucking matter. If you can get literally immortal on Energy Shield, and you can get functionally immortal on armor, right? Like, it doesn't fucking matter. But people will complain that Energy Shield is overpowered and armor is not strong enough. It's like, bro, it can completely trivialize the game. Now, for me, it's like, whenever it's like, okay, I'm doing armor, realistically, I can't actually run tier 15s. Right? Like, if you're at that point, we have a problem. It's like, I'm fucking doing evasion rating, and, well, tiers 15 unjuiced is the cap for what I can do. Because if I die once, the map's over, and
I die every other or every third map because that's just the way it is. Anything will one-shot me. That's a problem. They nerfed the armor, by the way, because you could stack enough to get 0 damage in. How the fuck do you do that? It caps at 90, doesn't it? How the hell would you get... It caps at 90. How would you nerf it? Like, how would you get it to 0? No. Ain't no way. It caps at 90. There's no way you can go above 90. No way. I don't believe it. 0 chance. Armor itself caps at 90% for sure. Now, if you can get additive damage to it, then I guess you could get to 100. Some build had infinite armor. But I mean, infinite armor should just be 90% reduction still.
And we're not just going to be up to like, what, 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically, it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now.
Is it time to sit down?
And,
My legs are starting to...
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very...
Literally infinite? Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if you have infinite armor, because armor damage reduction caps at 90. It just means that every damage you take is reduced by 90%. That doesn't make sense to me. There has to be something else. Or there's something I'm misunderstanding. But I'm pretty fucking sure that the armor value caps at 90%. Why did they patch that way then? Well, because you're not supposed to be able to get 90% damage reduction against the everything, right? You're not supposed to get 90% damage reduction against the big hits. You're supposed to get like, I don't know, 50, 40, whatever. Because armor is like really good against small hits. And obviously the more armor you have, the larger hits are classified as small hits, right? Like you got small hits, you got medium hit, you got large hit, right? They said you can't take less than 1 damage. I mean, there must be other mitigations. There must be other forms of mitigation that's interacting with that. Because armor alone is... If I'm wrong, I'll eat it. But I am not even doubting that the armor value caps at 90. If it's above 90, it's either a bug or, well, I'm wrong. But I feel very, very fucking certain that armor can never reduce damage beyond 90%. So if you're adding other things on top of it, then it's not armor doing it, right? Like, you'd have to add something else on top of it. But I guess we'll see in the patch notes when I get there.
Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that, it's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh. You want to update. You want to make new. There's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know,
I will say though,
it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time.
Make good things bad is kind of how they've been nerfing it. It's one of the things I've been hating on. It's like, bro, whenever they nerf something, it's just absolutely fucking nerf bad hammered in the past. It's like, why? Just less than that. I mean, I get nerfing it, but make bad things good is good. Make good things bad, that's not the way. But he said that himself. It's kind of a funny interaction.
And yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases.
+1 skill, plus skills, yeah.
Feeling on the plus skills issue.
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you know, like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was the kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like, we probably need to have to look at it, but I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
No!
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L. But
really, homogenizing is gone.
Insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was.
Wait, is all homogenization gone? Then we're down to no crafting again, aren't we? Then we're basically down to no crafting. Fuck. Sad.
Yeah. I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So, you know,
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. Yeah. But yeah, like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff.
Essences of shit. But that's whatever. Like, who the fuck cares? So you're still gambling on what, 5 of your 6 fucking affixes? That favors attack bills? But that's bad. Man, I mean, I get the homogenizing might have been too powerful, but I get it's like, I could understand the argument if it was trivializing other crafting things in the game, but there's fucking nothing. Like, how are you going to craft your gear now? No, really, what are you going to do now? Let's assume best case scenario. You get yourself a fractured item with the thing you want. What do you do then? You got yourself a blue item, 1 mod on, fractured. Let's take it a step. Like, now what you do to it? You augment it. You do a perfect augment. It hits dog shit. Items wasted. Go again. Right? I mean, no, you could. I guess you could annul it, right? Okay. You can annul it. It's expensive as fuck. You can annul it. Because annul works on magic, right? I think so. Let's just say you can. You get the perfect magic item, two whatever. Then what? You use a regular essence to upgrade it to rare to guarantee yourselves a good mod, but at a low roll. So maybe you essence attack speed or whatever to upgrade it to a rare, right? Or do you do like a plus slot skill crossbow is fine, but how? What do you mean? I guess you do the plus. Is the plus skills? Is that a perfect essence or is that a greater essence? I mean, I guess you use a greater essence to then get a yellow one. Now you've spent a crap load of currency and you have a perfect 3-stat item. What do you do then? You hope that you have 2 implicits? No, because oh no, the essences can give you implicits, right? So let's say you got a suffix fracture, I guess. And then you got 2 perfectly whatever. Like you got a perfect implicit roll from the greater affix and the annul spam. And then you got your essence modifier. Now what do you do? Do you abyss it? Plus is guaranteed, you don't need to hope. Yeah, sure. I'm more so thinking about how do you get to your end game craft, right? Like, because effectively what you need to do is you need to YOLO a magic mod, right? Like, even in the best case scenario, it's super expensive. You don't need to hope for. You do though, right? How are you getting the 2 magic things? Right, like so you gotta get 2 good. You gotta get a magic item with 2 good stats on. That's step 1. Then you use an essence to up it. Now you got a 3 mod item. What do you do then? What's your next step? Abyss craft it? You put a desecrated thing on it? Now you got 3 modifiers and a hidden one. Then what do you do? Exalt Slam? Just need the magic item? Yeah, so you need to get a magic item with the 2 best mods, right? And you can't guarantee that other than if you have a fraction, you keep spending annul orbs, right? So you gotta hit 2 fucking Hail Marys, right? Already there. Then you do your essence, that's guaranteed. Then you do the desecrated one, that's a Hail Mary again. Even if you do the high one, it's still a Hail Mary. But I guess you can use the reroll things to get something good. But now we're getting expensive. So now you have 4 mods. What'd you do for the last ones? I guess you can do a perfect essence. But you need a way to guarantee that it hits the right thing. Right? So you'd want to have, like, I don't know, a replaceable suffix for the skills, right? Or which one is the skills a greater one? I really like the idea. I really like the homogenizing exalts. You do nothing other than abyss it. So basically what you're saying is you just do a 4-stat item. You find a goated magic item, you essence it to become a rare, and then you slam an abyss craft on and you call it a day. I really, really, really liked what you could do with homogenizing exalts. I really think it was good. You could do homogenizing regal, you could do homogenizing exalts, and it was so good, in my opinion. Probably a bit overpowered. But like now you're left with just prey. Right? It's better than 99% of the stuff you find anyways. I mean, sure.
can I be honest? I don't think an item is really. I don't feel like an item has graduated past what you find on the floor until you have like 5 perfect modifiers. I know that's a little bit. I mean, I am exaggerating, right? But when you're just having 4 modifiers, it's like, yeah, okay, if it's 4 tier 1 rolls with high rolls, okay, we're talking. But if you're rocking a tier 2, tier 3, right? Maybe a tier 1, a tier 3, or whatever, and then an essence craft, and then whatever you get on the desecrated roll, let's say a tier 2, it's like, yeah, it's a good item, but you're so far away from greatness, right? Like, until you really hit those 5 and also let's talk about defenses, right? Like, how are you gonna craft the like the big ticket defensive chests, right? Where you got triple defense on there, or double defense and spirit or whatever. You're not. I think in the world where you got in PoE 1, homogenizing would absolutely be too powerful. Because you got so many different ways of skinning the cat. And you got so many different ways that you can like start over or re-roll things or metacraft to guarantee XYZ. And I guess you have some of them in the omens as well. But like PoE 2 or PoE 1 just has such a massive fucking wealth of crafting options, whereas PoE 2 is just prey. I'm sad. Oh well.
We'll talk more on the
it's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular power. That still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
And that's it. It's just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah, added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like, I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling, though, back when we did that, of this inevitable, like, we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that, because, like, it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just, I think it kind of sucks as a thing, personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra...
That's another take on it.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking the it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damages the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want... Like it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made
time?
a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to
That's the one I want.
With the slow, heavy hitter. And
the
try
bonk.
to just do a lot more
No,
of
I don't
that
want
and
the
make
slow
sure
one,
there's
though.
all the in-game choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DP. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like they're not nothing make or break, but like it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds. God damn it. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So, yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, week to come or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we did it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace them in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be
the kind of buff rarity,
mod pools wouldn't work.
Oh, nice.
There is an interesting thing we see where and
that's good. Then you don't need to get it early.
It is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, right. Because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to.
Now 50% rarity is better. Well, that's better than 150.
Drop related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we?
The whole game is a mess. It is, Zovi. Or are you talking about Diablo now? Like PoE 2? The whole game is a mess, but at least it's fun, and at least it's cool, and at least you can build something from that mess instead of it just being dog shit where they throw something at you that's just the same thing that everything else is, just a different color. Yeah. It might be a mess, but the cool thing is sorting the mess. We understand how it works. That's why we run rarity. I mean, I think he's right. Like, I don't have very much. I sound AIDS. I have AIDS. I think. No, I don't. I'm definitely sick, at least. I mean, I think he's right when he's saying that people are. I think he knows, right? Like, I think he's right. I think he knows how it works, but yeah, I mean, I'm sick with AIDS because you made me play WoW. Like, fucking Blizzard games are AIDS. I think he knows what's happening with rarity, and I think he's absolutely correct when he says that. But I don't think there's any question that it is better to run rarity than not.
Just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value. But that is at conflict of removing it. So, you know, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's also, it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like we can't say like
What?
the number of the, like what, okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that, it just increases currency. Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff? Or?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we just drop. It's not just like this.
That sounds good coming from a dev, bro. It's because it's complicated. Like, that's good. He's not saying we don't know how it works. He's saying we don't know what it did. Like, you hear his explanation.
Some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And yeah, there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be.
So what he's saying is he knows what rarity does, but there are other things that influences the drops. So the only way for him to know what rarity did for the drop is by running the simulation, right? So what he's saying is you kill a rare, you get an exalt, you get a divine, you get a unique, right? Now, he has to simulate the whole thing in order to know what part of this drop or what was changed by these rarity things, right? So it's like, if you had killed the mob without the rarity, what would you have gotten? What did the rarity actually contribute, right? Because maybe the case is you killed the mob and you still got the same things and it did fuck all for that particular one, because maybe you lucked out and you dropped the divine, so the rarity on top of the divine did nothing. Maybe you lucked out and dropped the unique, so the rarity on top of the unique did nothing. Maybe you lucked out and dropped the whatever. Did I say exalt? Right? But it could also be that divine was an exalt and the rarity pushed it over or whatever. Or that the rarity removed a bunch of things from the loot table because they were too low for the threshold or whatever, right? Like, so he's not saying he doesn't know what it does. He's saying he can't look at a drop and tell you what that would have been without the rarity. So many words. Yeah, I mean, that's because this game is complicated, and that's cool. If you run rarity, you got more cling. True.
So
but
yeah,
I think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
I'm like,
and that's very, very
it's okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation as we bring up what Dex gives as a yeah. It's like it's 100% the same type.
I mean, at least they're trying to figure out how overlaying 50 different loot system works with a thing, and not how to play a barbarian. Right, where they have a barbarian set up for a spender skill and they only use the generator even at Magic's Fury. At least the devs are having this issue and not the other, yeah? How about that?
Yeah. Problem.
So what should Dex
Jesus,
give?
Yeah.
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
You mean what? You remember the video?
I only for a while.
The two women on the couch playing barbarian?
Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance.
Yo, Matt, welcome. Long time no see.
Scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall.
Lightning damage.
In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even
from
having
mine,
its own kind of version of stun through electrocute. And I guess
so here you have the PoE devs being like, okay, look, item drops have different systems and rarity interacts with all the different systems, so we're not quite sure exactly what part of the drop was contributed to by the rarity. Whereas D4 devs is like, Me press builder. Never spender. I press builder. Oh, I die again. Oh, it's tier fucking... You've been live for 7 hours? Yeah. Nina's not home. She's at her mother's place. And it's PoE day. So I'm sick and I haven't had a lot of stream. So I'm trying to just go for as long as I can. It is starting to feel a little bit like I'm going to need here a midway break before the season releases. But I was hoping to just... My food's in the oven right now. I was hoping to just kind of stream until I go to bed. Random questions. You get Hogwarts Legacy from Epic? I did, yeah. Well, let's just say that, right? Friendly reminder, you can go to the Epic Game Store and get Hogwarts Legacy for free. D4 still exists. D4 season started a couple of hours ago. Same day as PoE 2 season started. It's kind of weird. I will say, I have to say this, unless I'm wrong, but from what I could see from the Game Awards, the Paladin is free. You don't have to pre-order the expansion, seemingly. I was fully expecting the Paladin to be free to play this season for pre-ordering. And maybe it is, I haven't checked, but in the Game Awards, they just said you could play the Paladin now. It didn't say pre-order to play the Paladin. They just said you could play the Paladin now. So they might have dropped the Paladin for free. It's what it seems like. And if they have, massive W for Blizzard. Just saying. For once, they're not shamelessly fucking greedy, if that is the case. And I think that's a massive W. Now, I haven't checked, but yeah, back to the Hogwarts Legacy. If you haven't played Hogwarts Legacy and you have any inkling to do it ever, it's free on the Epic Game Store right now. Literally free. Just log in, get it. Free to play from pre-order doesn't seem free to me. No, I mean early access, basically. Did I say free? My bad. Yeah, I mean, you pre-order, you could play it today. So I don't know if they said free either. I think they just said you could play it today. And I think they would have said pre-order to play it today if it was. I think they have to do that. And it sounded like it was just... I mean, Sophie, did you pre-order the expansion? I guess I could go on the Blizzard launcher and check. If that's the case, if that's a pre-order thing, or if it's just... If they did... Yeah, I think there is a pre-purchase now. It's the big fucking... I will say that the cinematic was pretty cool as well. Let's see what we get from the pre-orders. Oh no, here it is. Pre-purchase Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred Standard Edition and instantly unlock Paladin class early access. There it is. Absolutely not free. It's bullshit. I knew they were gonna do it. I thought they didn't. Wow. Blizzard L. As usual.
Yes, separate problems with, like, for example, Fire and Ignite. Where are you guys at with,
hopefully you get
like, the balance
dude, how
between
often,
the elements? And...
how often do you get a new credit card? I feel like you've had this issue, like, just recently as well. Like, my credit cards last, like... Oh, ads. Oh, yeah, ads. Yeah, I guess there's ads now. Yeah, of course they did. Yeah, you absolutely have to purchase it.
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So, I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased. So they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed.
Okay, lightning damage.
On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. Just in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and,
lightning damage is better for damage.
Even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute. and I guess separate problems with, like,
I mean,
for example, fire and ignite. Where
you
are
can't get
guys at
electrocuted
with,
while getting
like,
stunned, though,
the
unless you
balance
use two
between the
different
elements
abilities.
and lightning
I'm not going to
damage
say
overall?
that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know,
Lightning
it's
damage
honestly
is
just
better?
like a whole bunch of different little.
I mean, lightning damage is the coolest one as well, in my opinion. Like, I think it is also a little bit down to how lightning just thematically functions, right? Like, yeah, maybe lightning damage was better, and I mean, it was if you're not converting, right? But there aren't that many ways of converting in PoE 2 yet. Skills just kind of do the damage they do, and lightning just functionally is better for the game type that PoE 2 was, at least the previous seasons, because it's just bigger, right? Like, chaining is way better. Oh, PoE 2 start downloading? Let's go. I'm gonna go get it done then. Check for updates. Can I do that? Updates. Wait, how do I do that? Manage. Uninstall. That's not exactly what I want right now. I thought it would be in properties and updates. Automatic updates. Hello? What am I doing? Did I do it already? We'll just open the game, see if it does anything. It's running. It's giving you a failure. I just started the game and it just went.
Little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about a like let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's
I can't
make
log
these
in
other
at
things
least.
feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board.
Yeah, please don't do that.
But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun.
Yes.
I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the.
What am I going to be playing? I'm going to be playing Druid. Absolutely. I think I like, there's both of the, I haven't really looked too hard at it yet. I haven't reached the patch notes yet. For one, I was pretty engrossed in Factorio. So all of the PoE 2 content, I actually haven't looked into. So we're doing that right now. Both of the Druid ones seem cool to me. I like the Shaman. Still Factorio. Dude, it's so fucking good. The game won't launch for you, but you think we're in a different region. I mean, I just launched it on maybe it's Steam versus not Steam. I do it on Steam and it launches just fine. I can't log in, but I can launch the game. Like both of the, are we still that I haven't read the patch notes and all of that, or are we still on the Factorio? By the way, release is 1 hour and 45. Yeah, it's a bit problematic, right? Like, I'm not gonna get through it all. There's interviews and shit, but I guess we have something to do tomorrow. I'm playing Druid. I haven't looked too much into which Druid yet. I will do that when I ascend, I guess. I think the Shaman seems really cool. I like the spell rage thing, and I like the passive generation of rage. I really like the visual of the storm thing that comes down. So there's a part of me that want to do something with like spell totems and bear or something, and there's part of me that wants to do tornadoes, and that would be good there, I think. The other Druid one, I don't remember what it's called, but the one with all the passive nodes, that alone is just also super cool. So between those two, I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do, but I'm definitely going Druid, and I'm definitely gonna do something with the tornadoes picking up the ground effect. Look dope. Yeah, it's just larger twisters, right? Like, it's so cool. I'm just gonna do something that looks cool, and I'm definitely starting Druid just because I want to do the wyvern as well to an extent, but I will say it seems like it's a little bit fishy. It looks a little bit slow and cumbersome. As much as I like the wing buffet and the wolf like slash, whenever you jump backwards, it's like, it's bad for mapping, right? You need to see the skill in game. If it stays the same, it's crap. Dude, the showcase, they were just trying to show you what you can do. I don't think you should look too much into the damage of that. It's a fist spell with limit. I mean, true, it is a fist spell with a limit, but I saw somebody throw out like 4 of them. There was like... Path of Exile has, on their YouTube channel, they have an endgame showcase, and they're throwing out like 4 or 5 tornadoes. None of the forms wowed you. I mean, I will say the visual of it was really cool. I really enjoyed the visual of the different forms. Maybe not too much the bear. As much as I hate to say it, I think the visuals of the bear in D4 is better. It just... Adding the earth effects and the earthquake effects and all of that to the slams just makes it look better, in my opinion. Bit over the top, maybe. I think the wolf looked cool. The demon bear was cool, true. That one I really like. That is one of the things I could imagine going as well. Like, one of the things on my maybe list is, you know, that skill where you trample and you just slam while you run? I want to try and get a permanent one of that. Right? Like, stack enough passive rage regen, all of that shit, and just see if I can get it so that I can just... or just keep going. And I would like to do that as a demon bear, because then you get to a boss, and you can jump on the boss, and make the fissures, and you can go... That's one thing. It's that, or it's tornadoes, or it's wyvern, or it's spell totems of some sort. A bit like Stampede. Yeah, exactly. I think there's a lot of cool things, and I'm gonna see where the dice fall. I would like to do both of the Druid Ascendancies, because I think both of them are kind of cool, and you can do some different shit with it. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to invest too heavily into PoE 2 this time around, because they didn't change the end game yet. Like, that's coming next time. So I'm kind of taking a little bit of a step back on how much I'm planning on playing PoE 2 for this specific one, but we'll see. If it captures me, it captures me. The Wyvern Breath looks really cool. It looks a bit slow. And when the first time I saw it, I was like, I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to do that through the entire map. But they had an endgame showcased of it, and it looked like it was going to fly pretty slow. I'm not entirely sure. It looks cool. I will say the spitting of those little fireballs are like, that didn't look too good. I think it's sad that they're being... The fire breath is bound to be OP. Yeah, I mean, they showed off in the end game thing we saw at the beginning of the stream. It didn't look that insane, but that could be damage. I mean, I guess they could have done the damage scaling wrong. It took a hot minute to kill shit, but I mean, you were just flying like... It has infinite burn scaling? Well, then maybe it gets really good, yeah. Probably then. Well, it sounds good. It looks a little slow. Like, it doesn't look like you fly that fast. So clearing a map with it sounds a little tedious to me. Molten Strike of the Wyvern. Yeah, whatever that... Yeah, exactly. That looked a little bit like... And I think it's sad that... Because they did say it. And I was excited for the Druid, because I thought you swap into a bear, you get mace skills. You swap into the wolf, you get like spear skills or whatever, right? Whatever fits. And they did say that the bear is a mace. Basically, it gets mace scaling, but you don't get access to the mace skills. So it's like... that's kind of sad. That's really sad. So it's gonna be like... I don't know, you're gonna get like a couple of skills for each form. Ooh, update queue, there we go. You're gonna get a couple of skills for each form, and it's just gonna be... I don't know. It's gonna be a little bit too little, in my opinion. That's the way I look at it, at least. That's gonna be too few because they're not opening up. It's sad that they're so restrictive with the weapon types.
The others, as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So, again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious. So at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold.
But ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like, while it may not be damage directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level. I mean, you know, you need to, you know, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear.
I don't think you can have it with like and be interesting if one element doesn't clear faster than the others. Like, there's no way, because shock is multiplying your damage, right? So that's always going to be higher damage than not multiplying your damage. Then you got ignite. You could argue that multiplies your damage as well, right? So maybe those two can be equal, but ignite has a time element to it. So it's usually going to be slower than shock, right? Because shock is like, you shock it, if it has to get hit again, then you hit it for big and you get insta payoff, right? Whereas ignite takes a bit to burn out. So those two, maybe they can be equal, but it's going to be harder. And then you got chill. And chill slows them down. How are you going to balance that without just making cold damage way too strong? Because if they balance it so that chill clears as fast as lightning, then cold damage is higher than lightning damage. So now you just need to find a way to get your cold to shock. It's like, there's no way that they can have it like that without it being somewhat faster than others. You can't have that. Having shock is fundamentally going to make you clear faster. Having ignite is going to make you clear faster. Having chill is not going to make you clear faster. Unless... No, I mean, it shouldn't. I don't know. I don't like that. Lightning has sniper rate, freezes melee. I mean, the piercing spear or whatever has quite a large range, I think. The ailments coming from cold damage is inherently defensive. It slows the monsters down, both attack speed and movement, and basically stuns them, right? There's no way you're going to have that be as much damage as shock without being overpowered. Right? It's just, there's no way. Just no way. So I think you're going to have to, also with how lightning works with like chaining and shit, like if mobs are spread out, it's going to clear faster than anything else. Whereas frost and fire is more like controlled AoE explosives, right? Like maybe not controlled, but at least like a traditional AoE.
Speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AoE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AoE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So
I like lightning. Like it's the coolest damage type.
Fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Like
kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again.
Yeah, true. You can freeze, but they unfreeze and you're immune. Yeah,
and
that's
chill,
what he's saying now.
Well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you can scale shock and you can't scale chill, don't you just add more functionality to chill? Isn't that just what you do? Right? Like, yeah, okay, so you can 5x the shock or whatever. That's insane. And then what do we do to chill then? Maybe you just make it so that you can add functionality onto it. Maybe you gain crit to things that are chilled. But it's something you have to spec into. Maybe you get like, I don't know. Maybe they shatter. But I guess that's Herald, right? Like you just add things you can spec into, right? To improve it. If chill is where it is. And freeze is whatever. Like, I don't know. By the time they unfreeze the life skill, will melt it. Yeah, true. I mean, I always feel like the thing is, shock is just so good, right? Because it just increases the damage you do. And freeze is only really valuable against bosses. And only really valuable against bosses if they do a lot of damage and you can kill them quickly. Right? Because if you have to go through like 2 or 3 freezes anyways, then it doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, you might as well just have them shocked and die at the same, like, a little bit faster, because whatever, right? Like those couple of seconds of freeze don't really matter. I don't like the consuming freeze thing either, but I guess it's a thing. Now, one thing with freeze is that it's very easy to build power charge. Endurance. Fucking hell, there's 3 charges and I picked the 2 wrong ones. Frenzy charges. With the combat whatever thing, like, you got that going for it, and that is damage. Power charges is well, it's not actually damage in PoE2 either, so I'm wrong. But power charges you typically generate through executing, so they're harder to generate. And I don't know about endurance charges. I've never actually generated them. Now you can do it with what's it called? Bear form. Also with shock. Well, yeah, but you have to spec into a keystone, right? Like, you gotta get the spirit reservation and you gotta get to a point in the tree and take the thing to get it with shock. Otherwise, it has to be Zappy Zap, whatever it's called. Electrocution, right? You get frenzy charges from freeze and electrocution, and you get power charges from shock. What? Wait, how does it work again? I don't remember.
So even if it was meant,
I remember getting power charges with freeze by doing the combat buff, whatever it's called. It's combat frenzy, whatever it's called, the reservation, and then taking the node where instead of getting frenzy charges, you get power charges, right? But I'm just saying the baseline of getting power charges is mostly execute, so it's kind of hard to get, right?
to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison. I mean, shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say chill isn't strong, not to say freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking
season 1 freeze was really strong.
Comment on Brit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where It's scaling with like hit damage and crit, so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past.
You definitely don't hate lightning. Lightning is fucking cool.
Leads to maybe
lucky damage still exists. Yeah, that makes lightning a lot better as well.
Kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. I'm just
Ignite is kind of weak.
Like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of like
thematically at least.
It's a bit flat, honestly.
Yeah,
I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how. Whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through again a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it. And, you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some.
You're going to prove the contrary by doing stack of 1 million fire damage? Yeah, I mean, so fire damage is fine. It's not, you can absolutely do fire damage. It's just Ignite as a thing. It's just like there. It doesn't really do anything, right? Like, you don't have to really do anything to scale your Ignite, right? Like, you just scale your damage and then Ignite goes, right? In PoE 1, it feels more like you have to do stuff in order for your Ignite to actually get bigger. Whereas in PoE 2, it's just like, yeah, you hit harder, you Ignite harder, right? End of, right? It's just like, it doesn't do anything. It's not like you can just have, okay, I'm going to do a bunch of these little hits or whatever, and it just puts a big Ignite on, and we go. And I just hit, and everything just burns and go. No, it's like, if you're scaling your damage up, it's like, boom, and they take most of their HP, and then they burn for the rest. It's just kind of like, what's it doing? Like, just a little bit extra damage that's delayed.
But it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the
I think it was really good.
the changes to essences was really good. And how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said
100% Ignite max
sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing.
So, I understand what he's saying. If you get to the end of the journey too quickly, then yeah, it's not great. If you can get the upper echelons of items too quickly, then it's not great. But, I mean, there's a difference between the upper echelon of items and the pinnacle of the items, right? Like, I don't think it's an issue that it's kind of easy to get, say, 90% of the way. But those last 10%, right? Like, because maybe it's kind of easy to get a full tier 1 modded item. I don't think so, though, because you're still gonna, like, what's it called? You're still gonna rely on an essence, probably. You're still gonna rely on what's it called? Maybe even 2 essences, but you're gonna rely on an essence. Those are inherently not the top tier, like they're tier 3-ish, right? So unless you want to do it without an essence, which maybe you can, and then it's not a mirror tier item. No, exactly. I mean, even if you hit, just say you don't rely on the essence, right? And you hit a full tier 1 max rolled all of the best mods that you want, like that is still kind of unlikely, even with the powerful omen crafting. But let's just say you did, right? You still got corruption on top of it. So now you have to land the corruption and get another socket specifically, right? And you gotta land it again to get another, like, even getting the tier 1 stuff, even if that is quote unquote easier, or let's just say just moderately obtainable, you still got the extra socket shit that you gotta hit, right? So not only do you have to hit 6 perfect mods, and they don't all share the tags, right? Like, you can't just like, okay, well, I got the correct 2 tags, and now I'm just gonna homo slam it, and we got there, right? Like, you can't do that. Like, you're still relying on different layers of RNG, and you're still relying on attack not to be picked, and it gives you flat fucking LE. If, let's say you want double fizz percent and then flat fizz, and you got flat fizz with percent fizz, now you gotta hit that hybrid. Like, the attack can hit both the fizz, or the fizz can hit, you can hit the fizz, or you can hit the attack, and it could give you fire damage, right? Like, and then it's just like, okay, well, now it's not gonna be that perfect item. So even with the, it's still not likely that you're gonna get the chef kiss dream item, right? Still unlikely. Now it's just kind of impossible if you don't have homo regals or homo exalts, right? And even if it was, let's say, not completely unlikely, you'd still have to go through the corruptions.
To spend my time doing, like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like, for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like, you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
In some ways, it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows.
That's not okay.
Right, that's better than what a bow can even yield. So, like, now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game.
Too many people updating. My update is done. It's clearing out the cache.
Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So, yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that, like, definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so, what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things. Not to just like, yeah, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay,
for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences.
But the Omen was the whole thing, though.
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that, I think, played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of
Well, you
waystone.
fried your CPU?
crafting from
Why?
it.
How?
There'll be a few balance number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing, like, no significant change to that.
Oh, that sucks, man.
But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses. I think it's 6. And
I'll
each
have to cooler
give
to
throughout
check
the
the
entire
CPU
campaign,
'cause it's known
each
to
will
overheat.
give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And
That's burn marks between
so
the
you're giving you a
pins.
bit of
Oh,
that
no.
throughout, so we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your
So you need a
tablets,
new motherboard and a new
and then
CPU if
start
you
running
found.
it, and
Awesome.
you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because
that
I
sounds
was
bad.
definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited.
How the fuck is the crafting mostly intact without homogenization? Wasn't that literally the entire thing almost? I don't know. Like, that's how I got fucking... I homo regaled and I homo exalted. That's 3 of my mods. I don't know, man. You end up getting a small loan from your parents to get a new PC. Oh, nice. That's good, man.
Getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of Vaal stuff too. Well, new Vaal stuff. Excellent news.
There's most of the crap. Yeah,
alongside
it's
that, we had
mostly
the
intact. We just
addition
removed
of asynchronous
50%.
trade, and both being
Fuck off.
obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both, like, the kind of floor of, like, what's considered.
Well, not
your
even just
baseline gear, which is
50%,
one
right?
Gear basically goes up.
Because the first mods are just slot machine, right? This is not even crafting, basically. It's mostly intact. Out of the 4 mods you add, we just removed the 3 of them. Like, what?
Up a lot, but also, like, getting
Read.
more accessible to get to, like, to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen?
I
in
wonder when
terms
they're
of,
gonna
like,
turn on the
players
servers.
kind of making the game easier?
You reckon they're going to do it an hour before?
Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people, like, reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system as it, the trading system as it is something people.
Yeah, the trading is
need to
really
have,
powerful.
So, like, we just have to. you know,
Asynchronous trade is so
work
good,
within
though,
that.
but it is very powerful.
Well, I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We're finally, we can put that in our review mirror.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of
analyze.
the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So, you know.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where, like, people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like, in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of, like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, you know, when it comes right down to it, like, our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like,
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, making a change based on retention is really not really a good idea, right? I do think, for me, retention would be, I mean, if they make it too easy to do too many things, like, let's say Ubers for PoE1. If they make it too easy to kill the Ubers, then absolutely retention is an issue. But whenever it's kinda easy to re-roll into a new character to try something else, I absolutely play more than whenever it's like you gotta put the insane amount of hours into one thing in order to make it good. Async trading is absolutely insane, yeah. Trading shouldn't be a skill check. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way around it, right? Async trade, if anything, is kind of worse, right? Like async trading is way worse in terms of skill check, right? Like, you are way more likely to get absolutely fucking who can snipe it faster. Yeah, but also if you price it wrong, you're just cooked, right? Like, you're just done. If you price it wrong in the other trade system, you'll get spammed and you'll be like, oh, that's wrong, right? Like, it's better you can't get scammed. What do you mean? You're still having the issue of you can get scammed. There's just landmines, right? Like, but that's you fucking up, I guess. But whenever you post something on the trade and you get instantly whispered, it's like, okay, I probably priced this too low. Let me up it a little bit, right? Like, you had that safety. If you price something too low on the async, there's a bot in your hideout as soon as it goes live and it's gone, right? Like, so yeah, I mean,
we don't necessarily care how long
you
play
can absolutely scam yourself.
We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, retention isn't
maybe it was the right price. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but probably not, right? Like, I think async trade is a lot more dangerous for people without, like, that isn't really skilled at the game, right? Like, it's far easier to fuck up. And especially when we get to PoE 2, where you don't have Awakened PoE trade. But maybe there's an Awakened PoE trade for PoE 2 now, and I haven't looked at it or looked for it. But you're absolutely more likely to get screwed. You need to know the market to... Yeah, exactly. There is a Awakened? Let's go. I'm going to get that, I guess.
Directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly
I
in
think
that way.
players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? Like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day...
What do you mean a good trader abused in-person trade? Like, how is a good trader not just going to abuse async trade as well? The only thing is the gold cost, right? Like, but they were already flipping on the currency exchange. So it's like, it's not like flipping doesn't exist. They'll still flip. So it's like, it doesn't... If you're one of the good traders, effectively there's no change, except... I mean, maybe your values, maybe your things are a little lower, but you're also going to sell more, right? In async trade, you need to set a good price. I mean, you do in the in-person trade as well, right? Like, how else you find you abuse at least once a league, manipulate the market for a certain rank for. What do you mean you don't? In person, you have to set a good price as well, no? There's no, like, how else are they going to find your item? They're going to search for it and it's going to come up. It has to be it has to be priced at a certain thing for people to see it and go say, I want to buy it from you. People put 30 different prices and you lost 20 million. Oh, you're talking about people who are scamming or that they're just annoying. You're talking about the ones that have no intention of selling. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't play too much. I didn't play too much PoE. In I mean, I guess the price fixing, yeah, that's gone. I guess you can't really do that because it's just gonna get bought out. That makes sense. Because you have the option of not selling it. Makes sense.
What people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? Yeah. What about now? Can we scroll to the?
I mean, yeah, you can price fix upwards. True.
Okay. So we had just a couple random.
But then you're still banking on people wanting to buy the thing. You made like 80 divs with the ring. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's an option, right? You can still do that, but you can't do the thing where you scam people out of the items. At least.
Random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of
I bought a ring for like 100
because I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And
the movement speed stuff. Okay.
It's quite interesting because obviously before it was like double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got. And you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else?
How the fuck do you manage to buy the whole market for 20 to 30 C? And then sell it for, well, I mean, like, you can't protect against that because anybody with enough currency can do that. Unless the ring is frequent enough that you're just gonna get, like, undercut all the time. I guess.
Not much else has really changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat
specific
on boots.
role.
Like,
okay.
Yeah. I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but I don't know.
You can never have that though.
Things like
just always move faster is better.
So move speed less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. Yeah, it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that, really. Which is it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why
sounds like
it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that one that is getting
we've done
some
number
love,
buffs
I
at the
think?
very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node
Oh,
change.
I mean, he is from
some of it,
New Zealand
like,
as
for
well,
example,
so-
Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables.
That guy sounds
and,
like Quinn.
We got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading
I don't hear
notable
it.
because it's pretty much Herald of Plague. And we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of
Pathfinder
that like,
God.
multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder,
The
so let's do
Flashfinder.
some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just
cool.
like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes.
Oh, that's
so it's
cool.
like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage.
Plus
I think it's
4
damage,
extra points?
defenses, and
Ooh.
like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just
on our
monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been pretty
changes
in the-
everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the
okay.
patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Oh,
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific Spectres. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different
Nice,
cases.
yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like such a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably.
people
expect
were
that.
angry when they did the last.
For sure.
I guess they've learned.
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly
Buffing a
focusing
classical
on
one-shot
in-game ones,
bosses.
boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity.
Maybe the
so,
skill that did it is
more of
enough.
the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher
Makes
effort.
sense.
We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat, but the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around. But this, what I was
They
talking
didn't seem
about,
to turn on the
will,
server.
yes.
Yeah.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like
the talisman don't feel melee gimmicky.
People say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarter staves over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it. It's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are from talking to you, it sounds like swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have
creating your
swords
character early so you can take bear gliz.
The importance is understood.
I can't get anywhere.
A bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah,
I can't log in.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes. Some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now for sure. We over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of
keep the name for your next character.
I mean, honestly, I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game. But certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. So that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, when you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point. So that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but. Again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is
caps are boring though.
Underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now?
That makes sense.
Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be. If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like.
Yes, but for things that are not already... up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
they were
like
a long time.
That was actually for the Huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time. And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all, and it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can
I
do
know.
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but
controller inventory. Oof,
no. But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like,
it's gonna manage image over his mouth.
I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, like, it'll be.
Could imagine.
Really want it to be next year.
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it and, do what we want to do. But so, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like, we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean, that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but...
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
So that's true.
Yeah,
that's
27 first, so
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage was like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded.
The computer's overspec already.
By multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now, there's so many things that are working better than they were before.
I don't know if it's true or not, but even if you're overspec, right, it should still be better. I think for me, it's going to be an upgrade, right? Because I'm streaming and playing. So making it more efficient sounds like it's just going to be better. Although I haven't really noticed any performance issues, if I'm being honest. So,
like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launched, just because like, like the thing with multi-threading is that depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better.
I really hate the login spam, man.
Exactly. Like, some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right.
Running like
we're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You all want to not map? Jesus, okay.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, like already it's so much better now. But we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here. So
Alright.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's
go
interested in
and
listening to us
read
anymore.
the
They've got,
patch notes.
they've got
Oh,
the
all
stuff.
right,
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah.
gone.
Well, they were out already.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk
I
to
just
you
got
once
baited.
again.
I'm
and
fucking
look
tired.
forward to checking it out and going.
My
on
brain
to
does
some-
not work. Holy
Excellent.
shit.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions.
I have them
everyone.
loaded.
See you next
We
time.
could have been looking at
Thanks
them
for
these
watching.
last 8 hours.
Camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
Oh, look at all the cameras.
Okay.
Right.
Server still down for maintenance. Here we are on the patch notes. That's bad. I'm eating. We're gonna watch this one. I think hands-on gameplay. We're gonna watch a little bit of it.
Ziggity here with a hands-on preview for the Druid.
Jesus, okay.
We'll take a look at the shape-shifting forms, Druid spells, and how the new class plays overall in the early campaign. I got a chance to record this when I went to the studio to host the Q&A. Thanks to Grinding Gear Games for covering my flights.
I don't
to
know.
do so.
I haven't checked.
Keep in mind
It's
that
just the
as
patch
this
notes.
was
I just want to
recorded
eat my
more
pizza
than a
and then
week
do it.
from launch, it's non-final, and stuff can and already has changed from what you'll see here. The new Druid archetype is flavored by the combination of elemental and nature magic combined with shapeshifting into various
Is it lagging
beast
a little bit?
forms.
It looks
It does
like it
the rare and challenging action RPG task of giving us the potential to play a hybrid of spells and attacks. The human form is where your spellcasting happens, and your beast forms are where your melee happens.
Not natural, this. Air's gone sour.
When you start on the beach, this is brought home when you immediately find a staff with lightning bolt to begin spellcasting. However, that is quickly followed by looting the new melee weapon type, a talisman. Talismans function just like any other melee weapon in terms of where your damage comes from. They scale just like a mace would, for example, with increased physical damage and attack speed. But unique to talismans, they give you the ability to select a shapeshift form using this UI element. Werewolf and bear form is what you have initially, with Wyvern unlocking a little bit later on. This choice doesn't lock you into a form, but rather it just grants you the basic attack of the chosen form. Whenever you use one of these talisman attacks or any other shapeshift ability, you'll automatically shapeshift into that form.
I wonder what's better.
The basic abilities of each form are fairly straightforward, with the potential for a little bit more complexity as you go and unlock other pieces that they can combo with. The Bear's Maul grants rage on hit, while the Werewolf's form, for example, creates exploding chunks of ice on attacking frozen enemies. So they're designed to support or reward the other shapeshift skills that you unlock later on.
Feels familiar somehow.
Each of the three forms also comes with passive effects and mechanics. The version I played was likely non-final in this regard, but for example, Bear had defensive boosts and generated endurance charges when rage was consumed, while the Werewolf gets a sizable out-of-combat movement speed buff, which you can see in its movement as it drops to all fours. You quickly also get your first actual gem on the beach here, Volcano.
By primal will.
What the fuck is this, by the way?
This is a spell that causes an explosion and spits fire projectiles for a long duration. There's a running theme with a lot of the Druid spells that they provide some sort of ongoing benefit and that they often synergize with things that you can do while shapeshifted. This is all to support that idea of hybrid spells and melee shapeshifting, because after all, if it was something a little bit more limited, like a fireball for example, then you have to make a clear decision between whether you use a fireball or one of the shapeshifted attacks. In this case, you can place spells, they'll continue to do stuff while you're shapeshifted. Perfect.
Bang.
More on Volcano later. For now though, we can fight the Miller with Volcanoes and follow up with lightning strikes from the staff if we choose, or with our chosen shapeshift forms melee, which is obviously what I go for.
Oh.
Still breathing. That's a start. Sleep now. Whatever's left of ye.
The first uncut gem expands your options with the Entangle spell, Lunar Assault for Wolf, and Furious Slam for Bear. I'll test all of them as we go, don't worry, but I decided to kick off with focusing on the Bear's Slam combination first.
All of this is your fucking bear, wyvern, and wolf. That's what you get. That's so little. Those are the options?
Wow. Imagine if Bear could use maces. Where are they? There. Man. Rip.
First. The bear's basic
Sad.
attack Maul generates rage on hit, and Furious Slam spends rage to empower itself with a more powerful explosion that leaves behind jagged ground. The fact that you're spending rage also means that this constantly maintains endurance charges due to the bear's passive bonus.
Who the fuck cares?
Rage has been simplified across
Endurance
the
charges
game,
don't do
with
anything.
rage spenders now more consistently costing 10 rage, and a new visual effect shows in your character to indicate that you have at least 10 rage, making you glow, even in shapeshifted forms too. So this means that whenever you're glowing, you know that you can use a rage spender. I find the Devourer first up, so we get the first test of our metal a little bit early.
This reeks of the
Yeah,
Devourer's lair.
You want to try Bearless? Well, you just use Rage to cast to generate endurance.
And here we get to see a bit of the potential power of the Bear Styles combos.
Yeah.
You'll not harm another soul.
So volcanoes spit fire globs at an even pace, but slamming them causes an extra set of projectiles to fire. So placing volcanoes on bosses and bear slamming them while generating and spending rage is a simple and chunky feeling combo. And it makes pretty short work of the Devourer here.
The bear's just put a charge on.
You've gorged on the good folk of Clairfell long enough.
With the first support gem, I grabbed Fist of War to empower the Furious Slam, which plays very smoothly. It's perfect pairing with this, as you naturally
is this
tend
a
to space out
guide?
the slams anyway as you move around or as you generate rage with Maul. So the double empowered slams that you get from Rage and Fist of War also very satisfying, so pretty happy with that as a first support gem choice for this playstyle. There was some other interesting options there though, such as Overabundance and Burgeon for Volcano. So Overabundance lets you have a max of 2 volcanoes out instead of 1 at the cost of 50% less duration, which I think is a pretty good idea in many cases. Brings them down to something like 4 seconds maybe, but I think that's a very good trade-off because you can slam multiple of them down really fast, get a lot more burst on bosses, and have your slams triggering 2 volcanoes at once. So I run into my first of the League's Vaal encounters around here. These are just simple sacrifice platforms, basically kill monster in circle. Thankfully, they aren't even too strict about you needing to be in the circle. You just kill monster from the circle. So this video is primarily about the Druid. I'm not really going to be focusing too much on the
Need Death
League mechanic
Articulated.
here, but I will touch
I don't
on my
know
very
the
limited
names.
experience with it. The basic premise is kill monsters from 6 circles, and then you go raid a ruined temple for loot and a bunch of crafting options to improve your gear as you level. It's fairly unobtrusive as you play through, and then you get the chance to spend a little bit more time in the actual temple to do some gear crafting. That felt pretty powerful. For now, though, I get a chance to pick up the Wolf skill, Lunar Assault, and the Plant spell, Entangle, so I'll test those out in the near future. Entangle first, it places a fissure that grabs nearby enemies to deal rapid small hits of physical spell damage while slowing the entangled foes. Skills like this are always really good for utility, like Oil Grenade, for example. Slowing enemies is really effective on Crossbow. I anticipate Entangle might feel similar here as a utility spell. And similar to Volcano, it's got that duration-lasting benefit design.
Yeah,
So
the
it
lick
kind of
thing
means
is
that
really cool.
regardless of your actual leveling setup, your build, you can throw in some Entangles for some extra damage and slowing. I'm immediately pretty impressed with the feeling of bear form for blasting bosses here. Double empowered Volcano Slams is very rewarding. And the hybrid gameplay option on Druid means that if you need to kind of back off for a little while, you're taking a bit too much damage, your flasks are getting run down, you can give yourself some distance and throw down some volcanoes, entangles, and later on other spells while you're recovering. I'll take the opportunity before we test some wolf form here to comment on the overall feeling of shapeshifting, and it is, thankfully, seamless. GGG have done a really good job here of leveraging the weapon swap system, especially after they kind of changed it to not have delays and things
Oh
like
crap,
that.
fuck.
And they've done it in a way that requires zero thought on the player's behalf, which I think is really important. We've dumped a bunch of new players
Oh,
on the Druid here.
2,400,
and
that's
had to,
not too bad.
Teach them a bunch of complicated weapon swap mechanics and setup for the UI. It would be a real problem, but you don't actually have to think about it or do anything
Let's go.
initially to use it in its simple form. So spells just naturally swap you to human form and your staff or wand so that you can use them, right? Because they don't necessarily work otherwise, and the shapeshift abilities need
You
the
must have
talisman,
gotten a
so
really
they
quick queue
automatically
then,
swap
Matt.
to
What are
that
you,
and
like
thus
60?
swap you into your form. There's no real delays here, and it just feels smooth and seamless, even swapping between multiple forms. And the gameplay feels pretty fast too, because that was the thing from the preview that people were concerned about. Especially in Warform, it feels very fast. The initial reveal, it did a good thing of like focusing on clear, low damage, low movement examples of mechanics, so that you could understand what was going on. But it didn't actually show what it kind of felt or looked like to play the druid, and it made it look honestly a bit slow and clunky.
So much blood spilled here, the earth still bleeds.
The biggest thing that I noticed playing it though, that almost right away in Act 1, it was much faster and smoother than I would have thought from the footage, and that's because you're actually using things like dodge roll and sprint to reposition between attacks. And you obviously have a lot more damage than what they use in those previews. And now onto the Red Veil Zone, I decided to test the early game werewolf style a bit more. Lunar Assault is a large slash melee skill that has a very high freeze rate and cold conversion.
Alright. I'm gonna be honest,
and
I'm very much
with
not interested in this.
To give you a big bonus.
I thought it was going to be different than what it was. So we're not watching this, but we will read this. I just need to blow my nose like for a second, and I'll be ready. At least I remember to mute, yeah, so you don't hear the oh. Okay. Daddy, blow that nose. Ew. Okay. Whew. Oh, hydration check. Oh, I think I'm sorry, the volume is not here, I think, but maybe you still heard it. I turned off the system volume because otherwise we're gonna hear the... I guess we can do that now. I think we're fine, actually. We need some music anyway, so we might as well have the login music, right? 2487, that's pretty good. Okay, let's see. So, Fate of the Vaal, start a fresh new economy, blah blah blah. Do we need to read all of this? I guess we will. Start a fresh in the new economy of your old character will still present in the early league. Free passive trade, change. We hardly encourage you to join the new league, blah blah blah. Remnants of the ancient Vaal scattered around Ray class, not a corruption. Nah, we're not reading that. Let's get to the things. Druid, Oracle, and Shaman. 20 new skills, 35 supports, 8 lineage, 250 passives, 10 unique maps, weapon is talismans. What about the sorcerer ascendancy? They didn't expect that to be ready, or? Abyss is not ready. I mean, they announced it though. On the... It is ready. What do you mean? We watched it earlier today. Here. Disciple of Varashta. They announced it 16 hours ago. It's right there. It's right here. Their channel, Disciple of Varashta preview. Okay. Player changes. Tailwind now grants 1% increased movement speed, 2% increased skill speed, previously 3. Okay. 10% increased evasion, previously 15. Oh, wow. Okay. Based on arm attack time is now 1.65, previously 1.4. That's better, yeah? Modifiers to the number of enemies required to be considered surrounded can no longer reduce the required number below N1. Aw, so you can't be permanently surrounded anymore with the helmet. Sad. Sad. Rage regeneration now pauses rage decay similarly to other means of gaining rage. This means that your rage will never decay while it's regenerating. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I don't lose my place in the queue, because one time I queued in and I got a good spot and I thought I was in queue, and then I came back and it had locked me out of the queue. So I'm checking the game every so often. Let's see. After spending costs have been changed, all raid spending costs have been changed to 10 raids. Raids no longer cause visual effect on your character until you have 10 or more raids, so that you know that you can use these abilities. Cool. You now lose 5 raids per second if you have not taken damage or gained range in the past 4 seconds. Okay. Oh wow, from 10 if not in 2 seconds? Jesus, that's a buff. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause hit to deal zero damage. This is mostly targeted to prevent the cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armored monsters at very low levels. But this is for monsters then. Chaos. Okay. This is not for players, this is for monsters. Igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer apply infinite ignites. Igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ignites with the standard duration and will reapply them after they expire the next time the aura applies flammability to the target. Okay. When parrying, you now hit all enemies in area in front of you, in addition to the enemy who instigated the parry. Okay. Now always hit the enemy when you parry, regardless of distance. Okay. Sprinting no longer prevents heavy stun build-up decay. Cool. Totem placement speed now also scales the speed at which totems emerge. Okay. Wind ward has been removed. Okay. Was that the one after Tailwind? All skills granted by an ascendancy are now automatically activated when granted. Some previously required the players to manually activate. Bullseye now requires cold shots. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness, previous 5. Okay. New Mirage Deadeye ascendancy, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, firing a ranged attack projectile will create a mirage that uses targeted ranged attacks for a short duration. Then vanishes. You cannot create another mirage for a short time after the initial created one. Okay. Contagious contamination has been removed. Practical remedies have been removed. Running assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. Oh, cool. Added a new Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy with the following choices. Path of the Warrior can allocate passive from the Warrior starting point. Path of the Sorcerer can allocate from the Sorcerer. Each choice grants 4 passive skill points. That's cool. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path of the Seeker, or Path Seeker, sorry. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills offer additional options. Increase damage, increase global strength, increase cost efficiency. Oh, wait, cost efficiency? Is that Spirit as well? Elemental Surge reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge trigger Elemental Surge, you gain 3 lightning surges. Now provides when you consume a charge trigger Elemental Surge, you instead gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. Okay. Warbringer. Wait, no, Ritualist first. Ritual Sacrifice, stolen modifier duration is seconds at gem level previously. Wow! 100 and... that's wild. Corrupted Life Falls now also has you deal 15% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Okay. Warbringer Imploding Impacts now also grants fully broken armor. You inflict increased all damage taken from hits instead. The ancestral Warhorn minion summoned by a Warbringer Sunset Call notable now more consistently hits close-up enemies with the second part of its slam attack. Surprising strength have been removed. What did that do? Surprising strength. 50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. That's gone. What do you get then? Crushing impact now also grant 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Nice. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive skill, which grants every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures, which you use yourself, costs 3 additional aftershocks ahead and to each side of the initial arrows. That is so many things. Every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures when you use yourself. Why can't it do fissures? It's like sad. Smith of Kitava. Each notable connected to the Smith Masterwork notable now grant 200 armor in addition to its other bonuses. Okay. Padded plates have been removed. Lead lining has been removed. Heavy bracing has been removed. What do they do? Oh no, I pressed something. Padded plate, heavy bracing, heavy bracing. Body armor grants increased onset threshold 100%. What else do we got? Lead lining is lightning resist. Padded plates is cold resist. Added Kitavan imprint in place of padded plates, which causes your body armor to grant 60% increased glory generations. Added spike plates instead of in place of lead lining, which causes your body to grant 100% increased thorns damage. Added tribute to Utula in place of heavy bracing, which causes your body armor to grant 30% increased spirit. Eternal layer now reduces critical damage taken by 100%, previously 50. Heat proofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging ailments. What? Okay, insane. Oh, only damaging ailments. Okay, so it's just bleed and stuff. I thought it was ailment immunity. It's not. The fire spell on melee hit skill granted by Heat of the Forge Smith of Katana costs no mana when triggering socketed spells. It also now gains 10% increased damage per level up to 200. Cool. Temper weapon granted by Against the Anvil now costs no mana. Combust triggered by its empowered attacks now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels. Cool. Manifest weapon skill changes target less frequently to spend more time actively attacking. Nice. Additionally, mace lower cooldown for the things spear fixed a bug where the damage dealt while it was dashing towards an enemy didn't cover the full distance of the dash. Okay. Infernalist. Seething body no longer grants. While high on Infernal Flame, you and allied person gains damage as fire. Grants gain Elemental Archon when you cast a spell while high on Infernal. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high Infernal Flame. Losing when reaching max. Okay. Whispers of the Flesh now also grants target it's cursed by you have 100% reduced. Oh, so it's regen takeaway or whatever. Stormweaver refracted infusion now grants when collecting an elemental infusion gain another different elemental infusion, previously 50% chance. Oh, so it's just okay, cool. Guaranteed now. Storms for collection now also grants remnant can be collected from 50% further away. Also, so it's the same, but with that, multiplying squalls now grants +2 limit to elemental skills, previously 1. Ooh, sorcerer, tornado sorcerer, tornado stormweaver. What do I think about the Deadeye changes? So you nerfed Tailwind, or they got nerfed. Wind Ward, is that the one where you have Tailwind and it gives you DR reduction? So it's nerfs, right, to the things you are using. And then Bullseye, cold shots, or Bullseye being like 10 instead of 5. The cold shot one is pretty boring because it doesn't do the chain that it was supposed to do. I don't know, it seems like I'm so sad about the called shots, man. It was supposed to do the whole like shots now automatically chain to your what's it called, marked enemies, and it just doesn't. Was the Mirage sound OP? I don't know. It sounds like the same thing you have in PoE 1, but worse. You did not need cold shot in most builds. No, but cold shots, what they announced was that it was going to, whenever you shot a projectile, that projectile was going to chain to your marked target. So essentially what you could do is you could scale up, like fire off 8 projectiles, and as long as they hit something in chain range of the mark, they would just go whoop, all hit it. So instead of hitting it with like one, or except of relying on chains from the actual things having chain already, you made this like homing missile thing, right? Where all of them just went to one target without them needing to have chain. That was what they announced in the patch notes, and that was the reason I went Deadeye, because I thought that was so cool. And it just ended up being, all it did was mark targets and not do the chain thing. So yeah, the way I think is you nerfed the things that people were doing, which was Tailwind and maybe Wind Ward, and then they buffed something nobody was using, which is Bullseye, but then they also put it behind cold shots, right? So now you have to take cold shots to get Bullseye. Now maybe people did use Bullseye, and that's why they put it behind cold shots, because nobody used cold shot, I guess. And then Mirage Archer, it seems okay. It depends, right? Like, how long's the duration, and how long is the cooldown until you can make another one? Does it have any, like, damage modifiers on it or not? Is it a minion? Does it scale with minion? Like, how does it scale? It seems okay. It seems less like something I'd use for damage, more like something I'd use for utility. That's my thought process. Where were we? Chronomancer. Inevitable agony granted by inevitability has been updated. Now ignores the curse limit. Nice. Now cause the curse target to take 50% of damage hit. Wait, 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when curse expires. Previously 20%. That's a massive buff. Holy shit. That's cool. Gemling Legionnaire. Thaumaturgical Infusion now grants 1 max cold per 3 blue. Previously 4. I guess it's the same for all the other ones. That's pretty big. Thaumaturgical Dynamism. Okay, granted by advanced thaumaturgy. Now generates a charge once every 5 seconds. Previously 1 every 8. That's a pretty big buff as well. Cool. Tactician. Supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell notable has been updated. Command death from above cooldown is now 20, previously 40. Okay. Fires a volley every 0.75, previously 2. Fires 6 volleys, previously 4. 4 meter width, previously... Holy shit. But attack damage is now massively nerfed. Okay. Strategic Embankment passive skill has been updated. Ballista no longer grants increased immobilization buildup. It grants 20% skill speed. Okay. That's pretty good. Siege Ballista no longer grants increased damage against immobilized damage. Now grants 25% more. Wait. 50% increase. Now it's 25 more? Wow. Mortar Cannon, 25% damage gained as fire, up from 15. Holy shit. Added Spell Totem to Embankment Auras. Spell Totem grants 50% increased crit chance. That's pretty fucking cool. I was thinking about doing a Ballista Tactician, actually. Witch Hunter. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum control to 30%, previously 40. This is a buff. Ceremonial Ablution now instead grants sorcery ward, also protects against physical and chaos. Oh, it protects against everything now? Wow, okay. That's pretty good. I did Warrior Cannon last week. Was it fun? I'm thinking about the Tactician with the ballistas. It seems cool. And Protect Me from Harm now grants 30% less evasion, previously 50. Holy shit. The Soul Spring now additionally grant meta skills have 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. That sounds okay. Unbound Avatar granted I shall rates have been up now. It's cooldown 12 seconds. What was it before? Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict elemental aim when you hit no longer has no more than once every 0.2 for each type of ailment. So you're gonna get it quicker, but it's gonna have a 12-second cooldown? Shocking and Uniting now grant 1 instead of 2. Okay, well. So I guess it was a nerf in the end? Acolyte of Chayula. Embrace now gives plus 10 maximum darkness per level, previously 8. Okay. Into the Breach skill granted by Working Dream now 15 leech, 15% life, previously 7. Mana, previously 7. Egg second, previously 5. Now created closer to the player. Okay, choice of power, choice of life, choice of mana. Grants 50% increased effect of remnants. 50% increase. Okay. Void Illusion skill, cooldown 4. So basically it just gets the 4 right off the bat. Granted by now deals bigger damage. Okay. Oh, the sunglasses build. Right. Yeah. I don't really want to do the flashbangs. I would like to do the arrow ballista thingies. I did see the whole flashbang thing. I'm definitely not playing that. I'll get a fucking migraine really quickly. No shot. No shot I'm doing that. With the addition of the druid and all the new game mechanics, we've added the passive support for these throughout the passive skill tree. Bro, I kind of have to fucking poop. I don't usually stream this long. I want to read all these things, though. Ah! God damn it. Am I going to get anything from reading the passive tree skill changes? I don't think so. I think we're better off just finding those. Gem changes, though. Crescendo is now intelligence. Okay. Perpetual charge is now intelligence. Okay. Mark for Death is now strength. Okay. Gamble Shot is intelligence. Bramble Slam. I don't know anything about this, really. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the flashbang. Like, that thing could be literally 5x other builds. I'm never playing it. Ambrosia 1 is now tier 2 support, previously tier 3. Great Wood is lineage support? Okay. Magnified Area 2 no longer causes to do less damage. Second Wind can no longer support meta skills. World drop lineage supports are now less common overall. Specific lineage supports have been adjusted relative to others. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get much from this either. I didn't really play around with the lineage supports. 2% extra physical damage for 20 level life cost. Soft Spire, fire damage is extra chaos. Previously 20, so double. Holy shit. Ashes, then lightning, and stillness from Toll is cold. Chaos on the Ulna Toll. Killing blows from supported skill strike against rare ones who grant 2 of their modifiers. For 5 minutes, previously 40 seconds? Holy shit. Sarok, 3 times spell echo, previously 2. And 40% increased area of effects. Okay, cool. Uruk Smelting, fully breaking armor with supported skill can affect target to permanently take 5% increased physical damage up to 20. Jesus. That's pretty good. Relentless Propulsion, 70 increased reduced cast speed, protect charge speed, 50. Okay. Arn Citadel now no longer has supported skills, have 30% less area of effect. Okay. No longer has. So it just does all it did, but it doesn't have the downside. Cool. Techrod's Revenge now grants minions. Don't care. Rickball's Ferocity now has supported skills, have increased attack speed if used in website 1. Oh, shit. Ratha's Assault now grants supported skills load 5 bolts when you dodge, previously 3. What skill load 4 additional bolts, previously 3. Okay. Now has supported skills 20% increased attack speed. Tech Rod? We'll read it then. Minion from support skill die 20 seconds as a life reduced to 0, previously 10 seconds. And minions from supported skills gain increased attack speed when the life. That sounds pretty good, yeah. Minions are just like. Ratha's Assault now grants support skill load 5. We already read that. Arjun's Medal now grant 100% increased chance to load a bolt in your roll, and killing bro. Support skill. Count's Madness grants skill deal 20% less. Supporter skill deals 20% less damage, previously 40. It has to do something else as well. Towa's Tending now grants total granted by skill have 25% more life. Explosion deal base equals 20%, previously 10. Oh, they get less life, but they get a bigger explosion. Okay. One mirror Arjun's. Are they that? Are they that rare? That series Allure now has support skills of 20% less curse effects, previously 25. Okay. Garcon's Result. They're lowering the downsides, it seems like. It was expensive already, fair. And now it's less likely to drop, I guess. Kirkle's Leash now grants gain on Holy Might for 15 seconds, commanding minions. Who cares? Arakali's Lost now grants supporter skill, deal 8% more damage with hits for each poison on the enemy. Cool. Takati's Ira, poison supported per rage though, but Violet's Chimes now grants 25% chance to gain a power charge when expending combo with supporter skills. Per combo expended, this chance can exceed 100%. Okay. Arbiter's Ignition, 100% chance to gain elemental argon or igniting. Okay. Nova projectiles no longer cost supporter skills to gain 4 additional projectiles, or supporter skills now deal 40% less damage. Nova projectiles no longer causes them to gain additional projectiles. That sounds really bad. Added Nova projectiles 2, causing them to gain 6 additional projectiles. Deal 50% less damage and applying a cooldown time of 8 seconds to supporter skills. Sad. Dominus Grabs. Now, Piety's Merge is renamed Dominus Grabs. It now grants supporter skill chain 100% more time. Chain 1 support no longer grants supporter skill chain 100% more time. Now grants supporter skills 30% less damage with hits. Previously 50. The fuck? Does it change still? What do you mean? +2, previously +1. So I guess this does +1. No longer grants supporter skill chain 200% more time. Now grants supporter skills chain 2 times. So basically, you don't get more chains, but you get the damage. Okay. Division, I guess. Combination damage per combo has a cap of 10 combo and a cap of 20. And it's nerfed. Okay. Stormfire, shock by supporter skill, take percent of ignite damage as lightning damage as well as fire. Now causes enemies shocked by supporter skills to take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage. Okay, that's kind of cool. Living Lightnings attacks now deal the same damage for each hit in this chain, previously erroneously dealing less damage. Okay, I wonder if that was the case in PV1 as well. Cooldown of 8, previously 5. Enraged Warcry and Rage Force support now treated as spending rage. Upheaval and Branching Fissure supports are no longer restricted to melee attacks. They can now support any skill which creates fissures. Cool. Impact Shockwave support can now actually makes aftershocks, allowing interaction with aftershock specific area and damage modifiers. Previously it was actually a variant of melee splash, which does not benefit from these. Okay. Oh, so now we both get the shockwave and a splash if you want? Okay, cool. can now support non-wind strike wind attacks. Okay. Spark granted by the Earthbound unique voltaic staff no longer mistakenly supportable by cooldown support. Ancestral cries no longer mistakenly supported by cooldown support. Cooldown support. Cooldown support. Cooldown support. Okay. Skill changes. The Frozen Mandibles monster can once again the Frozen Mandible monsters can once again no longer be bound as a spectre or tamed beast. For fuck's sake, that fucking ant or whatever it is. Summon specters. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which the player uses the skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Oh no. I need to blow my nose. I muted. Right, here we go. What are we doing? Pump skill we did. Ice fragments created by skills such as from escape shot and ice tipped arrows. Only able to hit each enemy once per group. Rip. Per target hit limits on Firestorm are now displayed. Okay. Whirlwinds now take on elements from overlapping allied elemental ground for 8 seconds, previously 4. That's cool. Added wind type to the following skills: Twister, Whirling Slash, Wind Blast, Wing Blast, Whirlwind Lance, Wind Saber, Fury, Tornado, Tornado Shot, projectiles created by staggering palm. Fix the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described as limits: Frozen Locust, Earthquake, Earth Shatter, Shield. Well, these skills can also now be supported by Overabundance. Okay. Acidic Concoction can no longer consume poison nor trigger acidic bursts from inanimate objects like wine, aeroplane. Yeah. Invocation skill now have 0.2 second cooldowns. Okay. Temporal change limit now have lowered radius scaling. Oh. Rip. Dory's undoing big changes of intelligence scale based on support. Cost level is open to build without having to be intelligent. Okay. Freezing Salvo is now offered as tier 3. Tier 3, I don't know what they were before, but there we are. Ancestral Cry, Volcanic Eruption now deals damage more. Now triggers Volcanic Step every 0.2 meters travel previously in footsteps. Rip. Guess it does more damage but less often. Arc, 50% increased magnitude shock instead of 50% more magnitude. Increased instead of more. Rip. Arctic armor. Cold damage. Okay. Armor breaker. More damage. More damage. Attrition, half the spirit cost. Ball lightning deals more damage. Scaling up to more damage. With significantly less chance to shock. Fire explosion deals more damage. To more damage. And the ignite ground deals more damage. Okay. Invocation, half the spirit cost. Cast a mini does half the spirit cost. Charge regulation grants more skill speed where you have a frenzy charge. No longer more skill, but now instead it's increased skill. Rip, I guess. Comet, Fire Infused now deals more damage. Scaling to even more damage. Detonating Arrow deals more damage. Disengage, 2 frenzy charges. Oh, okay. Instead of what, and it goes up to 3? That's pretty good. Elemental Conflux. Less spirit. Cool. Invocation, sorry. Energy gained at levels. I don't know if that's better or worse. Increased energy gained, so that's better. I don't know where I saw the less. Electrocuting Arrow. Attack speed is bigger. Deals less damage. 80% fist to lightning, previously 50, so that's probably better. Escape shots, fire 7 ice fragments, previously 4. Additional ice fragments leveled up, 11, 20, now deals more damage. Bigger explosion. Oh, that seems pretty good. Escape shot got some buff, huh? Explosive spear, +1 limit. Every 8. Okay, so you can have like 3 or whatever. Maybe 4 with some all skill levels. And then it also does way more damage. And the explosion gets bigger if you consume a charge. Cool. Eye of Winter travels longer, but moves slower and has a lower cooldown. Okay. None of the people before you DQ'd? Yeah, same. I'm in the exact same spot as well. Fangs of Frost. Bigger freeze build-up. Smaller freeze build-up on the explosion. Okay. Firestorm deals more damage. Scaling up to more damage. At bigger radius. But you get less from the fire infusion, but more damage, I guess. But less bolt frequency. The cold one scales pretty aggressively as well, I guess. Yeah. And so does the lightning one. Lower cooldown on Flame Blast. Frag rounds now has bolt. Frag rounds now have bolts pierce 2 targets at gem level 1, scaling to 5. Okay. That's pretty good. Frag rounds were really good. Oh, freezing mark no longer causing explosions that freezing the target grants above the grants damage to cool. Okay. Frostbolt has chill magnitude. More of it, I guess. Frost wall that's lightning infused deals lightning damage. More of it. Okay. Frozen locust no longer deals 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5. No longer creates crystal ground. T-3. Yeah, we're getting there. Frozen locust ice crystal no longer have hidden damage, less damage taken from allies. Hidden more damage taken from monsters and the life frozen locusts have been greatly increased at later levels. This is made to make frozen locusts stronger with things to scale of ice crystal life. Keep the amount of damage to destroy the ice crystal from both players and monsters roughly the same. Okay, that's cool. Gathering Storm, perfect timing window. Ugh. Increased, it has much higher dashing rate. Shockwave now has maximum 20 shockwaves per use, previously 8. Holy shit, that's a buff. 2 minutes and a half. Oh, it's happening. 2 minutes. I guess we should get in there. There's a bunch of skills. There's a bunch of unique changes. Omen of homogenization, exaltation, and homogenizing coronation have been disabled from dropping. RIP. Yeah, I mean, I guess we will just YOLO it. And we'll just go now. Where is it that my camera needs to be? Is it like here? I really don't like having it worked with game capture earlier today. But it seems like it doesn't today, or just now. It's weird. I've always been using game capture and it worked for PoE 1 and 2 for so long, but now it just doesn't, so I have to use screen grab, and I don't like that. I really don't like it. Okay, are we actually going live in 40 seconds, or are we gonna have issues? Is it gonna happen? Or are they gonna shit the bed? Issues. I kind of wanted to buy the supporter packs, but well, one of them at least. But now, DC in the next 1 to 10 minutes. Let's see. I'll be pissed if it happens again. The last time I actually stayed up to play on launch, they delayed for like 3-4 hours and I ended up going to bed after streaming for nothing, right? Oh, look at the queue. People are going in. All you need is to make a silly bear name to keep it for yourself. Fair. Less than 1k. Oh no, I saw Leet. 1337. Let's see if we see 420. Come on, 420. No. What about 69? 269. We're about just 69. No, we didn't see it. Let's go. We're in. Create. We'll go here. Are we gonna go solo self? No, we're not gonna go solo self-found. Let's hear what he has to say.
Primal druid, a man torn between two worlds. But our forests have no place for another of your kind. Let the great wolf hear your final remarks.
Like, look at the clothing that they are wearing. Why is the druid so fucking like? It's like prison clothes, and he's just in fucking armor. Actually, let's start with the shaman. I think we're gonna go shaman, so we'll call it this. Benjamin. West.
Oh, seems that Dreyarch's not done with me yet.
The first ones! You're alive! I'm glad to see another living...
Oh, I've got problems of my own to tend.
What? You just leave me to die?
Ah, nay, lad. Now speak. What befell ye?
Oh, first ones, bless you. The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him until that bloody thing got to me first. Now, all those who drowned in the flooding...
Did they add the talking to everything now?
I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
Not natural, this. Air's gone sour. Abominations!
Oh wow, this is terrible.
The beast still waits within.
I can't pick.
Not man, not beast, but both.
Okay. Why do I take all the damage in the universe? Bro, I do 0 damage and I take all the damage. I wonder if the bear's better. The wolf feels awkward when it tries to go fast.
Feels familiar somehow.
Okay. Left click to bind. Can you move, or where do we put it? We'll put it on 3. E is for execute. Bro.
Meeting an old friend I can name.
How do I disable these fucking tutorials? Skip. The wolf look a bit stupid.
Hearts wasted on ye, you bloody lump.
Talk's wasted on you. Ah! Bro, I do no damage. It feels like my damage is based on the fact that it has like a wind up to it.
Still breathing. That's a start.
Why'd I get a pipe?
Now, whatever's left of ye.
What is the... Okay.
Kelton, please come inside.
This is no stronghold. Wouldn't he stand up to a stiff breeze?
Would they stand up to a stiff breeze? Okay, what are we doing? Increase the spell and attack damage, and this is armor and energy shield. What do we get here? Armor applies to elemental damage, energy shield, and strengthening. What do we get here? Increase damage, gain damage extra at random element, life regen, mana regen. Increase crit while shapeshifted. Increase skills while shapeshifted. Okay, area damage. Freeze build up. Skill effect duration, mana, regen life. There's a couple of flat nodes here. It seems pretty okay. Bro, is it just me? Skill speed. Critical damage. Extra lightning. Extra cold. 24% increase. Cast speed and attack speed. Movement speed. And then I'm sitting here looking at Like this one's here, right? Like that one's really good. But like wonder if the flat ones are gonna be good. We'll go here. We'll take Dan.
Friendly's the name. You're skilled with the violence, if what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign. Another refugee from the Count's justice, I take it. Well, have no fear. This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills in these dark times. I've smith for you what I... There's a beast of particular... Now, if you could channel your fire. Till next time.
Seems he's the only thing holding this place together.
We got Fury Slam, we got Lunar Assaults. I think we'll go Assaults. I think we'll do here, and then we'll do the Shred on Q, because Shred has like a little jump to it.
Welcome to the... I can... all this. Something. I fear this love. Stay safe.
Not the place for such things.
Well. Gotta put on some armor.
A true... I am... You feeling lucky?
I should have heard what they had to say, but...
A thief. Let's hope he's the honorable kind.
The honorable thief, huh? Currency. I guess I have to go on the Eternal Realm and save my settings here. We'll deal with it later. Okay, let's just move on. Oh, it's this way now? Was it always this way? This doesn't do fuck all. It does fuck all damage. What the f- It does 0 damage. And it gets interrupted super quick, huh? I feel so weak. Like, Shred is kind of based around this last thing doing a crap ton of damage. I guess we can try the bear out. Wow, it's slow. Oh, it's so slow. It's so disgustingly slow. Ugh. Holy! Ah! Man.
Still remember how to fight.
It looks, it feels ass. It's so slow. The bear is so unbearably slow. Look at how long this takes.
Abominations! Ancient relics, poison on land and beast alike. The light flickers to life.
You see what I did there? Hmm? It's just... Man! And the wolf does 0 damn. Wait, where's the devourer? I guess I should treat it like a mace and just bonk things. Oh, the little hop is cool.
Tunnels of mud and filth. Aye, this reeks of the Devourer's lair.
Oh, it's so terrible. Oh, it's bad. I think this almost feels worse than the Huntress did at first. Like, my best move is literally ignore my skills, I guess. Also, it feels like I have a movement speed penalty. Like, is this really base movement speed? What?
Another soul.
It feels like the Scottish accent goes away when you're a bear.
Wow.
You've gorged on the good folk of Clareville long enough.
It does fucking fuck all. I don't fucking know. This is yikes. Surely it gets better? Yeah, I mean it will. Absolutely it will, but...
Why, look, it's out. None of it's junk deal. Farewell, hero.
Now, this won't cover up. If you find a bite down there, do bring it back.
Okay, so Maul is basically what I'm doing right now. Extra damage is fire. Overabundance, maybe. Wait, you can channel this? Okay. I was thinking about doing attack speed on this because it's just so ass. Like, unironically, I'm probably better off just doing Mole. Or Volcano. Guess we'll go fist. Like, we are not using the slam that often. I don't know. Wait, I didn't get the freaking Clearfell. Are you joking me? It's right there. One thing. I definitely feel like it's having the wolf form is kind of a must. So you can move faster. Because holy crap, this is ass. I should have used the checkpoint. I'm fucking stupid. Look at this fucking movement speed. Ugh.
Home to magic's most foul.
Or if you fucking stream it, bro.
Die, fiend.
Ooh! My ass.
One less curse upon this land.
This is so bad. Oh my god. This does unbelievable amounts of fucking sucking. I think we will use the Lunar Assault actually. And we'll try to use it to get more damage because right now it's fucking terrible. Okay. Oh, this is not better. Did I just get interrupted?
Feral brute.
Okay. Bro, this is fucking trash. I feel like I made the wrong choice in the beginning with leveling. Oh my god, it's so bad. Can I respec already? No, I can't. I need the guy, right?
That'll make 3.
Ah! What am I wearing right now? Armor.
Three remain.
Okay. Life regen.
Wild spawn.
So terrible. Oh my god, it's bad. I think this is the worst I've ever played. It's so bad.
The wild stars within.
I feel like I should stop going here. And maybe go for the armor. Like, there's 2 passive armor nodes with some percent, but it's like, wow, it's bad. Yeah, it's both. It's both. But I feel like it's not as much. It's the same. It's the same as you get on the other ones. But like, you just get skill speed on the monk instead. Or attack speed here. And like, the options are life regen. It's really fucking bad. Are you this slow? Like, this seems more like it. Bro. Holy shit, it sucks. Oh, this is so bad.
This land feels ancient. What binds them here? By decree of the Count of Ogden, those condemned to hang from these branches are to be left until their hearts no longer beat.
I was kind of hoping I'd get something from here. Grants slams attack, 5 fuel, smoldering rage, 10 armor per level, 30% armor applies to elemental damage. What do you get in the werewolf form? You drop all 4s after moving. That's all you get. Okay, so this is the more defensive one.
What happened here? This shade. Is it still alive? To release that being, there is a battlefield. Renly will know. I'll wait here. The old magics will protect me.
I guess we gotta go, like, see if we can get some gear somehow.
Yes? Feeling lucky?
Because this for sure isn't working.
Not bad.
Okay, we can't gamble.
Well, hero. Oi! Anything take your fancy? Till next time.
Sorry.
Where are talismans? No, not really. Okay. I guess we hope we get lucky. What is this one? We got some cold damage. Oh well. Oh, the wrong one. I don't fucking know, man.
Mortal fool!
Where is this flower thing? Bro, it takes forever to slam this. Here we go. Roar!
A twisted mockery of life.
I wonder if my hitbox is massively larger. Urgh.
The rot is cut out, root and stem.
You get lightning damage, but we don't have any hole to put it in. I'm thinking maybe we do like this. I guess we go Furious Slam. Energy shield. Yeah. Is that what we need to find here? It was, right? Might not do much damage, but it looks cool.
Beast.
I mean, I guess. It's like, but it doesn't feel cool. It does no damage and it takes forever to slam. My best thing is this.
So much blood spilled here, the earth still bleeds.
Look at how slow that is.
There's one ahead.
You can charge this? It's super slow, but at least you look cool. I don't know about that. I'm kind of regretting that I didn't play crossbows again now. The AoE is so small.
Yeah, might find myself at home.
Wait, do I channel it? Wait, give me a second. Hold it. No, it's a rage. Okay.
Dragged from their graves to die twice over.
So spending rage give it bigger AoE. What does the Nettle Talisman do? It's a bit more damage. It's still only these two. But I mean, so it's 12 to 21, I guess. So it's still this one's still a bit better. But I guess I can try and augment it. Increased damage and 5% of a random element. Ooh. I think we'll go through here to get shape-shifting stuff. At least for now. Get some attack speed or skill speed at least. It's a lot of mobs. It's so bad. Always find the positive. I have found one positive thing. Like, if I just stand here and I do the slam, it's like this. But if I do it after one of these, you cut off a bit of the attack speed. Right? Like, so here, the bear has to stand up. But if you're already standing, you go directly into a slam. That's kind of cool. And it makes it feel a lot more like you're actually doing stuff together. It makes it feel like it's always worth it to do a maul before a slam. Because then you're doing an attack leading up to it rather than just standing up, right? So I do think that's cool. Thinking about putting this on. It does give you rage as well, yeah. But even if you're at full rage, right? Like, you'd still be better off using it. Because, like, look at the difference here, right? I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna slam. Bam. But if I do this, oh, I fucked it up. Give me again. Do this and then slam. It's either slightly faster or at least the same attack time. And you just get the melee in first, like the maul in for free. Woo! I potioned twice. And it did nothing. Okay.
From their graves to die twice over.
Well, that was how far we were gone on hardcore. I got poisoned. Fucking disappointing. Am I canceling too quick? Where is my fucking damage, game? Oh my god. I think they could literally double. I think they could literally double the damage of the bear and it would still feel shit. Damage takes 3 to 5 business days to arrive. Yeah.
Abomination!
Where the fuck is the last thing? Well, we're up to freezing with 1 hit then, I guess. Wait, so how does the slam... Well, the slam after the freeze is okay as well, actually. Did I not press this one? Like, what happened? I've done 2. Where's the last? Oh my god, it was right here all along.
Looks to be the last one.
The fuck am I taking damage to?
Rest now, if you still can.
I mean, it is, it's there. I don't think that's going to be worth it right now. Let's see if we can, this one's better now. Oh wait, this one needs to be at Renly, right? But we can't do that yet, yeah? No, we can't. Let's throw it in here. Then we got this thing. Attack to... Let's go, I guess.
Bye. Spirits in the trees be dead. Oh, who knows what prizes await? Not sure what I'm going to do with it. But cheers. Later.
Oh, I can't use that yet because I don't have a belt. So I'm so happy I got that, though. Where's the socketables? Oh my lord. Oh, it's called augments now. Augments. I guess we got better do gems as well. Flask / charms. Actually, this one got the wrong color. It used to be that one.
Care to take a look at my... You're feeling luck. Guess I can help move. Bye then.
Okay. What can we get now? Primal. We can get the shockwave totem. Isn't that literally here as well? Wow. So not even that is new. Rolling magma. Wyvern projectile. Shapeshifter to lob a ball of magma to deal area damage as a hit. The skill change impacts on molten fissure or volcanoes activities were slammed. Pounds. Let's see these.
Wing blast buff its enemies, knocking them back as you propel yourself to a safe distance. While this skill is equipped, enemies that are close to being stunned will show this marker. Hitting such an enemy with Wing blast will stun them, cause an additional shockwave, and has a chance to grant you a power charge to spend on other skills. Wing blast buff its enemy. Pounce leaps to the target. Pounce leaps to the target location, damaging enemies where you land. The strongest enemy you hit is marked with Predator's Mark.
Okay.
Making them take more damage and summoning a wolf when they die. You can also socket a different mark to this skill to apply that one instead. Pounce leaps. Rolling magma spits a ball of lava that bounces forward, dealing damage each time it hits the ground. It can also trigger volcanoes and molten fissures from your other skills, like a slam would.
Oh, this is attacks, not spells. Okay.
Rolling magma.
So literally none of the shape-shifting things are spells.
Shockwave Totem repeatedly thumps the ground, dealing area damage. It causes an extra shockwave from any jagged ground it hits. Shockwave.
So literally none of the animal forms are spells. We'll try the wyvern because it looks cool.
Curious, I would have. Go well.
Best not scatter the locals.
Is there wyvern? What do you get? Increased stun threshold, elemental ailment threshold, and faster energies to recharge.
You have them. Stab them into the runewood sights. Stay safe. Good. Now the others.
Whatever hides beneath that wood, time I looked it in the eye.
Okay, the dragon looks really fucking cool.
he's unconscious, but he's...
So can my talisman turn me into a wyvern now? Or can? Okay.
I heard you're heading for the village. When I fled from, stick to the carrots.
The wound, only by accounts, the grim town.
Okay, let's see if this is something.
Feral brute.
I don't think I'm sold on the projectile, but... Rend does literally fucking double damage to everything else. Also, it just looks cooler.
These roots will nae budge for me.
If the Fey spirits...
I mean, rule of cool, I guess. We're a Dragon. Well, damage is still 0, but... Although it does seem like the wing swipe thing does a crap load of damage. What's our damage on it? 58 DPS, nothing? Yeah, 10 more DPS. Look at my life regen. 1. Oh, that's so bad. Oh my lord. I might as well have nothing. Want to buy some fucking damage.
A fellow druid, not ye as well.
Well, I'm just gonna bonk him, I guess.
I only hope you'd do the same for me.
Peace, brother. Killing a shocked enemy with supported skills. What does it do? Buff. Wait. Shapeshifted to widest slab wingtip. Consumes a power charge if possible. Grant a buff that gives extra lightning damage. When you have the buff, friend covers a much larger area, but it's slower. Why does it have to be slower? I think we're gonna get rage on it so that we can actually do empowered slams.
Nature's turned on you.
I'm a little bit sad that the breath isn't considered a spell. I think that would capture the hybrid a little bit better. Ah! Ah! God damn it. Oh, this is so bad. Why is this so bad? Come on, game.
Another one over there. Almost done. Just one remains.
Do we want Wing Blast? I think we get it. Like, it's a disengage tool that might come in handy, right? Like, we can't always, like, ah! When we're in trouble. Where am I supposed to go? Up there?
Grave Walker.
Oh, that way. Oh, that way. I feel like the maps are worse. Is it just me? I was never this lost in the campaign. Or maybe it's just because the fucking thing feels so much slower. I just don't feel like I was wandering around like this so much in previous seasons. Jesus.
Quickly! My family has been abducted! That bastard tyrant Praetor Draven! I sent for reinforcements, but...
Well, we make a fine pair. Half a memory between us.
Oh, crap. It's so cool, but why did it have to be smaller? Or so slower, I mean.
Wild's ticket.
Roar. Boy, I let him hit me.
Monstrous wretch.
Oh, we got a power charge. Okay. That missed. The range. Okay. Some of it feels a little awkward. I think I have some things that might be upgrades and I need it, so. So it's 2 to 4 with a bit more crit. Probably damage down without the thing I can put in. We'll hold it for now. I am gonna put this one in there because it's lightning damage.
Stay safe if you can.
Ah, the hero. None of it's junk. Watch yourself out there.
We need to do absolutely everything we can with how fucking shitty this thing is. The lightning rune is probably gonna, hopefully gonna make a big difference.
That'd be the last beacon. It's done.
Okay. I don't really have anything to craft on though, but oh wow, look at that shit.
This place has gone to ruin.
Power blankets this altar.
Okay. So what do we got? We got a dynamo. We got a golem workshop. What do you need to improve it? We got monster packs. So what happens if we... Okay. Put that there. What happens with this thing? Okay. Oh, we got a level 2. I don't fucking know. Just put it there. Okay, let's see what we do. Go.
This temple grows stranger still.
Behold, be awed, queen, and you never forget this, and you what? Shines from within all the Vaal. That fucking nose ring, though.
Vaal Scourge!
Why the hell is it so hard to get the wing blast off? Upgrades a normal or magic equipment into a rare with 4 modifiers. So that didn't do anything. I hope we would get something. We didn't. Did it change what was on it? I think it did. Oh, kinda yikes. We lost the crit, I guess. Okay. Oh crap, the door closed. Upgrade to normal, magic to rare. Let's do this one. 10 life. Rip. That was ass.
Abominations!
Exalt augments are rare with a new modifier. Bam! Oh, we got flat fizz. Let's go. Alchemy workbench. Normal or magic. Let's go this one. It doesn't really have anything good on it. We could also go the ring. Should we go the ring? Let's go this. So 12 mana and 5 int. Does it keep it? It kept the int, but not the mana. We'll go do the god house. Exalt. I mean, it is gonna add another prefix. That's likely to be damage, right? Bam. Cold damage as well. Let's go. So we were on 58 before. Now we doubled our damage. Come here.
Mindless machine!
There are more left? Another alchemy. We sent the ring. Bam. Accuracy, evasion, strength. Useless. Okay, it's fine. Temple complete. Now what? Do you just leave or? It removed what? One of the guard posts and that's it? Okay. Oh, this is cool. I like that. That's kind of cool. It's a neat little experience and it's nice early to get some crafting stuff. I wonder if there's any movement speed anywhere. Spell damage. 5 physical damage prevented. Recouped as energy shield per power. Okay. Okay. Where are we going, though, is the question. Like, what do we want? There's movement speed here. Guess we want that. I want to go for the skill speed node, though. Also have you in, like, some rage stuff. And I think it gives you some pretty decent things down here as well. Maybe not. It gives you access to this crit wheel as well. What about here? Stun threshold and defenses. Intimidate.
Okay, these are totems. What do we have here? Elemental pen? Jesus. Increased skill speed again. Physical damage while shapeshifted. Interesting. I think I will go into the shape-shifting skill speed. It sounds nice to... Is it right up here or what's happening?
Damn the remnants!
Oh wow. The temple run is kind of interesting. I think it's it seems like a neat source of early game upgrades, right? Like you just get to equip a bunch of rare items.
Draven, a name that lingers like a bad smell.
Bunch of free exalts. Yeah, I mean, and regals, right? Like... So the power charge version of it is cool and all. But it is a lot slower. But yeah, it's pretty nice. I like when they give us early game shit like that. What? It didn't hit it? I need AoE. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh. Well, it's boots. No movement speed, sad. They need to fix the hit stuff of Oh, you got a 4-link? Wow. Did you do it the same place I did, or did you do it later? Because I would assume with how slow my guy is that you're further than me. Hello. Let's get the buff real quick.
You will have eternity to regret your intrusion.
You're in the hunting grounds? Oh, you're much further.
And your soul. I will end your meaningless life. Knock down. Spirits are mine. Knock down.
Oh wow, okay. I did damage fast here.
Life, damn nuisance and death.
A warlord in life, a damn nuisance in death. Okay, bro. No lightning damage, but armor though. Strength and dex. Nah. Life per enemy kills. Nah.
I mean, I would say the hunting ground is a lot further than I am. Where the fuck is the last place? It has to be here then, right? Is there... Oh, there's a path here? Oh. Wow, okay. I feel like I'm getting really unlucky with the layouts.
Crying out for a lease.
Oh, what did that do? Increased firmability magnitude. Ooh. I mean, it's gonna have to have like fucking gem levels in order to be better. Oh, it's not far off actually. Okay, cool. Anything we want? Probably that. I should have probably picked the other one. I don't think I'm gonna shock anything really. Do multi-proj? I don't know. Magnified area. Grant an additional charge. Cause an aftershock when they heavy stun. Let's do that, I think. I think that adds damage. And not a little bit. A lot of it. Guess I should look at that fur plate. Ah, fuck that.
Hey, take our part. Not sure what I'm gonna do with
Oh,
it.
that was a quality one. I should have kept
Cheers.
that.
See you.
awaits. Nature takes what's old.
Okay.
The Priok have they forsaken me.
Big. Although I don't really feel like I'm getting faster. Maybe the maybe the impact shockwave wasn't the play. I just remember it being really good on the warrior. Which, like, honestly was the only reason I picked it, because it's like, yeah, I have something that heavy stuns at the press of a button. So we'll just go with that. The Wyvern melee is kind of the best of both worlds. You get more damage than the other ones, and you get the charge functionality. Why is this not working? Oh, yo, okay.
Nature's fury.
Jesus. Okay, we got a little boss before the boss. Cool, I enjoyed that. I like the little drums. Oi. Oh wow, look at this.
Your grip on this world is broken. Let the earth take ye.
Well, I autoed the shit out of her. Yeah, I mean, I got a. I put my entire first temple into a weapon. I guess it worked.
You did it. Do my eyes again. At last, it's open. Praise the first ones.
This guy's usually the first like challenge for me.
What is this?
50% increased fizz? Oh wow, we might actually get somewhere with this. $33 and 15.
Isabel.
Lose 14 HP. Ah!
The family of Count Lachlan of Oldham. My family.
Increased spell damage is less though, but...
They're dead.
Hmm.
Bastard Eternals. I must make them pay. I must make them suffer.
Oh, I fucked up.
Oh! I forgot he has fucking coal in the ground that I wanted to go in there, and it just screwed me over. God damn it. I'm so scared of this guy. I should just fucking maul him. It's this shit here, and it's like you just get slowed and fucked. Ah! I don't know, we'll just spit at him, I guess. You died 3 times in Lackland? It's like, I don't know, it seems like I do crap load of damage when I have the buff to the wing thing.
Are you there? Do you know these lands?
Hunting grounds. Best be careful shape-shifting, lest I take an arrow to the ass.
Best be careful shape-shifting. Take an arrow to the ass.
See that there? No, your eyes don't deceive you. That is the spirit, or at least a form of it. Don't worry, it means... Ready? Go on then.
Shut your beak!
Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of it. Spirit, guide us.
Oh, it's doing this thing? Isn't that like a special?
Wrath and flaring. It's getting stronger.
Oh, wow, okay.
Finish it.
Nature takes what's old.
That were a good eye. If we run enough of a folk around here, don't
Okay,
take kindly
well.
to strangers.
We get here physical damage. Let's go. And then just a bunch of nothing, really. Oh, we got this one as well. We can upgrade it. Well, we got something, I guess. Is this gonna get better? We could try and regal it. If we get a prefix, we're likely to get an upgrade on that one. But then again, we probably don't have the runes. I didn't mean to press that button. Am I lagging or am I missing? Where are we at? Chance to hit. Where's the chance to hit? Here. 100%. I mean, I shouldn't be missing at least, like... I mean, it's one thing if I'm... hit, like, if I am... My character shouldn't be missing.
Feathers and filth. This is no omen of the Morrigan.
This is the Morrigan, though. Looks like I was slightly too far away from it. Ah, fair. Like the... I feel like the... Ooh. I feel like the hit thing of this is a little bit... fact that I just got power charge and I couldn't just extend this buff is kind of sad. I don't know why I tried to do anything other than just bonk it.
Bloody last.
This is superior. We'll take that one. Oh, we got our first weapon points. We're probably going to want to use them here. Assuming we go there. No, we go here, right? I want these. Unless... Is this Fizz? Is this Fizz? The thing is, I'm not sure it works the way I think it does when you convert. Let's get some free. Is there no freeze build up? Am I thinking of something that's further on, or it's not cold attunement? I guess maybe not. Should we do overabundance? Yeah, it feels a bit scuffed as well. Like, I feel like I should be hitting things and I'm just not. I'm gonna increase the AoE on this because that's one of the issues I have. We have 3 points actually. I was gonna spend some. Where should we go? If I want to go here, I'm not sure about the physical, but I want to go here. The skill speed is kind of nice. We're also close to this, I guess. Flails. There's no flails though. I kind of want to get the projectiles, huh? I kind of want to go here as well, though. It's just a lot of nice, I think. I don't know if AoE is worth it, though. Reduce skill effectuation. Increase skill effectuation. That's a lot of points to get that, holy shit. Skill speed though. Sometimes increased crit damage, won't increase damage, increased area damage. Increased defenses seems nice. Wish you have someone intimidated. Penetration seems nice. Are we going here? Fuck thorns. I feel like I checked the freaking physical damage before and it's like, it doesn't... Whenever you convert, it doesn't seem to do anything. Like...
Arcane search when you shapeshift to human form. That might be okay. Okay. I mean, it's one of those things where we kind of have to... Excess life regeneration is applied to... Excess life recovery from regeneration is applied to energy shield. That sounds pretty good. Oh, it just says no rage effect. Not inherent. Spirit of the Wolf. Cold damage while shapeshifted. Life leech, life regen. Maximum cold. 10% increased crit chance while shapeshifted and 8% skill speed. It's a lot of fucking travel to get here, though. Like, I'm not picking anything here. I mean, I could pick this, I guess. There's pen here. This is a decent node, like a decent wheel, right? Damage, pen, or fizz. Skill speed. I should use these in my weapon swap thingy. What do we have here? 20% faster in your shield. 20% armor plus to elemental damage. Okay, those are some like pretty bad points, I guess. They look a little bad, right? Like that seems like so much for so little. $15 skill effect with that sounds pretty good. I think I would want these, but if we're doing like the whole shifting thing, the problem is I can't go this way and then take, like, I can't do weapon swap, right? And I go this way with one and I go this way with another and meet up here unless they changed it. You couldn't do that last patch. So it's like I have to, I guess I could go this way and then spend 2 points to go in here, unspec out of these, maybe. That was a thing I could do. Let's just go down there. We'll figure it out. We're just gonna pick strength for now. Okay, we did something.
Down, beast!
Wait, is this one not dead? Okay, not bad. Got an Exalt, let's go. Ooh.
These markings, I could swear I've seen there like afore.
Okay. It didn't hit that thing? We'll get a level 4.
See, I used to frequent the planet's enclave that makes its home high in the trees near here. They made something's wrong here. Though it is full of good luck, hero. But now, I'm gonna get...
I'm guessing we'll get Volcano. Can I do anything with this? No, okay. So we could go Fraythorn. Really?
Nature takes what's old.
What else do we need from here, actually? Nothing more. Guess we should just go Fraythorn then. We could always find the exit some other time. I thought there were still things for us to find, but I guess the spirit led us right to the other boss and we found the Morrigan already. I kind of want to get a way to generate some more power charges.
As though I've walked this road afore.
I guess the execute is coming soon.
Mortal fool.
I'm using dodge roll a lot. The attacks are a bit awkward on the shapeshifts, man. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't feel too great. I wonder if there's any synergy between the animal forms and the tornado.
You've returned to me. That voice. Who are you?
I like that there's special things for special classes.
Can't believe it. The whole bloody place has gone mad. Please.
Well, we got a lesser storm rune. Then maybe we can make this talisman better with a little bit of luck. That's not what I wanted. $43 gold, huh? Let me just take that real quick.
You found
Yes! I misread it. Let's go. We got an upgrade again. And we can put this storm rune in there. And bam. What's the damage? 128? Bam. Massive penis.
this.
Yes.
So if we are
He didn't say anything? Okay.
it's in my
Movement speed! It almost doesn't matter what the rest is when there's movement speed on. We're gonna gain a bit of life. Gonna gain strength as well. Let's go. Maybe we can be done lumbering about. I think I'll hold on to that one. That's a pretty good starting starting thing. Light instantly, get a shot, you kill. Okay.
Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming.
Cold, lightning, strength. What is this one? Nothing. What is this one? That's a bit of damn. Oh wait, we don't have that much gold. Rip. Flammability magnitude is whatever, but here we are. Guaranteed 5x mythic. What? How? The fuck did he do? So the season started today and you're guaranteed to go get 5 mythic uniques from something? There's like 30 mythics? What? How? Is it like a mod or something on the on a nightmare dungeon, or what is it? It's day 1. So you're just guaranteed to go click something and it spits out 5 mythic uniques. To put that into PoE terms, that should be like you go do something and you get 5 Mace Bloods.
Who am I? You once knew my name.
The fuck? That is so dumb. Oh, whoa, 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 hello? That looks bad. I'm stuck. Let me deal with these guys that are sullying my boss fight. Bro, get up here. How the fuck? I mean, that's so dumb. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's cool. It's nice. We'll be done with the league sooner. Or season, I mean. Ah, in trouble.
Find me, Magi. Return to my embrace.
Got a support gem. Rend is my primary damage right now. Maybe attack speed on it would be nice. It is building rage for me. This doesn't have reduce. Yeah, right. Oh, wow.
Come now. Take your vengeance if you can. Marked for death.
Ah, boom.
Keep running.
Oh, I have all the damage right now, bro.
The Wild One's power is mine.
Why does it take so long, bro? Where does this one keep moving? I'll be imprisoned. Get fucked.
Your blood will always lead back to me.
Oh, how good it is to see you again.
Oi, this new? Hello?
Aoife.
Aoife?
Can it be?
Is that his wife?
Yes, I'm here, love.
Oh.
How?
It matters not. Tell me, do you feel it? Your memories returning.
I feel it, aye. But they're fractured. There is still so much I didn't understand.
Remember how we were drawn to him, believing him one of the Magi of old.
Aye. We were fools.
Not fools, just deceived. Even I could not see the king's true face until it was too late. And when I did, he took me from you.
I should have saved ye. I should have done more.
Hush, that is not your blame to carry. That grief made you wander the wilds, lost in your pain.
I remember years of solitude, roaming.
And yet here you are, That is what matters.
Nay, none of it matters. Not without you.
Just know that I am with you still.
Wait! Didn't leave me now! Evil?
That's kind of neat. In like a horrible, traumatizing way, but kind of neat nonetheless. Critical damage bonus with Fizz. That sounds interesting. I think we'll take that. Okay, get me back there.
So the culture, thank you.
I still don't have a belt. What can we get? Herald of Ash, Herald of Ice, Briar Patch. Portion of the physical attack damage you deal is stored. Casting a spell used to store damage to get a patch of thorny ground. Deals splash damage. That deals spell damage to moving enemies. Okay. Savage Fury. Gain 1 Fury on attack hit, no more than once per skill use. 20 maximum Fury. Buff duration is 0.5 per Fury. Buff grants onslaught and 21% more damage. And you lose 3% maximum life per second. Okay. Wolf Pack. Calling Strike. Anything else that's new? Fuck it. Let's try Savage Fury. Why the fuck not? I have to use it as well. I really don't see myself using freaking rolling magma that much. So we can put it on like control 3.
Folk here, wouldn't he take kindly to that?
Folk here, wouldn't he take kindly to that? Okay. So do I want to lose 22% or 22 max life? For like not really any damage? No, I would not.
Quickly.
This one has more life and more energy shield. So we'll use that one, sadly.
These are just another for my collection. Stay safe if you can.
Rawr! Oh, I shouldn't have gone here. Maybe we can return to the checkpoint and it'll be faster. Lose 3% life per second is kind of scary, though. Okay, let's try and see if we can find the exit pretty quickly.
Nature's fury.
So now I can press the button if I want. I go raw. And you lose life despite having energy shield.
Be gone, foul creature!
Well, I guess we just keep moving. Rawr. I like the look of the...
Up for another hunt, are you?
Well, I guess. Not exactly what I wanted.
No time to tarry. It's picked its prey. Cut it down. Nicely done.
Okay, well, simple. Now we're here again. So, I'm just trying to find the exit. And I guess it's that way. Here. Let's go, Ogham Farmlands. Finally. Fuck me, I'm slow. Here we go. Oh. It's sad that you can only gain one freaking rage or whatever per attack, right? Like, I feel like I should be able to get a full bar. Oh, I forgot about sprint. Oh my god. How does sprint look in the bear? Or the wolf? Oh, I kind of like bear sprint. Fuck, the bear is big.
This will give Una something to smile about.
The dragon one's kind of fun as well.
Wretched animal!
Oh, okay.
Wild, take ya!
Was that it? That was so quick. What are we gonna get? We're gonna get Furious Slam. And we'll get Lunar Assault or Rolling Magma.
Rolling magma spits a ball of lava.
Yeah, we'll go. My life regen is awkward. I barely have any. I should have 1%.
Well, is there anything else I need to find here? Found the loot. There's a blacksmith chest. Cinderbark, 70%? What the fuck? Oh wow, those are some ranges. I want to get the passive rage thing somehow. Cinderbark again. I wonder if they buffed the hybrid armors. They were absolute trash last seasonal league or whatever.
Moon-mad beast.
Where's that fucking chest? Oh crap. Oh wow, that's the dragon being stunned out of is kind of cool. Are we getting to... Should we take crit? It's not going to do much for us right now, is it? I wonder if this one's worth it. Probably. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Where the fuck is that chest? That was a dope sound. Is it actually just in the last place I checked then? Kind of want to see the stun animation for the bear as well.
Done In you go.
Hit me. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Hit me. God damn it. Okay, where the fuck is that thing supposed to be? I guess I found it already or whatever. It is what it is. We'll go.
Rotten flame. Something foul's taken hold here.
Something hit me. I want to see it. Hit. Come on. Oh, God damn it. Okay.
Wild spawn.
Oh, we found the guy already.
Stop. Wait, surely we can.
No escape. Not this time.
Imagine if you could eat his head.
You've much to answer for.
Face your
Oh, he's dead. It's fucking over, bro.
The hand that held the rope lies still.
Okay, pull the lever.
He killed Aemon.
Just big tits.
Killed him. Clearfell is safe.
I know that I'm not supposed to go to the manor yet, but we're just gonna get the waypoint and we'll go back and we'll find the Renly's tools.
How very like a tyrant to hide within his walls.
Oh, I can't. Okay, interesting. No, 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 no. I guess we'll try and go the opposite way this time.
take you.
Oh, this is where the blacksmithing chest was. We got Renly's workshop. There we go. That's what we came for.
You must infiltrate them. Move swiftly. Time is short.
You found, I think.
I found your loot, yes.
For what? It doesn't work.
What do we get? We got Thunderstorm.
Thunderstorm calls down lightning bolts and summons biting rain, which makes enemies more vulnerable to being shocked and frozen. The rain also causes any plants you've created with other skills to overgrow, enhancing their effects.
That's cool. I like that. Fury of the Mountain.
Fury of the Mountain pounds the ground as long as the skill is held, creating molten fissures and building rage.
What?
The fissures will erupt again if hit by a different slam.
Let's go.
Devour leaps onto a corpse or near-death enemy and consumes them, granting you a power charge and a burst of healing. Corpses near your target will also be consumed.
Okay.
Arctic Howl can cause nearby enemies to freeze in terror, quite literally. Enemies with enough freeze buildup will be instantly frozen by the howl. Additionally, freezing enemies with the howl causes you and your allies to deal additional cold damage with your attacks for a short time.
Flat cold?
Arctic Howl.
Oh, okay. I think I want Fury.
Fury of the Mountain pounds the ground as long as the skill is.
But Devour is probably going to be the thing that's gonna do most for me right now. But I definitely want Fury of the Mountain.
There is an enter. Thank you.
This hooded one is here.
I'll get the lightning.
You found my tool. Till next time.
Let's see Devour again. Shapeshift into a corpse callable enemy, and additionally a cost for each enemy corpse devoured, you gain life and gain a power charge. So I think we'll do charge infusion. Attacks gain 25%. Maybe we'll do that one instead, actually. But we're probably gonna do both. We have a lot of them. If we can keep this going, it'll be super powerful, I think. Rend is already doing okay. Is there any way... I guess we could do prolonged duration, but we're not really using the volcano right now. We're kind of just renting at the moment. Maybe we just hold this one and not just send it for no reason. Oh, I didn't activate the gem tag. Oh, both of these were ass, huh? That's a lot more armor at the cost of a bit of dam. Like, how much damage is it costing us? 204. Wait, Mortimer's dogs are here, but Mortimer's not? 204. Ooh, that's a bid. Ah, damage is king. What about this thing?
This one has 2 to all melee levels, but it's still worse. It even has flat lightning on there. I guess I scaled pretty well off the physical right now. I think I might hold on to that one. That it feels wrong, but game is telling me it's a downgrade. Okay, we got 2 points here. Presence. We could go here. Penetrate. I mean, we do all fizz right now, so we'll probably go this way. The question is, do we do spell damage? Sorry, do we do weapon swap? We do, right? So we'll go here. And then I guess we could go for skill effect. Is there anything else that we could want, maybe? Not really. We'll just stay where we are. Maybe I'm being stupid, but we're doing most of our damage with we're doing most of our damage in the animal form anyway, so whatever. It might set me up better later. Because I was thinking, okay, maybe we'll just go here, right? But I want these. It's skill speed, right? Like skill speed is really good and it's so close, so I'm probably gonna end up doing those. And I want those as every form. Did I go the wrong way? I did. Maybe something can hit us as a wolf and we can see how it falls. It's probably the same animation as the other two where it like rolls around.
Misshapen filth.
Okay, having permanent power charges on this is kind of stupid.
Takes more than fate to fell me.
I wonder if you could stop on like after on death effects to go off with this. Well, oh,
Mortal fool.
Ah! Oh, we're going in again? Okay. Let's see. I kind of want to get this because it's cool as fuck. But should we get Fury? We'll get this. It's cool. Let's try and see it. Boom. That's kind of underwhelming. I need some aftershocks on that. That's underwhelming as fuck. Okay, let's see what we can do. Ooh, look at this. Both of these level up. And then we got this. Does that level? No, it doesn't. Can I not take it off? Oh, it's final? What does this do? Thaumaturge. Is that gonna level this up? Wait, I don't know what I did. It said it was gonna level this up. I guess not. I fucked this up big time. Ah, whatever. We'll try. Oh, I should have brought another weapon.
Twice this place.
Rawr. Room complete, but I didn't get anything. I guess, can you only get the reward once? They made it sound like you could get it twice.
What mad fiends?
Dude, the execute is really cool. Alchemy. Let's do this one, I guess. We lost on that one. God damn it. I guess I could go get some things to craft on. What did we get here? Exalted workbench. Let's throw this in here. What do we get? Nothing, really. Feels bad, man. Oi, I stood in that.
Begone, foul creature!
Level 2 support. Heightened charges. Benefits from consuming charges for supporter skills have 20% chance to be doubled? Doubled. Double. I mean, double's good. There's Aftershock. I think I take double over attack speed if I'm being honest. We'll just put attack speed in here. Wait, so I got nothing from this even though I upgraded it? One there.
Vaal scourge!
Dude, this like jumping onto the corpses looks really cool. Like, rawr. I like there's an animation for far away and one for closer. Wait, here I got something. Come on, prefix. No. Stock. There we go. We like skill speed. Regal. Magic item to rare, adding 1 modifier. Well, that's kind of a sad one. Guess we'll try this one. Give me damage. Fire damage. Now what are we gonna lose here? 258. 4 damage to gain 11 energy shields. Nah, not worth it. Those are ass. What's the level of this place? 15? What am I? 16? Okay, so it is.
Bloodbath fiends!
It is actually relevant mobs.
I'm full up.
No, you're not. Cinderbark. I wonder what the damage of the talismans are in comparison to regular two-handed. There was one here. Big damage. Like 40 something damage. Did I miss it up here? I don't think I did. Oh, it's right here. I don't think I missed it, no. Oh no, I'm getting pounded because I'm not. Exalt. This one is full, right? Yeah. What do we do it on? Oh, I should have done something on... I guess we'll just do it on this. I guess we could see if this one's good. Ooh, wait a second. Let's see if we get a...
Back's heavy enough already.
Gem cutting workbench. Set a skill gem to have 3 support sockets. Ooh. What are we gonna do? Which one are we gonna use? Which one are we gonna use? Go with Slam. Go with Lunar Assault. There's also Devour. Wing Blast. Meh. Well, Volcano, I guess, is an option. Nothing really feels good. The one I mostly think is going to be usable is Lunar Assault, so we'll do that one. Nice. Okay, so I'm thinking we should be able to return. Are you sure? No. Okay, maybe we can't. Damn. I wanted to upgrade this to a rare. Let's try and Google. Path of Exile 2 does leaving that series will automatically close it. Does anybody know? If you teleport out, does it close? I mean, it is just an Exalt, I guess. It's not something I'm particularly keen on testing, though. I don't feel like I found anything in this area, so we'll go check real quick.
I feel like it would be so bad if you actually can't go out. So why would it just close? I mean, we're gonna learn it now when there's not much to lose, right? Like, we're gonna lose basically an Exalt. So we'll give it a go. And we'll hit it with a Regal. It's unlikely to get better, but we'll give it a go. We'll try. Maybe we get lucky.
What nonsense will the Vaal serve up this time?
Okay, so you can freely leave it. Interesting. Let's see. 202. 290, I mean. A lot lower. Okay, cool. Well, I thought it was going to be good. I guess the physical damage scaling is too good.
I a bloody rust bucket.
Ah, we'll just leave. Yep. And then we'll close it. What do we lose? Okay. Okay. Let's get rid of all this shit. That one's okay. Oh, let's see that one. What do we have here? 10% increase energy shield. So we lose how much life? 18, and we gain 15 energy shield. Wait. Okay. We also gain some resistances. We lose life regeneration. Ah, whatever. This one's yellow. That is such a bad way to fucking determine that, by the way. I think this one will be better moving on because it has a bit of scaling on it. That's why I'm picking it. We'll keep that one. An early amulet might be okay.
Owner's house. You've come. None of it's junk. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers. See ya.
All right, let's keep on keeping on. Here we go. Oh, I forgot to up my mana, but I haven't had mana issues at all, so we're fine, I think. Did he die? No, he just got stunned. I kind of wish you could just pounce on regular white mobs and kill them every once in a while. Did we get everything we wanted here? Yeah. All right, Count Gianor.
The wolf's reckoning draws near.
I should have stunned that, but we'll get a look at that one. Maybe we'll get the Vaal Temple again. Ah, we just had it, so. The attack speed is noticeable, huh? Oh, wow.
Malformed beast!
Let's go.
First ones, hear our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark.
I'm not gonna have my shit here.
Above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits.
How does it not?
To strike.
Oh wow, that stun hurts.
No one is safe. Corruption breathes life where none should be.
Get fucked. Oh wow, just fucking stun lock, or
Such a wee man to cast such a shadow.
no. Okay. I'm not, the wing slam or whatever, rend or whatever is. It's honestly not the best skill. It's kind of awkward. It's kind of slow. Like, it's one of those things where you trade a big damage boost or trade the attack speed out for a big damage boost, and it doesn't feel that good. I don't have the weapons points. Okay. Guess we'll go here then.
Twisted thing.
I know what happens if you like remove a corpse that was about to do an explosion. Where the fuck are we going? Okay. Are we moving forward here, or are we just trying to delay the inevitable? There we go. We are moving forward. Let's go. I would like to see if I actually get double buff from the thing. Guess I should try and see if the effect varies. Maybe this is also not one of the things. I mean, it's 20% chance to get double benefit, right? So I think I can, if I consume a power charge, I get like, what's it, 25%, a 50% gain. So it's 100% gain if I consume the buff. Or if I get double, I mean. I wonder if there's a way to tell. It's there. God damn it. Look, give me that. At least I have perma uptime right now.
The amount of power is worth this.
Nay, an amount of power is worth this. I wonder if we'll be able to consume the corpses here once the fight starts. If I can have this guy drop over here. They're still here.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
Failed once, you'll fail again.
God damn it, I fucked up.
Open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised. I think manipulative whore. How dare you abandon me? Of the All-Time.
I feel like he's taking reduced damage right now.
As night falls, winter's chill.
Oh, I thought I could skip it with that actually.
Through an endless night.
Oh, it disappeared.
And tarry. Forsaken frosts.
God damn it.
Cold as death. Of baleless misery. The pack won't forget. I smell your blood.
Get fucked, bitch. You're dead. No. Urgh.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
The dragon is so big as well, man.
The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me.
Used it against me.
I found messages from the desert. from the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish.
The wolf is a little bit lame. But we got a belt.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell.
Oh, I didn't even use Candlemass. Oops. Just had an upgrade on our bags. Oops.
Count Geonor, we can finally stick.
You've done well. The dark. Good luck. Goodbye.
We must pursue Oriana. The seed of corruption has begun to grow. But there is still a chance that we can end this before it is too fledgling.
Okay. Any upgrades? I don't think so. Double? Maybe we... There is a universe where we do a little increase to our talisman count. Oh, sorry, not talisman. Our
These are just some odds and ends of mine.
brain. It would be nice to increase my brain a bit. What's it called? Sockets on our talisman. However, this is gonna be it for today. I've streamed for 12 hours. I'm starting to get tired. So, I had fun. New League seems good. The Druid, it speeds up. But yeah. Lock D4? No, I am not. I'm gonna go fucking rest. It's really cool. It's a lot of fun, and it looks super cool. It was really shit in the beginning. But yeah, I am gonna call it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope I'll see you. I'm gonna stream tomorrow, despite not usually doing it, because New League and Nina's away. So when Nina's away, the idiot streams. So yeah, hope I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Bye bye.